Can you hear me?
Uno, dos, tres. Okay. All right. So we are going to open with a couple of decision items. Seated on these decision items are Alban, McRae, Levy, Fox, and Mr. Lowe will be seated for Mr. Hardman, who is absent. The first of these is the Battle Hill Corporation for a final site plan and special permit at 62 Mason Street. Mr. McRae, could I have a motion, please?
Battle Hill Corporation, applications PLPZ 2019-221 and 2019-222, final site plan special permit, remove existing improvements and redevelop the property, three-story residential building. It's on.
I know. Okay. Louder.
Over ground level parking garage, providing 16 spaces. The proposed building would have a total of 7 residential units with 2 units. 2 units, over 20% being moderate income units as defined under section 6110 of the Town of Greenwich Building Zone Regulations, and related site work and stormwater improvements on a 10,522 square foot property located at 62 Mason Street in the CGB zone. Whereas ARC, the project was referred to Planning and Zoning Commission for review. Wetlands, a green sheet dated 5/14/19 indicating no action required. The zoning enforcement officer memo dated 9/26/19 indicating zoning compliance and approval for zoning permit sign-off. Sewer department memo dated 9/26/19 indicating no issues needed to be addressed during the P&Z phase. Engineering memo dated 9/27/19 indicating resubmittal prior to zoning building permit to address outstanding concerns. The existing London plane tree can be removed per tree warden decision from 9/3/19, which further requires 3 replacement trees to be planted on Mason Street, including a new London plane of 4 to 5 inch caliber, is to be planted north to the proposed driveway.
You just got into the mic.
The existing street maple tree is to remain, as well as the existing magnolia on the site. Applicant is to provide protection throughout construction, both those trees. See the landscape plan that was dated 10/9/19 by Wesley Stout Associates. The architecture shall reflect the design as indicated on drawing A 2.1, detail 1, dated 10/10/19 by Stephen Mueller Architects. The driveway shall reflect the design as indicated on site development drawing 1 of 3 dated 10/15/19 by Rocco V. DeAndrea Incorporated. With that, motion to approve with the following conditions. The applicant shall finalize and record the affordability plan with the housing coordinator prior to the issuance of the zoning permit sign-off. Applicant is to return to ARC for a final review of construction documents, details, lighting, landscaping, and a roof plan. And the applicant is to address any outstanding departmental issues.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
This
try
mic,
his,
the one in front of me.
yeah.
Yeah.
his-
It's on.
Yeah, his mic is working. He's soft-spoken, and it just doesn't carry the distance.
It's
So-
louder now than it was earlier, though.
John, it was
Yeah.
margaritas as well, was not.
Greetings.
Okay, we'll
Okay.
try this again.
Yeah.
Let's do another one then.
Okay, so for our next decision item, we have 81 Bible Street LLC at 81 Bible Street, and seated on this are the same people that were seated the first time: Alban, McRae, Levy, Fox, and Lowe.
Okay. 81 Bible Street LLC, applications PLPZ 2019-408 and 409 for final site plan and special permit to demolish existing single-family dwelling and to construct a new 2-family dwelling and related site and stormwater improvements on a 7,429 square foot property located at 81 Bible Street in the R6 zone. Whereas Wetlands issued a green sheet dated 9/30/19 indicating no action required. Zoning, there's a enforcement memo dated 10/11/19 indicating zoning compliance and approval for zoning permit sign-off. Sewer Division memo dated 10/5/19 indicating no issues needed to be addressed during the P&Z phase. Engineering memo 10/9/19 indicating no further review is required if plans are revised to indicate no connection to the town storm drainage system and runoff is directed away from Bible Street. Now, Conservation memo dated 10/7/19 indicating endorsement of the plan with conditions. Motion to approve with the following conditions. Applicant shall submit revised engineering plans indicating no stormwater or groundwater conditions to the town of Greenwich storm drain, and driveway grading is revised to prevent runoff towards Bible Street. Applicant shall submit a revised landscape plan indicating the planting installed at the front of the building and the western section of the proposed hedge incorporated native species. Appropriate specimens should include hemlocks for the hedge and sweet pepper bush, winterberry, high bush, blueberry red, twig, dogwood, viburnum species, mountain laurel, etc. at the west side of the property. Additionally, the planting plan should be revised to show native understory trees at the street, which mature to a height of 15 to 20 feet. Native flowering dogwood, eastern redbud, Allegheny plum are suggested. A larger shade tree shall be planted in the east of the property, and the applicant is to address any outstanding departmental or staff issues.
Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and with that, we will begin our regular meeting. Our first application is Calabrese Property Association and Mariano Lozano at 16 Lakeview and 0 Lakeview Drive in the R12. Good evening, Mr. Hegney.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. This is one that we have been working on for some time.
Indeed.
We came before you earlier this month and showed you a plan that showed enhanced landscaping and some changes to some of the existing steps to change them into a more natural step stones. Last night, we were in front of the Wetland Agency. They had a number of other suggestions as to how to handle the steps. And in these steps here, and then right at the 90-degree angle, they were suggesting that rather than stone, that those be logs held into the ground with spikes and mulch paths. And so that's what Mr. Liebman has put as a note here: remove stone steps and replace with log steps. And see detail, which is on page 2, which shows the logs held into the ground and the mulch behind them. They thought that this was more natural and environmentally friendly. We had a note in terms of having 3 to 4 gallon shrubs in this area. This has been augmented since you saw it at the beginning of October. We have now a note on the plant list that the shrubs will be a minimum of 4 feet high. That was one of their other recommendations. We're showing the natural stepping stones going down the rock ledge area of the steps, and we're showing planting of small understory grasses in that area around the crevices of the stones themselves to give it more of the natural look as we show the boulder step detail on sheet 2. Wetlands did approve the plan last night, and we're hoping that you're going to do the same tonight. We had submitted language as an amendment to the declaration, which would allow for this access to the pond being a very important amenity for these homeowners.
Okay. Anybody have any questions? On the, I didn't hear you say what Wetlands had mentioned about the boulders replacing the wall. He did? Okay, I just
Yeah,
zoned out.
that's in this area right here.
Okay, and that they didn't want they didn't want full replacement, okay.
We can do that with,
All right.
with
And
logs as well.
nobody has any comments?
I had a question.
Okay.
I was just wondering what a check dam is.
It's
gonna be interesting.
larger stones that are placed across a ravine or drainage ditch to slow the water down. So it's not creating any ponding, it's just slowing it down so that you don't have erosion associated with it. And we're showing, this came out of the commission's walk of the site, that there appeared to be a potential for some erosion here and also on the south side coming off of the town's property. And by putting these check dams in with large stones, it slows the water down and prevents that erosion.
You know, speaking of the commission's walk on the site, that fence that the town put up, that's,
This one right here?
yeah, that's falling down, have you had any luck with getting it repaired? Because it's down, and I thought it was a hazard.
Madam Chairman, Larry
Yes,
Liebman
Mr.
from SE
Liebman.
Minor. I have contacted Parks and Recreation and made the request, and it is for them to look at it. What might
help
happen
if
is it
our
might be.
staff contacted them and also, because it looked like it was a hazard as well, the way it is. Maybe you could send a photograph of it to staff, and then we'll ask staff to follow up so that you have some support on that, because it did not look like a good idea.
Your assistance would be greatly
Yes,
appreciated.
I recently also submitted a request that has received no reply in the last month. So nobody has any comments? In that case, we will close this application. And Mr. McRae, if I could have a motion, please. One thing that I would suggest, well, I'll add it at the end. I want to add some language in our findings about.
Okay, for site plan, final subdivision application, PLPZ 2019-370, request clarification regarding language and approved declaration of restrictions for open space. Approval as part of a final subdivision number 1831 to permit installation of masonry steps, pathways with open space parcel on a property located at 16 and 0 Lakeview Drive in the R12 zone. Whereas the applicant has appeared in front of the Wetlands Commission on 10/28/19 and received guidance and approval for modifications to the plan, whereas each department has looked at it and responded to endorse a planning and zoning decision. A motion to approve, to find this as not a subdivision or re-subdivision, and to make clarifications regarding the language of the approved declaration, the following conditions. The association agreement should be filed prior to any revised map being filed. An amended declaration of restrictions to be filed as well prior to any map being filed. Permit for the dock shall be resolved prior to filing of any map. A revised planting plan shall be indicated on the revised plan as per wetlands comments from their 10/28 meeting. The memo or the approved notes and minutes from the 10/28 meeting from wetlands shall be incorporated on the new revised plan. The drainage swale as existing shall have check dams, stone check dams installed to prevent erosion. Staff will coordinate with the applicant to contact Parks and Recreation on the condition of the fence to the south of the open space, and any other departmental or staff considerations that we need required to be addressed.
Two comments. First of all, the commission notes that we have a draft version of the wetland decision, and that therefore any changes thereto, any conditions by wetlands shall be adhered to by the applicant. And second, that the commission finds that this change in the use of the open space that is conditioned on the replanting of the open space and restoring it to a more natural state while providing access to the water for the residents is consistent, remains consistent with the open space purposes that are contained in the subdivision regulations. And with that, do I have a second?
Can I just ask for a point of clarification?
Yes.
So, Mr. McRae started the motion with the point that it's, there's a request for clarification. So the clarification, just make sure I understand, is that the existing language is not appropriate
Correct.
for what they want to do, and you're making the finding that it's okay to
That the new
amend the
language should be
declaration.
amended, and that the amendments to, thanks for making it clearer, and that the amendments that are being proposed are consistent with the purposes of open space, on the basis that this open space will be restored and replanted and brought back to a more natural state while providing the residents with water access. Mr. McRae covered the dock issue, so I don't think we need to go over it again. Do I have a second? Mr. Fox has seconded. All in favor? Aye. Okay, Chancellor. Thanks for coming. And with that, we're going to go to the public hearing. Thanks. That, on that, for Dave, Lowe was seated for Dave, and Andy was seated for himself. That was what he said. Yeah, look, we kept, I think, unless there's a different alternate who's on, because we can, whoever is the rotating alternate is fine, if you. Okay. All right, so who is supposed to be seated the rest of the night?
I thought it was Ms. Goss, and Mr.
All
Lowe
right.
seated Dave.
Okay, so Victoria, you're gonna be, well, Victoria's definitely seated on the plaza.
Correct.
Okay.
But I'm not seated on
The plaza?
just the plaza.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Is it Victoria's seated on the plaza? Is she seated on everything else?
Everything else is new going forward, so she can't.
She's the, well, whose turn is it?
I believe it's Victoria. because
Okay.
Dave, excuse me, Mr. Lowe was seated last meeting.
Okay, all right. But Mr. Yeski hasn't been here for a while, so that's why I'm wondering. He's giving me a dirty look because he flew in because he thought he was seated.
I'm not, I can go back and look. through-
Would you go back and look? For now, we'll leave it as Victoria, and then why don't you go back and check? Because I believe it's Mr. Yeski, and that's why he flew back.
I will double check.
All right, thank you. All right, so we now have the first item on the public hearing is brought to us by staff. It's a text amendment to invoke a moratorium on our planning, our zoning regulation number 6110G.
Thank you. So the purpose of this text amendment, as you just
Is your
noted.
microphone on?
Yes?
Okay.
Can you
It's a
hear?
little, just a little quiet.
Okay. I'll speak further into it. I know. So as you know, in our last plan of conservation development from 2009, we made a big point of noting that we wanted more moderate income housing. We changed the regulations in 2015 with 2 subsequent revisions in 2016. As you can see from the staff report, the mechanism that we used to promote these moderate income dwelling units was an incentive where we allowed for developers to request up to a 0.9 FAR, and there's incentives for height and for stories. There's some parking incentives, and as you can see, the regulation has worked in that prior to the change, we had managed to create 32 moderate income dwelling units, and just for the purpose of the record, those are deed restricted in perpetuity based on the town's median income. So they're so-called workforce housing. This is different and set apart from, quote, affordable housing as defined by the state of Connecticut in section 8-30G of the general statute. So since the regulation change, we have processed or approved, I believe it was 40 of these units. So we have more units in the last 5 years than we have in the preceding 30 years. So that's fantastic, except that we've had two primary complaints about the regulation. One is that the incentives are too nebulous and that it's very difficult from a development standpoint to spend all of this energy and money on plans that may or may not get approved, and there's a desire to have them be more clear or to set up tiers or to do something where there's a better assurance that if a plan is put forward that it will move forward. And conversely, the other criticism that we've heard is that the bulk that is permitted as a result of this regulation is too great for the number of units received or for the overall benefit that is received. So staff decided that we should put forth this moratorium. I suggested 12 months. Obviously, that's up for you to discuss. And the purpose is that we would create a hold so that there would be enough time to review the regulation, speak to both sides of the argument, research it, figure out whether we are happy with the regulation as is or whether there's an amendment that is needed to either make the regulations more clear or give less of an incentive. Whatever the desire is, the point of this moratorium is to answer that question as to if this regulation is appropriately right-sized or if an adjustment is needed. So at this point, I would suggest to the commission that giving staff, if you want to go forward with a moratorium, that you do so with some direction to staff as how you would like us to proceed, whether it's just to simply study it and get back to you, or whether you have a more specific directive and how much time you would like us to spend doing that. I should note that one of the other major changes in this regulation is that we do require a pre-application meeting to take place with many town departments as appropriate. And before those meetings take place, most times people come in and speak to me about their application. And every application that I'm aware of that someone has come in to speak to me about is now in the door. And so I'm not aware of somebody who's spent the last couple of months working on something that is now not going to be able to move forward should you, in fact, impose a moratorium. So that's a positive, because obviously we don't want to, create a hardship for people in that way. So with that, I will open up to the discussion.
Commissioners, would you like to make comments on this proposal?
I think the only thing, I think this is actually giving us some time to take a look at something we've been struggling with. I think we've always looked to create balance with our zoning regulations, and I think that we are all in agreement that the balance here is a little off, and we need to look at this. I think this is one of the things about this commission specifically, that we have an opportunity, and we've taken the opportunity to go back and visit our regulations, although we've amended them just recently, to go back and take a look at what's working, what's not working, and make it the best that it possibly can be. I think we can do this work in 12 months, and I think actually just starting amongst ourselves, I know that we all probably have ideas about what we can do or what we should be doing. I know staff does. I think we probably should hear from the public about what they think as well, and take a look at all aspects. I think actually bulk is critical. I think actually even understanding, to simple things, is a one or two bedroom, is a one bedroom a good situation, or a studio, or is it a two bedroom that's actually more optimal? Those things we really can get into the weeds on as to really make it work for the town. If anything, I think I'd like to take action on this tonight and get this rolling, so we can get into it and get it fixed right away.
Mr. Yeski, I believe you said you had a comment?
Yeah, I would agree with Mr. Macri of everything you just said there, including the action tonight. Let me ask a question. I think in the paperwork, there were only 2 other potential applications.
And they're already in.
And they're already in,
today.
but we haven't seen them yet.
Correct. Well, there's 2 pending, which, well, actually, there's now 4 pending. So the ones that have been pending at the time of writing this report was 240 Greenwich Avenue and 1205 East Putnam Avenue. And since Friday, 2 more have come in.
Good.
I believe 100 East Putnam Avenue came in, and 581 West Putnam Avenue came in. That actually is already in. 500, 600 West Putnam came in before we.
Okay,
got
so,
this.
so anybody
there's
that was
5
near,
that is pending.
so they're good because they've already filed.
I'm just curious, are they, I don't know if I'm allowed to ask this, I'll ask it, are they also requesting the .9 FAR? Or?
I don't know the specifics of those.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
I know at least one of them is, but I don't have the specifics of
Have
it.
we ever had an application that doesn't require the .9?
It didn't come in
Didn't
for
ask
the
for it?
.1?
500,
Yes,
600.
actually, there's several of them on here that didn't. If you just go, like 4 Armonk Street.
Because it was an existing.
Right, that was an existing one. 11:30, I mean, some of them are close, but not quite at the .9.
Well, again, I would agree with Mr. Macri that we have a problem. Our intentions are good, moderate income, we've done better, but unfortunately, it's caused a lot of angst in the application process. So I would like to move this ahead
Okay.
tonight.
Katie, you
May
were
I
going to
just
say
make a
something?
quick comment? Yeah, I do note in the report, and I just want to explain what this means. I make reference in here to section 7-159B of the Connecticut General Statutes, and as the commission knows, but just for the sake of the public, that's a section of the statutes that allows someone to come in for a pre-application meeting with the Planning and Zoning Commission. What happens now is people come into staff, but what we are working on is creating effectively what we would consider in Greenwich terms a new preliminary. So it would allow you to come in with plans that are very basic in nature, so you wouldn't have to provide the drainage analysis or the traffic analysis, so it would be much more cost effective for one to come in and speak to the commission about 1 or 2 questions that you might have regarding the viability of your proposal. So I do note that in here because as of course we're talking here about that being a big problem that's been raised, that might be a solution to
Yes.
said problem. So I just note that there's other things that are brewing that might help at least one side of this equation.
Because, for example, somebody could come in with a concept that's very early days and get some kind of signal from the commission, non-binding, of course, but a signal on where we come out on it. For example, that would have been beneficial to the train station application if we had been able to see it 3 years ago.
Right.
So-
We did try it once on an application that came in for a
Transfer.
historic overlay that was, it was 20 East Elm.
Right.
We knew based on the applicant's conversation with the Department of Public Works that the drainage solution was going to be very costly. So they asked if they could come in and speak to the commission and determine whether or not you thought it was viable under a historic overlay, and if you did, whether they should go office route or residential route. So they had a very limited question. I thought it worked very well, and that, as you know, moved forward and is now under construction, as a matter of fact, under final. So we've tried it once, and I thought it worked well. But that's, another topic for another time. But I do think it does play into some of the issues that we're facing here.
So this new preliminary would be basically like a term sheet, a very simple, here's the design, here's the number of stories, here's what
Yes.
we're looking at, here's the benefit, and then here's some,
Right.
here's some of our issues. You give them a verbal, or do you actually put something in writing?
To be determined, and that's part of why it
The
hasn't come
discussion.
forward. That's why it hasn't come forward yet, because what we definitely do not want to do is spend an hour and a half talking to an applicant about the specifics of their project. The way it's been envisioned, it's a 20-minute conversation, half an hour conversation. They just do a very brief, 5-minute overview, and then ask the commission 2 or 3 pointed questions. Do you like office? Do you like residential? Do you think this is viable under historic overlay? Do you think I should come in with a text amendment? Should I rezone? Whatever it is, but it's not a big, let's talk about designing your project for you. It's just asking specific questions of the commission is how I think it would be most valuable to both the commission and to the applicant and to the public.
Do I have any other comments on this proposal? No. In that case, we'll open it up to the public for comment. Does anybody from the public have comment on this? Mr. Pugliese, I saw your hand first.
Good evening, members of the commission.
Yeah, it doesn't work great, so to keep it close.
Paul Pugliese, I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Greenwich Property Owners Association Executive Committee. And regarding 6110, I agree with some of the concerns that the commission has expressed and some of the staff proposals. What I think is a problem, or what we think is a problem, is the moratorium situation. It sends a terrible message to people who are property owners and can also cause financial hardship. But people who are thinking about investing in town, it conveys the fact that the zoning can be unpredictable, that rather than examining the zoning and coming up with amendments, as you have the prerogative to do and have done many, many times in the past, this puts a hold on all multifamily development in town for at least a year.
No, not all.
Or up to a year.
No, not all, just a moderate income.
No.
That's
Just
why it's
moderate
specific
income.
to that one section. So only if you use the incentive.
Only if you're doing moderate income and you want the incentive.
So you can
You can do
still-
multifamily, no, not at all.
In all the business zones,
Absolutely.
Right.
as long as you don't apply for any incentives.
And actually, since we interrupted you, the other thing is, I do agree with you about this consideration about lack of predictability and cost, but without referencing a specific application, one of the things that bothered us was that because there's a lack of clarity and there was a lot of public objection to some of these applications, we kept revising the plans. The approval process was very, very lengthy, and we cost the applicant ended up spending a huge amount of money because they didn't have predictability up front. So we were caught between a rock and a hard place. It's creating controversy. Somebody comes in with an application and it draws out and gets expensive. So how about we just do a freeze quick? And it is not our intent to have it be 12 months. In fact, one of the conversations we had at the briefing yesterday is, how do we make this shorter? The 12-month is just in case something goes like a mess, but we're trying to do this very quickly because we don't want to have it be that somebody had in the back of their minds right now, I want to do a moderate income application, and suddenly they're stopped in their tracks. So we want to be able to move them forward. But if you think about, there was one that dragged on and on and on, and then it turned out not to be financially viable once it got approved. So that's the trade-off.
Because it dragged on and on and on.
Exactly, exactly.
Well, I don't know if that's actually-
And-
know if that's true for the record.
But, okay, but that's a piece of it. The other piece of it was that the way they had envisioned doing some of the work turned out to be very expensive because of the blasting. But at least that's what we've been told. But the bottom line is, the length of the process is a cost, and we recognize that. So we figured we were better to freeze it now than to get somebody, than to be going through something, tweaking it to get it right. I mean, you heard us on 62 Mason tonight. 62 Mason, do you remember when the ARC did it?
Mhm.
That's how long we've had it.
Well-
Because we weren't comfortable. So is that fair? That's where we finally said, let's do a moratorium, let's stop working it. So we're trying to help everybody involved and make it better for everybody. We don't mean to be disadvantaging the property owners.
Well, I just think that the moratorium concept sends a really bad message.
Okay.
Because this is a moratorium for this. Who's to know
Yeah.
whether there's another moratorium coming down the pipe?
Mm-hmm.
So
I hear you.
what I would suggest is that we are very expedient.
Yes, that's our plan.
Get everyone involved,
Good.
but don't stop everything and don't put a 12-month time period on it.
Yeah, we are going to stop everything, is our take, because it doesn't make sense to us that it's so tortured right now. But on the other hand, it is our intent to be expedient, so the stop is very short-term.
So,
But right now.
I respectfully disagree, because
got
I
it.
think what should happen is a proposal
I
or a
understand.
series of proposals and a public hearing, and
I
let's
understand.
talk about it and get it done
Yep.
with, and adopt some amendments as quickly as possible. And
Yes.
for the record, I have no dog in this fight. I'm
No.
just here because of the process that I
The
think is
side that-
not good for economic development in
I
Greenwich.
understand that, but the side that we also have to consider besides the economic development side is the citizen side, the resident side. And we have had a lot of questioning on their part about this regulation. So we are trying to accommodate both groups, and this seems to us like the Solomonic solution.
Well, what do you think about the idea of shortening the
Yeah,
moratorium?
we'll try, no, but let's not cut our noses off. Let's give ourselves the time. We can always come back in.
Well,
and-
you can always extend it. I mean,
No,
I'm just
but
saying
it's
that-
harder to extend. This is
Okay.
what we covered in the briefing yesterday,
Okay.
but it's harder to extend it. So our commitment is to do it very quickly, but we wouldn't want to cut the period now and lock ourselves in. Because it's harder per staff, it's much harder to extend.
Well, I mean, I think.
Or that's
if
what you said in your email, so I'm assuming that that's right.
No, I had suggested that you do cut it down.
Oh, I
had said-
misunderstood it
no, I
completely.
had said that 12 months, I think, is a huge amount of time, but I think you can't, if you wanted to set up, let's say, in 3 months, X will be completed, and I think in 6 months, I would imagine we'd be back to.
Oh, I
the
misread it. I
regulation.
thought you said you did it.
No, I was saying it the other way.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry, I got it totally backwards. Okay, so then, Mr. Levy, your suggestion, responding to Mr. Pugliese's?
Yes, I mean, what if you did it 6 months and if, with the option of extending it another 3 months if you need?
I think actually, no, I think with 12 months is probably way too much time. We can get it done, but we need to really kind of build the time in. I think actually having too much time is 12 months. So we can get this done in 6.
So you want to say 6?
No, I want to say 12. Okay,
Oh,
because
I
if I get it done in 2 weeks, we're done. If we get it done in 8 months, oops, we're beyond our 6.
That's fine.
Okay, who has comments other than Mr. McRae? Don't go away.
The point is that I think there's a commitment on the part of the commission to get after this as quickly as possible. There's no interest in delaying this, and I think establishing a one-year ceiling, if you will, is reasonable if you take into consideration that the intent here is to get this done sooner rather than later. And let's not focus on, wait a minute, a year is too long. Well, it's not the intent of the commission to spend a year on it. I mean, we're kind of arguing about, it's sort of arbitrary. It'll take as long
No,
as
it's
it takes.
just the
and
process
everybody's
we're
on the
arguing over.
No, but everybody's on the same page in terms of wanting to get this done.
I think what it really comes down to, and I know the commission in the past has said that the economics are not as much of a concern as the land use, but this whole concept, the 6110, revolves around economics. If the idea is to try to create moderate income housing, and you say, well, the bulk has to go down, the FAR has to go down, then we
Yes.
wind up with the same situation we've had for the last 30
Right.
years, where no one takes advantage of the incentive because the incentive is not really
Correct.
there. So we have to run, if you're doing this, you really need to run economic models from the people
Okay. To be
who
honest
build
with
it.
you, we have already reached out for that, and that is in process, so that it was really after we reached out, we said, okay, so we're going to hear about that. He's not here tonight, but Mr. Hardman has done a fair amount of work on thinking through some of these issues. But that is the process. And one of the things that we would like to do is hear more from the developers exactly, because you triple the FAR in the 0.3 zone, you go to 0.9. You add 20% of your units are moderate income at the area median income, which is pretty significant. Where's your trade-off? And is that a good trade-off? And that's one of the questions. And I know the commission shouldn't be addressing economics entirely, but it's hard not to when you're giving incentives. So one of the reasons that Nick mentioned reaching out to the community is that we want to validate some of those assumptions and questions we have. In the 0.5 FAR zone, you're less than doubling. In the 0.3, you're tripling it. Does that make sense?
If you recall, I spoke against 6110 when you first proposed it.
And so now you're back.
Because of some
Exactly.
of the
Yes.
the bulk issues.
Exactly. So we're going to do this as fast as we can. We've got the POCD almost completely finished, as you know. So we're going to be able to. So we're going to be able to move with it. And I do understand you that a moratorium is an iffy signal. I get that, but we just didn't feel we had a choice.
The only other thing I would request is that we currently don't have any real affordable housing provisions, and we really should probably work that into a
So-
6110 type of regulation.
He's been reading. Okay, so I love that. So actually, I'll just lay it out there. That's exactly what I wanted to look at, was whether we could expand the 6110 so that if you did, I think it gets very close if you do at 80% of state median. The economics are okay. At 60 and 40, you can't. The economics aren't good if you're
Right.
doing 60 and 40, but if you did
Then
80%.
the density has to get too high.
If you did, exactly, but if you did 80% of state median, your economics could work well enough that you wouldn't need a big FAR push, and you would get, now for the point system on 830G, the way the state counts it, when we do housing that's at 0.8 of the state median, we're only given a half a point of credit, correct? I think it's a half a point. I hope I don't have it totally backwards, but, so that would be, but still, it's better than nothing. So we had, internally, I've talked to Katie about whether or not we could marry a piece of 830G compliance with the 6110.
And just food for thought on that one. We do actually have a section, it's the SU zone. Obviously, it's not particularly popular since it hasn't been used in a long time, but just for the record, we do have that section. And just a food for thought, just as we're
Noodling.
thinking about this, yeah. The problem with bringing those two together into the equation is that under 830G, the units have to be the exact same quality as the units in the remainder of the development as the market rate part, whereas we're making, we come up with our own rules under moderate income. So if you're going to be subsidizing units that have to be under.
Do you think that's a
under the-
problem?
I think the problem with it, if just as a potential solution, and I did kind of allude to it in the staff report, as a potential solution, if you have more moderate income units, let's just say 30%, whatever the number is, but they don't have to be of the same quality or size, that's, again, potentially a way to get more units. you know, and at the same time, not overburden the developers to subsidize those units. So, you know, and if you don't get that flexibility under 830G.
Do you still have the comments that you gave us when you objected in 2015?
I can check.
You probably
I
have
should.
them saved deep in some hard drive. Could
Yeah.
you resend those to us?
Sure.
Just to see them and see what you said and what, because you've got a lot of thought behind it, and you probably haven't changed your mind much. So, and maybe add to that and give us your thoughts on, maybe it is possible to have something that is of the same quality as the market rate, but how would you do
Probably be better
that?
to do that with size rather than quality, so you're not creating two classes of housing in the same
See, you don't want to
project.
have two classes of housing in the same building. That's all the research tells you. You've got to treat people the same. Okay, all right,
Thanks.
so thank you. And I saw Mr. Haslam. We see you.
I had
Oh,
something to add to Mr. Haslam.
Oh, to Mr. Pugliese?
No,
Oh.
just a suggestion.
Okay.
I was thinking that if we were concerned about the 12-month period and having transparency in our reg, we could add at the end of section, the proposed amendment says that the expiration of this moratorium shall not exceed 12 months from the effective date of the
Perfect.
adoption, unless extended by the Planning and Zoning Commission.
She's a lawyer.
We could add something that says, like, the expiration date of this moratorium may be shortened by the, likewise, the expiration date of this moratorium may be shortened by the Planning and Zoning Commission. That would give us transparency in the amendment.
Well, I think that's what shall not exceed means. If you're gonna go that route, I think you should go with what Peter suggested, which is X, and then it could be extended if the commission desires
Can
at
we
that time. So
approve
let's
it?
say you say 6 months and
If we change the number of months, can we still do it tonight?
if you change, yeah, I mean, I think
Okay.
because you're not making, if you went to 16 months, I think that would be a problem, but since it's going the
Okay.
other direction.
All right, Mr. Haslam.
Thank you. Chip Haslam from Johnson, Haslam, and Hogeman. I'm really comforted by what I've heard tonight. When I first heard about this moratorium about 10 days ago, I was concerned. I had one application in the hopper, 1205, and I had another one about ready to come in. I was concerned that this moratorium would result ultimately in just basically doing away with 6-110, that it would just die in the vine. I'm very comforted by Katie's explanation of what you're trying to do. I think it's a good idea. We're looking forward to working with you when you try to tweak it, if we can be of assistance. And I really appreciate the fact that you're trying to do it quickly. That was another concern that I had as well. I also want to say that I really appreciate staff, Katie and department heads working with us to get in at least one application a day.
Yes.
It's been in there for a while.
Yep.
That's really a decent thing to do, given the fact this moratorium was just pending tonight, and changing your schedules, et cetera, was great.
Well, we were concerned also that there might be applications out there that we don't know about, that haven't come in to Katie yet, and that we're going to come in, somebody was going to come in and talk to her next week, and
Right.
boom, they're out in the cold now. So that's why we want to move it quickly, because it's to be supportive of people.
Well, that's good, because I was also going to say I've had other interest in other properties from
okay.
people, but weren't ready yet. It takes a long time. For instance, 100
Yep.
East Putnam Avenue, it's been a year in the making.
Right.
And a lot of it is me talking to investors and explaining to them how the zoning process works and how the section works
Mm-hmm.
and what the odds are of getting approval, for what size, et cetera. They want comfort. So I think if you can provide comfort when you're talking about the incentives and some certainty, more certainty,
Yes.
while dealing with public perceptions, I think that'd be great. But I appreciate it. As I said, I'm greatly comforted by what I've heard tonight compared to how I felt 10 days
And
ago.
we want to, Katie could have told you up front that the intent was not to shut this down. All you had to do was just not to shut it down, but to make it clearer and to have it also work for residents, because we've really had an outcry against, I mean, if you remember Sheep Hill. had
Right.
Significant
I do remember.
opposition.
In Sound Beach.
In Sound
And
Beach.
Sound Beach had significant,
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember.
Do you remember that, too?
Do you remember that, attorney?
Uh-huh.
So.
It was in stereo, as I recall.
Yeah, so, yes, so that's that balancing, and that's what we were saying to Mr. Pugliese.
Okay.
That we have to balance that people had concerns. People do want moderate income housing,
Right.
Nobody would tell you it's a bad thing, but they got upset about how many stories and,
Yeah, and I think that, truth be told, too, that most of the developers that I deal with, and the land use advisors, et cetera, a lot of them either grew up in Greenwich or have lived in Greenwich many years. I mean, we're locals, too. So we prefer to have your local control under 6-110 rather than 8-30G. So we're supportive of that.
Gotta figure out
And
if we can do
to the extent that it provides sufficient incentives for the clients to go in that direction.
yeah, I think this question of, can we do the quality? Can we comply with 830G and still do it in small bulk? We would really like that. So that's a goal, and that's why I was thinking, even if it's not much, 80% of median, it gets us somewhere.
Well, if you can get it up to that level, because otherwise, I mean, that's the problem with the state medium. It really kills it.
80%
for a
of
big
state
project.
is the best we could do
Yep.
under 830G, but hey, it's something.
No, I agree. So appreciate your efforts
Okay.
in this regard. As I said, I'm greatly comforted by whatever.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Haslam. Does anybody else in the public have a comment on this proposal? Okay. No, Mr. Hagney. Wait, you're working tonight, you can't comment.
Just briefly, I thought I'd give you the perspective of the one that went on and on and on.
Just state your name for the record.
Tom Hegney. The regulation that you are looking to put a moratorium on didn't come out of the blue. It actually came out of the discussions from the prior Plan of Conservation Development that started in 2007, which is about when I started the project that went on and on and on. And from the Plan of Conservation Development, we had the Housing Task Force that the first selectman founded.
And that I was on.
And that had a number of very, very significant and important and
Yes.
cogent suggestions. From that, the Community Development Partnership was developed.
Correct.
And that went on for a number of years. And
Correct.
I assisted them in that process. And then it came to you, and you said, you know, we realize you've worked a lot on this and that you really wanted to accomplish something, but we think it's a little too aggressive, and we need to go back and work on that again. We filed a couple of other applications that included amendments to what the Community Development Partnership had presented. And eventually, we came up with what you have now. And there needs to be some kind of incentive.
We totally get that.
And it's important that it be economically viable, as well as working within the area. Now, when you have a project that is on a state highway, which is East and West Putnam Avenue, there's going to be more intense development. Whatever you do, you will not come up with a plan that will both make it economically viable and not have people objecting to it, because that's just not the way life is. So,
But we have a meter.
but you do need, I know, you have that balancing and the pendulum swinging and all that kind of stuff. But you really need to be looking at, what are you trying to accomplish? And that's where we started with the Plan of Conservation Development in 2009. If you want to provide moderate income housing in town or affordable housing in town, there has to be an incentive. And because of the cost of land and development here. And so you really need to be looking at that goal and how do you accomplish it.
Right.
And so that's, I don't want that to be lost in
No, we've been
in the
talking-
shuffle of, gee, we don't want people objecting to any plans that come in.
No.
Because unfortunately,
We
that's why you get the big bucks.
No, we weren't born yesterday, and we get it. We want to have moderate income housing. We know how important it is, and we know how important it is to attract entry-level people who are moving out of the city, first time to Greenwich. Mr. Yeski can speak to you at length about how much he pushed in the POCD for us to provide for that. So feel free to jump in anytime.
Actually,
So-
he has already, so I've heard it.
Oh, you've heard his?
Yes.
Okay, so no, we're not losing sight of that. And we know we want it, but it's just this issue of, is there a better balance?
Yeah, and that is something that
Go ahead.
you need to be grappling with.
You get to listen to him again.
No, I'm not going to go there. But
Okay.
I would like to know, when you were looking at this in the past, did you run any kind of models, economics? The economics may be different today, because back in '04, '05, '06, the market was like this, and now it's more like this, so the economics changed.
You know, it was the, and the economics and the, what people are looking to build and occupy in town is
Different.
changing. You saw that with the mill in Glenville.
Right.
Where you take all that office space, and someone asked Eric Schwartz, well, are you going to have this forever? And he said, well, we thought we were going to have the office space forever, but that was 40 years ago. So, you know, things do change. I think there is a push to have housing here, and I think quality housing, just like what you're seeing in Portchester and in
Well, you
Stamford,
anticipated my
in a
second
different way.
question, which was the use. I was going to ask you if you actually varied the uses in there, but. at
We
that time-
did actually come in with more apartments on the second time when you approved it last year, and that helped with not just the mix, because the office space didn't seem to be all that attractive on a second floor in that part of town. But it was also what allowed us to reduce the amount of parking, and that enabled us to raise the bottom of the parking garage and bring it in off of Sheep Hill, which substantially reduced the construction costs.
Yeah.
And that was the big factor
Yeah, but
there.
that also, you had retail in there at one point, which.
No, the whole first floor was
thing,
gonna be
and that all
retail.
got changed in the process,
Yeah.
elongating. I was just curious to see,
Yeah.
you had somehow modeled out the balance
Right.
on different uses at that time, but it doesn't sound like you
It-
got that far.
With the plan that is ready to go forward now for construction, you have more housing as part of it, and you have reduced commercial. And maybe that's another direction to go in.
One of the things that we're actually have some caution about is we can't respond to temporary fluctuations in the rental market. And one of the reasons I think it's up to at least 60 additional units if you add in the new application. So we've gotten twice as many units in 4 years as we had in 30. So
So all of
So,
a sudden,
but-
you have a regulation that's working.
And so yes and no, because what's underlies that is that the rental market is 23% stronger nationwide today than it was in 2007, before the recession. So you have this surge in the rental market for a variety of reasons. What we don't want to do is be led astray by that. That is one of the factors that's making this regulation successful. But we don't want to go, oh, wow, this is going to be great, because then the rental market will get soft again and the regulation still has to work. That's actually our biggest challenge right now, is we're seeing this number of applications because the rental market has been very strong for the market rate. The market rates are very attractive. Well, we can't count on that, so we have to make sure the regulation will continue to work after we revise it, even if the rental market gets soft. That is very tough, and that's actually what my thinking's been caught on, as well as I believe when we were in the POCD discussions, everybody's a little caught on that one.
I
But-
guess my only thought was, don't gut what you
No,
spent
we're
a
not
lot
going
of
to.
time working on, and what has provided an incentive for moderate income housing.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hegney. Anybody else want to throw in some 2 cents on moderate income housing? Mr. Cohen? It's attorney night here. No, okay, all right, so Mr. O'Hanlon is hiding in the back. Okay, all right. With that, then if we have no other public comment, you guys don't have anything else to add, we can discuss later on, we can discuss what we want to do about the time period. And with that, we'll close this application then and decide this later on tonight?
Yes.
Okay? All right. Mr. LaRoe, did you figure out who's seated now for the train station? Oh, no, train station, we know we have Gus, and then it's after the train station that, okay. You were working on it, all right. And so with that, we're moving to number 5, which is Greenwich Plaza, Inc., the zoning text amendment. I figured we'd do that, and then we'll do all the other ones. Site plan later, text amendment first? Or what have we done? Are we opening them all?
We usually do.
Okay, we'll open them all at the same time again. So that's number 6, Greenwich Plaza, Inc., for the preliminary coastal site plan and special permit at 2 through 28 Railroad. And number 7, the same applicant at 2 Steamboat Road. Mr. Cohen, good evening. But
Good
could we
evening.
start with the text amendment discussion?
Ms. Alban, thank you very much. This is a continuation of the hearings that began. Bruce Cohen, of a hearing that began last July, continued to the Commission's hearing at the end of last month, and it relates to the proposal that's made by Greenwich Plaza, Inc., to make major renovations, reconstruction improvements to both the north side of the railroad tracks on property that they own on Railroad Avenue, and the south side as well, with respect to the new smaller train station and traffic and drop-off pickup improvements that they're proposing. To touch briefly on the zoning amendments, if you recall, Ms. Alban, we began the proposal with some very specific amendments dealing with those issues that related to what the project needed to make revisions. As you remember, there are increases in size, floor area, coverage of that arise from both the train station on the north side as well as the cinema. The square footage of the other portions, other commercial portions of the property on the north side of the tracks remain essentially the same. So it's because of the increase in size of the train station and of the new cinema that the zoning amendments are being requested. At the suggestion of the staff, we've modified those amendments to, in fact, require a new zone, an overlay zone. Ma'am?
This was the discussion yesterday, and I'm sure it was relayed to you. From the applicant's point of view, what do you believe is a better alternative? The original approach of doing variances, tweaking some of the regulation, or, well, you wouldn't be able to, variances was a problem because of the hardship, so you had to tweak the regulation, or doing this new zone. What do you see in your fairly significant experience as being a better path to be taking? Because that's one of the questions we were talking about yesterday.
I like the TOD.
Okay.
And the reason that I like it is you sort of touched on it in a comment that you made regarding the affordable housing discussion, and that had to do with keying incentives to a level of benefit, in effect. And I think that there's greater opportunity for the commission to make those determinations in the overlay zone. And if I were on the commission, I think that's what I would like too. And I like the fact that it's an overlay zone, and it's fairly limited in scope. Of course, the area that would be impacted by it is up to the commission. We've made some suggestions. We've had some back and forth with the staff, but that's something for future discussion.
So on that, I think the commission, from the comments at the briefing yesterday, the commission is pretty unanimous to bring that as small and as tight as possible so that it meets the goals of train station development and doesn't look to the future, what you might do at some other property that's nearby, but just stick to the knitting. What is the goal right now? And that was one of the things that we wanted to be able to give you some guidance on that as you go forward on it. I hadn't thought about it in terms of the incentives. That's a good point. So is there any other area of, one other thing I wanted to ask you about the TOD. So this is a mixed zone right now, combined. It's got on 2 zones. Is there a possibility we could make the underlying zone, unify the underlying zone?
You could.
I mean, just to
There
make
was
it
a-
clean.
There was a zone change I don't know if you remember. You're too
No, I'm
young.
not that old.
Yeah.
I just look at.
But years ago, there was a change to CGBR from CB.
From CGB. We do that too.
On the eastern side of Railroad Avenue.
On the Morgan Manhattan site.
No,
Because I
a
think
part
that-
of the railroad station site.
Oh, I see, because
Yeah.
I think you've rezoned the Morgan Manhattan site relatively recently
That
also.
was at a time that the commission approved an addition to the theater itself to add additional auditorium.
Got it.
Yeah.
There's several zones within the Central Greenwich Impact Overlay Zone, just to note that.
Right.
But all that zone really does is it triggers a different process once you get over a certain size.
It's
But
just.
I think the idea really in terms of the overlay zone is that the commission can be mindful of the opportunities presented by public transportation. Not just the train station, but it is our kind of a transportation hub in terms of the Uber, Lyft traffic that accesses the railroad station, the bus stop, the shuttle buses. It's become more of a hub, and I think as trains, and you've heard statistics about that, as train travel becomes more important, given the state of our highways, it's something that I think the commission should focus on in terms of future planning. And so that's why I think that TOD is the right approach, but obviously it's up to the commission. It's one of the areas that we're seeking guidance. I also was interested in Katie's comment about the whole idea of adopting a pre-application process under 7-159, I think, which I really wish had been in effect for this project.
So do we.
Could have come to the commission at an earlier stage.
Yep.
We wouldn't have spent quite as much time and money on things that were not as significant as far as an initial review is concerned. And we're going to come to you tonight with some specific answers to some specific issues that you raised. But as an opening matter, I would just like to point out that the reason that we made, in the absence of a pre-application process, the reason that we made this preliminary application is to get some direction from the commission in terms of our ability to proceed with this project. We need to have some answers to questions that only you can give us. For example, we've assumed from the beginning, based upon talking to people, based on a number of public comments that we got, that the retention of a film theater in town was an important issue. And so a lot of this is built around the film theater. The film theater as it exists right now is unlikely to be able to continue as it is right now. So if we're going to proceed to have a theater in town, the last of what I remember to be 3 theaters in town, we've got to be able to do it in a way that is acceptable to the commission and yet serves the financial goals of the operator of the theater. If the commission makes the determination that you would rather not have a theater, the Ashworth company will continue to plan around that. In other words, it's not a critical element from its point of view. We'd like to do it because we think it's a nice community facility. A lot of the community groups that use the theater have come out, as you remember, to support this. But it's, from our point of view, we just need some direction.
I'd like to comment, before I turn it to the commission, I'd like to comment on your letter. and some of the research that you did about the impact that having a theater has on downtown, and you had examples from New Haven, Schenectady, Richmond, and you also mentioned some other communities in which Bowtie works. But the objections that we received at the last meeting about the impact on the community, the research that you have in your letter would indicate that, in fact, the reconstructions and the new theaters have been a positive for the surrounding business community and have actually grown the local businesses, and the restaurants have prospered. Now, I know that one of the concerns about the theater is that if it's very successful, there will be a greater parking demand. But you are providing, there is sufficient parking, pretty much, almost sufficient, based on our regulations. So I just wanted to note that that was in your letter as a response to the other side that was presented to us at the last meeting. And then, would the commission like to make comments on the continuing the theater at this location? Mr. Lowe, anything that you would like to add to that? Are you in favor?
May I interrupt, Ms. Allen,
Yeah.
just to make one point? There's a counter issue that you've got to take into consider when you ask and answer that question, and that is the question that Mr. McRae and Mr. Levy have raised, whether or not the architecture is going to be suitable for this location. And they've suggested that we go back and see if we could split the operation to provide.
And we saw your answer
kind
to
of
that.
a bilateral architectural approach, which we did, and that was apparently not acceptable to either Conduit or Bowtie Cinema from their own operational points
Right.
of view.
We saw that in your letter. In fact, we discussed it at the briefing yesterday. The comments, I'm not finding them at the moment, but you've got,
I think that it's a little curious to me. I don't know that much about their operations, except that the bigger theaters are all split. I mean, one in Port Chester, the one in White Plains. Both, there's 2 or 3 wings, depending on how large it is. So I don't really understand that too well, but maybe you could explain to me.
The one in Portchester I'm familiar with, there is a central lobby where food service is had. And then you're right, there are 2 wings where the auditorium are.
I'm doing the other.
But that central lobby only serves that cinema. There are no other functions there except the theater function. In our case, we've got a railroad station in the middle.
Got it.
And neither the railroad station nor Bowtie can sacrifice the square footage to the operation of the other party. That's
So-
our issue.
So, what's in?
That is a
Mr. Levy?
two-story space. So one story could be, the ground floor can be for the theaters, and the second floor can be for the.
Second floor is where the platforms are.
Yeah, exactly. So
How do
there
you
you
get
go.
there?
Mr. Cohen, let's, actually, I want to take a step back, really, and take address something that Ms. Alban had said. We're talking about other locations of Bowtie Cinema that were put in and were a benefit to the areas where they were put in. As I'm reading it here, New Haven, Bowtie opened Criterion Cinemas in a historic building in a largely abandoned area across from a derelict shopping mall. Schenectady, downtown was largely decimated when General Electric downsized some years ago. Richmond, Virginia, an ambitious project. Bowtie purchased a former locomotive assembly plant, turned it into a 21-screen theater. The area surrounding had no restaurants, no shops, so on and so forth. Those are interesting ideas, they're interesting installations, but downtown's not decimated. So I'm not too sure if that really applies and if we're going to be bringing business back. I want to get back to what we were talking about just now. Is your narrative talks about The cinema operator concluded definitively that the split facility would be unfeasible for its operation and a deal breaker. And then more importantly, this option was discussed with Connecticut Condot, adamantly opposed. Specifically, Condot indicated that it cannot have a cinema operations, queuing, selling tickets, buying concessions occurring in the train station. I understand that, and I think there was some confusion from what we said the last time. I don't think our suggestion was actually having the lobby in the station. It was actually in the mezzanine at the same level of where it is now, bridging both sides. So you would actually come up to the stairs, you're on the platform, but there was another set of stairs to that mezzanine level. And it seemed to me that that could be completely closed off and completely separate from the lobby area, which is, to me, train operations going in the front door, up the steps and onto the platform. Right now, as it's proposed in front of us, you go into the lobby, up the stairs, bypass the platform, go up another set of stairs, and you're at the door to the cinema. And it would seem to me that actually what I think we were trying to say is it's in the lobby and connects what would be two parts of the building to either side, but closed off from the train operations. In addition, if what I'm reading here is Connecticut DOT doesn't want anything happening in the lobby of the train station, then we're not having tables, chairs, or any kind of food service. Nothing's happening there. It's a wide open space for people to come in, go upstairs, and go to the platform. Right? That's the case, and we're not going to have tables and chairs from the food marts or whatever things that are floating around adjacent to it. The deal breaker issue. I'm not concerned. It's not my concern if it's a deal breaker. My concern is actually giving something to the town of Greenwich that it's appropriate. And like I've said before in the previous meetings we've had, we're taking the mass from one side and putting it on the other. Looking at the newest drawings, they are a benefit. I've seen the changes. I appreciate the changes. I'm still kind of stuck with that mass being on one end. The brick is great. The arched windows actually go back to the architecture that was suggested by some of the other members here. But I think we should get back and actually take a really good look at what's happening with that, because I think having the mass in the center of the street as opposed to loaded at either end is a problem for the town.
Well, Mr. McElroy, you do care if it's a deal breaker because it's part of your decision. Do you want a cinema or not? We've presented to Condot exactly what you have in mind, and that's what they said. And that's exactly what Bowtie said. And for them, it's a deal breaker. So all that means is if you don't want the theater, tell us now, because that's the way it's going to have to look. And if you don't want it looking that way, we'll come back with something else. But it just won't be a theater. We can't do it.
Go ahead, guys. Mr. Lowe?
I'm listening to this, and I'm not sure I think there's maybe a disconnect. And my understanding was the response from the applicant and Bowtie was that we can't do it because we're all over here and we have to go through this other common area. And what members of the commission have suggested is that that area that connects the two halves of or components of the theater, left and right, be a discrete area dedicated to theater operations. So there would not be any compromising of the station area. And so my question to you is, did Bowtie consider that? Or did they just say, it's a deal breaker, we don't want to be bifurcating the function?
You know, unfortunately, the gentleman from Bowtie who has addressed the commission in the past has just had an operation, so he couldn't be here tonight. But I think that maybe Darrell Harvey from the Ashworth Company, who has been in touch directly with him, might be able to answer that question.
Hi, Darrell Harvey from the Ashworth Company. Good evening, everyone. I've spoken with Bowtie several times about this. Probably simplest to cut to the chase. Operating the theater with 3 or 4 auditorium on one side of the station and 3 on the other side does not work for them.
But that's what Lowe's does. That's why we're so
No,
confused about that.
they have a food operation now. It's a different service. It's food and alcohol and serving the theaters. So the kitchen operation is completely different from what you're used to in most of the theaters. Also, the men's and ladies' rooms, they'd have to do them on both sides. They, in effect, have to create two separate theaters. That's what they've explained to us, and they're just not interested in that. So I'm just trying to make it simple. And I've confirmed it with the the COO and the CEO. That just is not, from their point of view, operationally, it does not work to split the theaters. So as Attorney Cohen has said, if that's the only way that the commission would have the theaters, it's just not going to work for them, and they're sorry because they'd like to do it. I do have some other comments on the massing and putting it in for other reasons for why. In addition to that, why we think it makes sense to mass it on the other side.
I just have to ask you one question. Is it an issue that is unspoken here, and I have this anecdotally, that Planet Pizza is remaining and not wanting to move or something like that? Are you having an issue, let me ask it differently. Are you having an issue with us saying on one story of the new building you're proposing, it's the theater, it's the connection for the theater, and on another story, it's the train station? You have a two-story building. The train station's a two-story building.
Right.
One story is all theater, another story is train station. Theater is connected. The only reason that somebody would say this doesn't work is because of the retail that is on the sides of this. Well, then what's I don't see it. The theater, I kind of see Nick's question here because
We'd like a better and more detailed explanation of the problem because we don't understand the problem.
Okay, well,
I
let
mean,
me,
I'm
why don't I
confused.
take
Yeah.
another
If one
shot
floor,
at it?
Yeah.
okay, so the sentence from Condot says, when this option was discussed with the Connecticut Department of Transportation, it was adamantly opposed because it cannot have any cinema operations occurring in the train station. Okay? We're not saying put it on the train station floor. We're saying theater on the first floor, train station on the second floor. You've got to, no, because your platforms are on the upper level.
Well, You're saying just the theater entrance on the first floor. The theaters themselves would still be on the second floor?
Yeah, you've got a connected
Right.
area, and then you go off to just like you go into those multiplexes. You come into the middle, and you go boom down one hall or boom down the other. I'm not seeing how that's so hard.
Right. Well, they're correct that there are two issues. What was conveyed to us, and there may have been miscommunication, was a sharing of the lot.
That was me that didn't understand that, okay,
Right.
so,
So
okay,
that
I'll
was-
back off
That was
on
issue
that.
one.
I'm good.
That doesn't work for the train
Got it.
station. Or issue number two,
No, it doesn't work under any level. It doesn't, that doesn't
Right,
make any
exactly,
sense.
on any
I
level.
understand.
issue number two is, would Bowtie separate their operations so that they had one set of theaters or auditorium? That you got to use the terminology. They use auditorium, and the theater is the whole thing. But the viewing, the auditorium, the auditoria, I suppose, to be accurate. that
Second
you would have-
declension, neuter.
Yes, exactly. That they would have, that they would be completely separated. They have made it very clear to me, and they're very sorry they couldn't be here tonight. He's actually on painkillers, and he was very sorry he couldn't be here.
We are too.
As I conveyed the last time, so I confirmed it also with the CEO. They have no interest in trying to operate the theaters separated from side to side because of what it does to their actual operation, their staff, their kitchen, and
But
their...
the kitchen's in the middle on the first floor.
Well, then, that's where the station is.
No, the
No,
station on
no.
the second floor.
Right.
We're not trying to separate the
To have
theater.
the kitchen, the men's rooms, their whole central operation, and the reception area on the first floor in one place, so it's in the center, is, I just don't think is feasible in the space which our
Well, we're gonna
architect
ask you, I think where we're coming out is we're gonna ask you to look at it again. We would like to have, no comments from the public, please. We would like to have a theater. I think we're all agreed on that. We think it's important for the town. I feel that way. Does anybody disagree with me before I speak for us all?
I think that's, you're going in the right direction.
Okay, everybody good? We want a theater.
But-
We want a theater.
But
Mr. Cohen, we want a
your
theater.
intent on doing it one way, there are many ways to
Now.
you know, to slice this. And I don't think.
I wasn't done. Hold on a second,
Yes.
you guys. I took a breath. The other thing that we talked about yesterday, yeah, you're laughing because I do it to everybody all the time. I interrupt people all the time, I know that. Okay, so the other thing was the parking that you're building. Now there, my sense is it would be better to have that parking be continuous. You're proposing to have those spaces underneath the movie theater. If what you were saying was it doesn't make sense for us to have that parking on the first level be split, then I would understand it. I mean, the reasons you're giving, I'm not getting, but there are some reasons I understand, like a problem with the retail that you already have on the strip, or that parking, the 55 spaces that you're building, because it would require splitting those potentially, and maybe you don't want to do that. If you had a 3 and 3,
With the station in the middle.
with a station and the theater
Let's
lobby
not
in the middle.
concentrate on the
Right.
station. Let's
Well,
just concentrate
they go together.
on the
And
theaters.
so you can't, the amount of central equipment, et cetera, that the theater would need is going to take out the first floor of the station. So if you want to convert just to a one-floor station on the second floor, eliminate the whole appearance of the station. The whole station would have to be redesigned if you were trying to have theaters extend, and then they'd be going up on either side, I suppose, and it would totally change the design of the station to try to create what Bowtie is saying they don't want to have for their operation, is have the two separate theaters. I do have a couple of thoughts on on this sort of symmetry issue, if I could make them.
Breathe.
The way that we have looked at the architecture, and Frank Pryl could address this better, is that this building will not be viewed from directly in front of it very often. And if it is viewed from in front of it, it's just from across the street. There is no esplanade, there's no main road coming down, there's no plaza in front of it. The main objective of our development is trying to bring Greenwich Avenue down around onto Railroad Avenue. Right now, it's blocked by the big theater, which at the time it was built, Greenwich Avenue down the lower end wasn't as developed. So moving that from the Greenwich Avenue side to the Arch Street side has some major benefits. We're going to move some of our retail from the east side over to the west side. We also want the retail to be as appealing as possible when you come down Greenwich Avenue and turn right, and you'll be able to see the retail and be able to see the station, which if you have theaters against that station on the east side, you block the view of the station. Secondly, the idea of the theaters is they act like an anchor when you're doing a development like this. They bring people to them. It's sort of like in a mall, a shopping center, a department store, or a movie theater. It attracts people to it while they're then going by the retail and the restaurants and so forth. Furthermore, down at the other end away from Greenwich Avenue, you have a parking lot, the car dealerships, and a busy road, whereas when it's positioned over on Steamboat, you've got it right at the base of Greenwich Avenue with an area that we think can be developed and connected further to the south. So for all those reasons, from a functional point of view, we view it as wanting to have them be very different, not it to look symmetrical, because the uses are completely different, and we think that that mass of that building over the parking lots and near the car dealerships down on Arch Street is a much better view when you're coming around Greenwich Avenue and coming down Railroad to the retail and the restaurants that are there. So for all those reasons and some others, we think since you're not viewing the building directly in front, or you're just not walking down and there's a big Esplanade or something where you see the building and you are going to notice symmetry or not symmetry. We like the idea of the movie theater looking very different, having a totally different purpose. And from Greenwich Avenue, when you're walking up, you would see nice retail and then the wall of the two-story station, which would be a nice two-story station and present a place for people to gather. And we think that really is hurt by trying to make symmetry in a block where you have no view from the center of the block. Only when you're standing directly across from about maybe 50 feet away or so, you're going to see the building. But if you walk down Greenwich Avenue and turn right and look and see what this would look like, and Frank could address this far better than I can, the functionality for a success of this development and moving as much retail toward Greenwich Avenue as we can. There would only be one retail store left to the east of the station. All the other two stores that are now to the east of the station would move over toward Greenwich Avenue, going where the existing theater is. So we really have looked at this as different functions and not something that's one grand mass that has to be symmetrical. And so that's how we, and I understand exactly what Mr. Macri is saying. If you were looking at this from the center and it was all one function, and you look at the grand stations elsewhere.
I think
so
one of the
I just
things,
wanted to point that. Plus, it happens to work for the theater. Should I
one of the
be asking
issues
Frank
I think we're
to talk about
in 1
this?
second. I just want to address the thoughts on symmetry. I think the thought on the symmetry was actually to get to a common point, but I think my thoughts are not to create a symmetry there, but it's actually that's the point that it should be used. It's trying to get the mass of the building that's now on Arch Street more distributed across Railroad Avenue. Not that you're going to see that symmetry. Nobody would ever really notice it unless you're trained to do that. But on one side, on Arch or Steamboat, you have the retail story. On the Arch Street side, you have 2 stories of parking plus buildings plus mechanical. I think what I was really trying to do is actually pull that back. Just in the case you're talking about, that particular intersection is really one of the gateways to Greenwich, and really opening that up and not crowd it with buildings. Right now, it's actually kind of an unfortunate situation because we've got inventory for a dealership. We have a gas station and a really nondescript office building. So we have an opportunity here to open that up to really create something better on that corner. I think there were a number of things that were done to the building that I really appreciate. I think my biggest concern is just splitting it in half. I understand the operational issues that this operator has. And not to put a fine point on this, but I have a really pointed question here. Is there another operator that would actually be willing to do that?
But if I could, before you answer that, you guys, if it is the movie theater altogether or no movie theater, where do you guys come out?
Movie theater.
Movie theater. Lo? Movie theater altogether or no movie theater?
I look at this differently, but if you want a
Black and
yes
white.
or no.
I don't want the consultant's
I think the
answer.
movie theater is a good thing.
Okay, so I think, I know you're waiting for your answer, but if you haven't convinced us of the logistics of why no. But if you could convince us completely of the logistics, we would rather have a movie theater. We would rather have that, okay? There's clear consensus from us, and he owes Mr. McRae an answer, so hang tight, okay? But the clear consensus, we do want that. In fact, I'm taking advantage of the fact that I have the floor before you answer, Mr. McRae. One of the things that I found out trying to research the success of this movie theater is that a lot of these luxury movie theaters actually thrive from having special events, that's what makes them economically viable. So that if you were able to, in this space, accommodate certain kinds of events, which some of the local smaller theaters do. There's one to the north, for example, that does those, and that it makes a huge financial difference to them. I believe you're well acquainted with them. That's a help to that, to the financial viability of this theater. But coming back to it, we're having trouble getting our brains around why you're saying no. There's some thought also, not everybody on the commission's in favor of splitting the theater in two, to be honest with you. There's some question about that, but we would like to fully understand, for Mr. McRae to be satisfied and Mr. Levy to be satisfied as to why not, and Mr. Lowe as well? Okay, why not? We can go on coffee break while you do that.
No, that's okay. I was just trying to keep all the questions in
Well, I
in
wasn't.
my head, because
Yeah,
I had
I'll
Mr.
come back. I know.
Macrae's
Yeah.
too. His first was the entranceway to Greenwich, which we've looked at. And when you come, if you're coming from the highway, and you come down and you go under the railroad tracks and the massive overpass with the block walls that jog down, by the time you get through that and you get to this intersection, you're not turning around to the right and looking up to see if there's a building up over you to the right. There would still be a park there, or plantings that would be recessed, and you're not going to be viewing it. You see it more, frankly, coming down from Soundview. As you're entering Greenwich, you're really not going to be, because you're coming under that underpass, I don't think you're really going to be seeing that. The second thing is, as far as Bowtie has been working with us. They're not making, either of us are not making money on the theater. They have a tremendous franchise in this area, and we have agreed with them because they'd like to try to have the theater here, and it's owned by a resident of Greenwich who wants to do it for Greenwich, that we would work with them to try to design this. They put a lot of time and effort into it. We have not gone out, for that reason, we haven't gone out to bid to other movie chains, and that's who they've been operating this now for years here. They're a very good operator, and in terms of the way they get movies and so forth, what they've got already in Stamford and Norwalk and so forth, they're one of the major chains. And we cannot, one thing I've learned is I do not fully understand the movie business. We're involved with a different movie theater, so I know a fair amount, maybe more than the average person. But in terms of how they operate and what they do to operate their business is really up to them. They'd really like to see it here, but they're just saying it wouldn't fit. And I do think if we tried to put a major, if we built this all around the theater and made the station secondary, that would be a separate floor just up in the building somewhere. But first thing you'd be doing is coming in on the first floor, I guess, to a theater, a small entrance for the station next to it, or something, to then try to divide up and go up. That's an architectural issue, but I'm quite sure it would radically change the design of the of either of the designs we've suggested to you on the station. But the answer is no. We have not gone out, because I also don't even know for sure what I can offer these other theater chains. Bowtie's been willing to work with us because they're here and they're there and they put in a lot of effort. Their architects have looked at it. They've made major concessions to us already based on the depth of the theater and the fact that it's on the train tracks. It's a boutique theater. The height has limited it, and they've said we have done everything we can. We cannot make any more changes to this to make it work. It will not work for us to separate the theaters from either side. I've confirmed it with the CEO. He said he couldn't be here tonight either, but that I was perfectly right in quoting him and saying we will not separate these auditoria. The only other thing I can do is I could get him to write a letter or whatever, and I'm very sorry that Mr. Masher he's a little bit on drugs, I can tell you, because I've been talking to him over the weekend, and he's very sorry that he can't be here. So I don't want to be in the position of trying to convince you of something that I'm not the expert on, but I'm being told that by them from an efficiency point of view that this is a small theater for them. This isn't a big bonanza. This is compared to the other theaters they have in the area in Portchester. It's just not that big, but I think it would be terrific for Greenwich, and we project that it would bring a lot of Greenwich residents who currently go to Stamford or Portchester to have a dinner or to the theater would still come down here.
Yes,
Yes,
I think
Mr.
we got your idea, and You can take it up with the owner. We got it. I think you got our comment. I'm just curious.
Yep.
I like your concept of the site on Greenwich Avenue, which we're trying to develop that too as a hub. It has kind of developed on its own in a hub, and we've been encouraging it. And then you get the Bruce Museum, and then there's a lot of discussion about the waterfront, which is underneath that bridge. Have you had any further discussions with Bruce or anyone else about that entire?
Yes.
Because everyone keeps saying, oh, we should do this and this and this and this, and it's like, you know, nothing has been settled on, but is that something you guys have kind of looked at over there?
Yes, we have. We've had several meetings with the Bruce Museum. They're very excited about it. They've actually given us a placeholder. We put in the renderings of the kind of sculpture they might suggest. To the extent we can control any part of that, we're willing to do virtually anything to make the sidewalk and the continuing walk down to the Bruce work when it's on our property. We've also talked with ConnDOT, and they've agreed that there would be some way you could build something not on it, but just in front of it, in front of that trestle, so that when you come down, it could be very attractive, or it could be a banner, or it could be a mural, it could be something related to Bruce or the waterfront. You need lighting underneath it because it's dark under there. That's not
Right.
something we control, but to take those lights and do some LED lighting under there is easy. Fixing the sidewalk is also easy. The lighting under the highway we don't control, but we have proposed that they increase the lighting, the LED lighting that you could put there now. You could make it be a bright walkway so it would look safe. That goes down to the parking also under A level. You need to get across the street, so there might be a flasher with a sidewalk that goes across to get over to the Bruce side if you haven't gone over up at the intersection with Steamboat. And if you get down that side of the sidewalk, you then turn up, and there's already a little stair there, and you turn into the new trail that the Bruce is putting in to go by their sculptures and up to the Bruce Museum, or continue on down to the waterfront. So it's a fantastic idea. It's not that complicated. It's not that expensive, but we can't promise it because the only part we control is the part that's on our property. But we've been getting great feedback from Bruce Museum, and some sort of a walk emphasizing art, which I know Katie has been working on, is something that we would really like to do. And we kick it off with a sculpture and the waterfall right there on the corner instead of where the theater is
No, it's
now.
good to hear, because this commission also pushed the Bruce Museum to do something the other way, that path you're talking about.
Yes, yes.
Didn't quite go there at one point in time,
Right.
so we see things coming together. That was 2 years ago or something, so it takes a while.
Right.
But it's good to hear that you're coordinating with them more, and I saw it in your letter, but I was just wondering if there were other ideas kicking around. And then the whole waterfront too, the idea is to bring people down to that section
Yes.
too at this stage. So-
That would be great.
Just curious. Now, when you did say something before that I guess I'm trying to understand. As a developer, you want to build highest and best use on this. And
Correct.
the theater, I would assume, being half the project here, right, has got to be somewhat profitable in terms of development. So when you say, that you're doing this out of the goodness of your heart or something, I assume the theater is in the category of being one of the higher and best uses of this space for you also.
Yes. For the second floor space, it's definitely one of the highest and best uses, partly because of the way the parking works, and it's
Right.
needs parking at a different time than during the normal work hours of the day. The building of that theater on the second floor over a parking garage, with the way we're trying to build it, so it, in a way, doesn't look like a theater. It is not. I'm going to bet it'd be about the most expensive theater built outside of something built right in New York City, in this area. So, and we've had estimates. We've done the estimates on that. So the cost of the theater is going to be substantial. What you end up making, given that it's not that big a theater, it's not that substantial a moneymaker. And Bowtie can talk to you on that.
We've learned that. I learned that because I was trying to do some research and totally understand that the economics are not the strongest. And got it.
And so, but we do think that it's terrific for the town. Our big belief is lifting this whole area up over the next 10 or 20 years is going to be substantial improvement for the whole area, make it more vibrant, make a terrific downtown. We've been advised by our leasing advisor that having something like the theaters, hopefully over time, draw people down Railroad Avenue. The other side of Railroad Avenue, which we don't own, some of the stores there would probably change and would be a vibrant area. You have entertainment is a big part now, particularly with the millennials. Millennials are twice as apt to go to movies as the average population. They also like food.
We're working on getting them too.
And they also like food. And so trying to build this for the future, this could be an exciting component of it, but it's not by itself this huge moneymaker. And if it doesn't work, it's frankly, in some ways, it's a lot easier for us. We'll redo the retail we have. We won't have the draw that's there. We'll do the station. And we'd really focused on trying to make this station be a really, really attractive, not be sort of hidden in a theater entrance. I mean, it's a different, we had understood to Mr. Cohen's point that you wanted a really attractive station and to retain the theater, which have to be bulky, and put it in the best place where the bulk should be. And that end of Railroad Avenue just seems to me very logically to be the place to put the bulk and have the rest of it connect up to Greenwich
I
Avenue.
missed the original meeting, so this is probably asked, but just why is it very expensive to build? Is it the soundproofing and all that stuff from the train, or just? It's
Well,
a
we have to
second
take out, we'll take out the whole parking lot. We got to build the structure. We've
Right.
got to build it up. There's also going to be parking all the way down, so it's like a 3-story structure. You look at the brick that it's going to be, and the design of that compared to just a normal, simple theater that you put up on grade. It's very expensive. We're happy to share with you the construction estimates that we've got on that. And Andy Ashforth, who's here, who handles our construction company, happy to talk to you in much more detail than I can. Also, we're building right up against train tracks, and this is all new. We have to set the theater back. We're still a little concerned what we're going to find as you get down 50 years ago. It was built, the construction underneath there and the piers, and you've got to set back from anything you do along the railroad that's new. You have huge extra costs in labor in terms of safety and having to set back. We're not quite sure what we're going to find down there, so we've moved the theater back a little bit, hopefully enough, but it's just a complicated, it's not your normal theater that you would build, say, in a shopping center, is the point. It's a good question.
Just an observation going back to this bifurcating the theater. That idea came as a result of concern about the bulk. It wasn't I don't think it was, I don't want to speak for you all, but it wasn't because, this would be architecturally necessarily the best approach. But we came to the conclusion that this bulk is there because it's sitting on top of the parking lot. And I get back to the whole notion of the need for that parking. If you didn't have the need for the parking, then you could reduce the bulk and satisfy your theory, and I agree with Dennis, that the notion of having that Greenwich Avenue feed down into that area it makes the most sense. And it, as opposed to the other side, which has got a gas station and a Lexus dealer and all the rest of it.
Right.
So I don't know whether that parking thing is still an open issue, but it may be.
Here's the thing. There's a huge wait list for the parking at the train station. And you want people to be able to use the retail and do all the other stuff. So if you reduce the available parking, right now there's 147 spaces.
No, there's about 47 spaces.
No, total, counting what's available in the station at night.
Well, we're just talking about that.
So, no, that's
left end
55.
of
They're going to do
55.
55, and there's 40-something.
Right.
In total, though, if you look at these, you need the parking. In my mind, based on our regulations, based on the uses, and based on the fact that there's not a lot of surplus availability downtown, giving up those 55 spaces is not a good idea. And that's what the Greenwich business owners were objecting to already, is that they don't want to short the parking. And that's our trade-off. Do we want to have parking, or, and are we willing to get the mass in exchange? I recognize that that's our trade-off, but it is.
But we're talking about 55 spaces.
Yeah.
And you're talking about a movie theater that has capacity for a couple hundred, whatever that is.
150,
But
Right.
whatever it is, and whatever the math is on the number of cars that create whatever car demand there is at different hours from, usually at different hours at night, when you don't have the commuter issue to deal with, there is several big parking facilities over on Horse Neck and elsewhere. I just don't know whether, can we find 50 spaces elsewhere?
No. I wish.
And how many spaces are taken up now by that
This is Ryan.
fire station complex?
Not very many.
Not many.
No.
The-
But
the-
the other question I had about the parking too is even if the parking was there, you control how much one has to pay for the parking, correct? So that's another potential issue that, look at Pickwick Plaza, just to use that as an example. of
There's
200
parking.
or
Nobody
200
uses it 'cause you gotta
200
pay
Greenwich
for it.
Avenue. Yeah, it's quite pricey compared to the town parking and,
Right.
quote, no one uses it, so.
Right, but from a practical point of view, we need that parking for the retail that we have during the day. It's all about shared parking. In the evening, we can make that parking available for the theater. It would be right under the theater, 57 spaces. But during the day, under zoning and just for business reasons,
But-
we need to provide the parking for the retail.
But
that's
Katie's
along
point
railroad.
is very well taken. People don't go park in any of those places that are private lots where you're charging people.
Right.
They're empty, they're dead empty.
But
We don't-
you
we
can
don't-
validate the parking like you do now?
Yes,
So
we-
so it's free?
Right, we don't charge you. We do validate. You're supposed to get validated in the store, and then after hours, the gate goes up and it's free.
And you would keep that system.
We will, depends on whether we valet it or not, because there also, you could fit more cars in there if you ended up valeting it. We'd coordinate it with the theater and provide parking for the theater there but it's only 57 spaces. The main parking is on A level down underneath
Right.
Greenwich Plaza, as you know. But the main point I'm making is, Peter, that we need it for the retailer. The retail isn't going to be interested in leasing the space if they have no parking. So we use that lot for the retail that's along Railroad Avenue during the day, and it's not that much. And as Katie knows, and that's what the zoning requires. Also, we
Mr.
wouldn't be
Harris.
under the current zoning, we wouldn't be able to have the stores without the
Mr. Harvey,
parking.
I just want to ask you, I want to make sure I understand. The retail is really on the east side of the scheme, correct?
Yes, all under the new scheme, all the retail except one store would be on the east side.
But all of the parking is on the west side.
Correct.
Correct.
Except
So-
on the street, there is some
But
parking on the
yes,
street.
so I understand, I appreciate the fact that the parking is necessary, but you're parking at one side of the block and have to get to the other side by going out onto the street, I suppose.
That's what it is now for all the retail on the
Yeah.
east side.
So
We'd be
you
moving
keep-
2 stores. There are already a bunch of stores on the east side.
Right. But if instead of having those symbiotic relationship kind of bifurcated by the station, what if the station were right next to the parking? So when you pull up to go into the parking, you can drop off, go into the station, go up to the tracks, or park your car and go up through the station.
Well, the way would be designed, the station would be almost against the parking. There'd just be this one store in between the
But the
parking lot
station
and the
could be,
station.
the station doesn't have to be centrally located.
Well, the ConnDOT prefers it centrally located because they like to be in the center of the platform. Also, its relationship to the overpass, they do not want to move the station. We talked about it mainly when it was proposed to move back down to the east. Moving it a little bit to the west probably wouldn't be as big a problem for them, but it is pretty close to the parking. And that's not really parking for the station. Commuters will not be parking in that lot. They wouldn't be allowed to park in that lot. So it would
I
be good for
understand.
the theaters at night But during the day, we do not want commuters parking in that lot because it's retail parking for the retail. And it does, so it really doesn't affect the station at all.
I think one of the things that we've found in talking to the Kimley Horn team is actually with the station in the center, you're creating a better situation for drop-off and pickup on both sides of the street at the same time on Railroad Avenue.
Nick, I'm not sure everybody can hear you.
Okay. Because you're bringing people into the middle and they're exiting. And if you have it on one side or closer to one intersection either side, you're kind of maybe creating a bottleneck in that intersection, as opposed to in the center, you have a lot of room for queuing for drop-off pickup. I think the current plans, accommodates almost everything, all of the vans that have to wait, a significant amount of pickup and drop-off, both peak times. So would be a little concerned of actually having everything on one corner or the other corner, because actually everything really has to pass through that Arch Street and Railroad intersection coming off the highway. And we really want to get people coming off of Greenwich Avenue to be able to dissipate efficiently at the far side on Steamboat.
Yeah, if I could add to that, I think our consultants, and we've worked with the police department also that's in charge of the parking now,
Right.
have done an absolutely tremendous job on proposing something that you can always change if it doesn't work, but I think it's going to work fabulously on the drop-off and pickup by getting rid of the angled spaces and, again, shared parking.
Right.
In the rush hours, in the morning and in the evening, a long swath of, it's like several hundred feet where people can pull in, drop someone off, and shoot right out, as opposed to pulling in an angled space and backing out and so forth. And then, when the commuting hour is over, it becomes retail parking. A number of those spaces become, and it's taken a lot of effort, and I think it will change dramatically the whole drop-off and pickup experience at the station on the north side. We're doing other things on the south
One thing,
side.
I think I agree with you on that. I think that a lot of time and effort's been put in. That was one of our biggest concerns right at the beginning. I think the current proposal probably maxes out as much as possible with the drop-off pickup. It was very interesting, the statement of actually providing enforcement
Yes.
for 1 or 2 months after completion, I thought actually was very considerate. Teaching people, getting them into that routine, because there's everybody's going to try to abuse it, at the beginning.
right.
If you can teach them and get them to do it right and it works, then
I
it's
think
successful.
they're creatures of habit, and the really nice thing is that Mr. Canning has agreed to do that personally, and he's very effective. So
Fantastic.
He'll make sure that
I
it
think
happens.
the only thing from what I'm seeing is that we've concentrated on Railroad Avenue, yes, and we've done a lot of work on the south side. I think the south side, and what we've heard about actually a lot of people coming to Greenwich, maybe a little bit more effort in looking at that. And I think actually the one thing I'm seeing is that you have a physical constraint on that side. That's probably the thing to look at, is trying to solve that, to open that up and provide more pickup and drop-off. So I know you have the street on one side, which gives you all kinds of area. The other side, not so much. But from what we've heard, actually, it's going to be just as important as the north side. So
Yeah, we think on that south side, by using our visitor lot, again, this is shared parking. There aren't many visitors for the office at the end of the day. So being able to direct people into the visitor lot and queuing up around the visitor lot, taking advantage of that during the rush hour time, will allow a very orderly pickup compared to the mayhem that occurs now.
If I go back to the letter that Mr. Cohen submitted to us responding to our queries,
What's the date?
October 21st, and it's page 200.
current narrative.
And I just go through the open issues on the application, what we asked about, how you responded. We've just talked about the connectivity, the movie theater, and one area that we haven't discussed is the park. Your discussion of the park, the discussion that Mr. Cohen has in here was a very good one. but I'm just verifying that nobody in the commission has any additional comments for the applicant on the water feature and the park. No, I'm hearing silence.
I think actually, from what I'm seeing, is that's the beginning of this connectivity down to the Bruce.
Yes.
It starts there. I think I've heard in reading in the briefing package that there's a willingness to start there, include the railroad bridge, include the highway overpass to the Bruce. That's one thing I think is a real benefit. And I think actually understanding there's nothing there now, just the removal of the building is a big step. So the water feature, I think, is a very good idea. It looks like a plaza that can be used by whatever that retail is going to be. It's an open space, and it actually anchors that corner. 2 clock towers. Coordinating the 2 clocks, I think, is going to be probably the biggest problem.
Making sure that they're the same time. You understand too, Mr. McRae, that this is not a final plan, that we have not filed a final.
No, and
plan.
that's, I'm trying to get to what the guidance we're going to give you for the final.
That's exactly what I asked you to do.
And so that's, I'm trying to figure out, of the stuff we've asked before, what remains open. One thing I want to reiterate to the commission is that I do believe that those 55 spaces are essential to downtown. I realize that it creates massing, but that I think, I just went back and looked at the numbers, but that taking that 35 plus and converting it to 55 plus the 4 ADA is critical for the viability of both the stores and the theater. In addition, although Mr. Harvey didn't really respond, the unified theater building with the 6 auditoria being over the garage, part of the issue, I believe, is if we split the theater, we'd have to split the garage, and that doesn't make sense.
Why?
Because you've got, so now this one fills up, and now you got to come back out to Railroad and park in the other half of the garage.
You have to
So
do
if
that
you-
now.
No.
No, if you-
wouldn't split the garage, absolutely.
But
You can't
there's
do
no
that.
other way around it, Peter. If you're going to have the station, and you're going to have 3 auditoria, and you're going to have a parking garage underneath half of that, then you're going to have the other 3 auditoria, you have to put the parking garage underneath that. Right now, you have one lot that has 30, almost 40 spaces.
I think you're trying to design something.
No, I'm
that-
not designing it. I'm saying, look, we need a parking.
Yeah, but
and
I
I'm
don't think
not
that's
will-
an issue.
Ms.
because-
Albin,
I
let
think it's an
me
issue.
confirm what you're saying about those 55 spaces. We met this morning with representatives of a number of the property owners along
Good,
Greenwich
great.
Avenue.
Great.
And I can assure you that they would be very much opposed to eliminating those
Thank you.
spaces. Their concerns, and I believe Chip Haslam is representing them, their
Hold on, just a
concern.
second, Mr. Cole. All of this right here is parking. You take this and put it over here, what are you gonna do with the parking garage?
It stays there.
And what are you gonna put, so what do you do with the
Matter of
space
fact,
you?
actually, if you take all of that and put it over there,
No.
more parking on top.
No, and then what do you do with the retail? What do you guys
No, the
think?
retail, you just.
No, you're gonna
retail's on
take
top.
this and you're gonna move it over
We're
here.
designing this, and we shouldn't be doing that.
I'm just saying, it doesn't make sense to split the garage, and I don't think there's another way. I'm sorry, Mr. Cohen. Sorry, guys. Sorry, Mr. Cohen, that was very rude, I apologize.
We agree that you don't have to split the parking.
But you don't have to split the parking.
But in any event, we cannot lose those spaces.
Those spaces.
The merchants along Greenwich Avenue are very concerned about the availability
We
of
heard them.
parking. And we had a good conversation about
Okay.
utilization, a better utilization of the A-level spaces. There are 365 spaces at the A level that are not used after 6 o'clock.
Right.
And they start not to be used after 4 o'clock. So we had some good suggestions about better utilization of that, and we'll follow up, and we'll continue to talk
Okay,
with
you don't have to split it.
with those
I bought it.
representatives. As I said.
Parking, we stay.
Say
So we
again?
keep the parking, and honestly, if there's not a way to get around the massing in order to have the parking, we have to keep the parking. We have to,
Well, keep the parking on the west side.
okay? You still want to look at splitting
And
it.
you put 3 theaters on one side, you put 3 theaters on the other.
We will
Allow
ask
for the
them,
cinemas in the center.
we will ask them to relook
Right.
at it, but if Bowtie does not want, absolutely refuses, I think we have to be flexible on final.
They've made it about as clear as they can make it without screaming it that they can't split it. I mean, they can look at it again, but
I agree with you, Victoria. I'm trying to
On
incorporate
another
everybody's.
note,
Okay, go.
I just want to comment that the detailing that you've added to the scheme, I think, is really quite significant and successful, and does add to creating a certain kind of character and softening.
Mr. Levy, I had nothing to do with it at all, but you'll have an opportunity to pass those compliments on
Yes.
to Frank Pryle,
And
who
it,
will
no,
talk to you in a
it
second.
makes a big difference, and as we go through the process, we see more and more and more. But it just like it's nice to see that development, we'd like to understand better the configuration of the movie theaters to this, so that we can really understand.
And we understand that very well. One of the things that we need guidance from is the architecture. Do you believe, does this commission believe that we're heading in the right direction, let's put it that way, in terms of the architectural approach? And I'm going to ask Frank Pryle to briefly talk to you about that. And then I'm going to ask John Canning to talk a little bit about the revisions to the drop-off pickup, and we need a little guidance about whether or not you feel that we're heading in the right direction on that. We've heard the way you feel about the park. In terms of architectural treatment, at some point, assuming that you choose to allow us to move forward to final, we would like to be able to move ahead with ARC and get their views. And then the final thing that we need guidance on is the thing, Ms. Albin, that you and I started to talk about, which is the regulatory approach, TOD versus individual amendments. And again, we think that TOD is the right way to go. We'd like to know whether or not you agree.
I think that the commission was fairly well agreed yesterday that we should do what works best and is the most effective approach. And what we weren't clear on is where you came out on what was effective. So unless somebody tells me I'm dead wrong, we would support the TOD, but very tightly wrapped around just getting the station redeveloped and not opening any Pandora's boxes.
The staff has given us some excellent ideas. We've
Great.
worked with them. We will continue to do so if you wish us to do that.
As also, the other item we discussed on the architecture was that we would ask you to go to ARC now, once we've made a decision once the preliminary is closed. However, we will also provide guidance to ARC, because we don't want to get you into a situation where you go back to square one. So we want ARC to come in where we are right now, because the commission is supportive of the design changes, and we want to be very clear with ARC that it's where it is now with our input.
Got it.
And so we will give guidance to ARC on that. Okay.
So may I ask Frank Pryle to
Yes, please.
give you
Okay.
a few comments about the revisions to the
And,
architectural approach?
If you, Mr. Pryle, do you have the big?
We understand that your machines aren't working tonight.
Okay, could you maybe get someone to hold it up on the easel so that, I don't know if the public is here for the train station, but they're going to get to look at it anyway, if we could do that? We have a big one up here. No, here, we've got this one. Maybe you could get someone to show it to both sides of the room. We all have one up here.
As Ms. Albin was saying, it's the overhead's broken. It's not
I
the
didn't
app-
actually say that.
Not the applicant's fault. We put you in a very bad position. Sorry.
So, Mr. Pryle, if you would go to Don't start with that black and white on the front, go with that nice, yeah, perfect, look at,
Oh, no, it's something.
no, oh, perfect. And then, well, I'd like, I don't know if people are here for the train station. I know a lot of people aren't, but I know there are people here for another application, but if people want to take a look at what the train station looks like, what your new design is like, anybody want to see it? Mr. Pugliese? I know you're going to get this soon. You might as well come up. You heard what we're going to tell the ARC. Mr. Pryl, do you by any chance have, where did you go? Do you by any chance have your first submittal with you?
We had it on.
Can you open it up so maybe, okay, it's coming.
There's an elevation that shows it. There aren't, but the renderings are not.
Here, take another copy here.
They were on.
Here you go. Chip, give this to them.
Yeah.
And clip it up with some other clips so that they have different angles, because they're kind of focused on. Mr. Hegney? You don't care? Okay. Anybody's interested in what the train station looks like? I know Mr. Ashworth doesn't care. No, that's not the all-glass one.
Yeah.
I'm dying to say hello to my puppy.
Don't go. So, please.
Sections, plans.
Yeah, we don't have the renderings here, just the plans.
No, I think,
Yeah, but it's an elevation. Yeah, there is this. That's probably as close as we get. Yeah. I would take that out.
So why don't we let Dennis do the next one?
Well, essentially, Frank Pyle is they don't. These guys do. But,
Yeah, and everybody will have fun. Okay, guys, we wanted the public to have an opportunity to look, but we weren't encouraging the public to have a meeting separate from ours.
they're not answering. Loctite's not answering.
We just wanted everybody to see it. And tell Michelle to behave herself. Okay, so, Mr. Lowe, Ms. Goss, so, first of all,
Yeah, I'll just look them over.
you surprised me no end.
In what way?
You seemed so closed in the beginning to some of the things that we were talking about that the move that you've made to connect in to the architecture that is historic for stations in the area, in the state, and to pick up on elements that we treasure in town was just phenomenal. I was absolutely struck by the fact that you made that effort and that you went so far with it. And I was surprised because I didn't think you would, and there you go. So with that, I'll let...
That's a good start.
Bring it.
And with that, I'll sit down.
Yeah, right. Book that someplace.
Not sure how I can improve on that, but this is what we do. I mean, as architects. My name is Frank Pryl, and I'm with Beyer Blinderbell Architects. And I'm very happy to be here because this whole process, I mean, this is what you see here is really, this is 5 years. You know, this is not as quick. This is something that we began with the Ashworths with the first phone call that I received from Bruce Cohen because he and I had a relationship working on the Restoration Hardware project. But you know, I wanted to start this by saying when Attorney Cohen called and asked if I'd be interested in working with the Ashworths on a project, he didn't say we were going to be designing a movie theater. He said we're going to be designing a train station. And that's what this project is. It's a train station with some other purposes, ancillary activities, revenue-generating opportunities, if you will. But the purpose and the sole function and identity, if you will, of this project is it's a train station first. So that's the way me and my colleagues at Beyer Blinder Bell approach it, the same way we approach every other project. What is this project? What does it want to be? How does it start? And why will people be coming here? And we created what we thought was an extraordinary place. Not just a collection of buildings, but a place that people would want to come to, that people would be able to celebrate Greenwich within, and that there would be some kind of spectacular architecture that would speak to it as well. So that's what the train station was supposed to be, and then there were other programmatic elements around it. So, I mean, I'll get to that in a moment, but the concern was, if we were starting to think about how we were going to merge and split and bifurcate and all of that, that the identity, the core purpose and identity of the train station might be compromised, might be lost, if you're going to start to bring other purposes and functions in. That's the separate conversation. Okay. When we got to this, when we started to look at some of the suggestions that Mr. Levy made, historic train stations, we have one in Budapest that was actually designed by the same company that designed the Eiffel Tower. We also have the great station at King's Cross. One point I want to make, not only is there the expression of materials in the use of masonry, of glass, and steel, but these are not simply stations. More accurately, these are terminals. These are places where the trains terminate, where they stop. Just like Grand Central Terminal. It's a pet peeve of anyone who ever actually works in or around or on Grand Central when it's called Grand Central Station, because it's not. It's Grand Central Terminal, making it the most important station in the entire line. That's what these are. And we can draw inspiration from these, but we're doing a station here, and it operates differently. The trains come through and continue on to another destination. So it kind of operates a little bit differently. We don't have the same opportunities, but we can draw inspiration from them, and that's what we've done. We looked more locally. These are some of the great stations in Connecticut. You have New Haven. We have New London. This is one of my favorites. This is McKim Mead & White with the great Campanile in Waterbury. We have Hartford, and then also Hartford and both from two different angles, all from great architects, all using materials that were local, that speak to the history of New England, and that also talk to influences in the development of the train station design. So this is an opportunity for us to be inspired by as well. And then, of course, there's the local buildings. Havemeyer, one of my favorites, the old town hall, and then, of course, the one that I'm intimately familiar with. And these are all neoclassical buildings from a certain period, as I've said many times, served a certain function, always with good architects, and also very, very good clients. So there's inspiration to be drawn from here because they speak to a scale, a proportion, and attention to detail, and also, very importantly, a very close attention to function. The buildings serve a particular purpose. Havemeyer's been repurposed over time, so is Town Hall, but actually so is the post office. But when they were designed, they were done so in a way that served a very specific purpose and function. So here's what we did. We took the original program that we had, and we began to think about how we could express it differently. One that spoke to the interests that we heard come from you, and that we had also, that we were very well aware, expressed the interests of the opinions of the people that had spoken to you as well. But again, reiterating what I began with a moment ago, our primary purpose is creating a central space. All of the thought that we put into it originally, all of the descriptions that I've written, a lot of the text that's gone into some of the submissions that we made, has defined the station as the functional heart, if you will, the core, the center, the great public place of this program, of this project. And the intent is to create, once again, a central area open. We've articulated it a little bit differently. I'll show you in some of the renderings. But the function is the same. It's still at the center of the station, defining this place and creating a double height space, a tremendous amount of natural light coming in, where one can go, can have a series of opportunities and activities, but primarily it will serve the purpose of delivering people safely, easily, and we hope, in a positive way, to the train platforms. You also notice that the scale has come down a little bit. It's come down about 5 feet in height. And here's our rendering that you've seen. What we've tried to do is to take those elements that we saw in those buildings, those great buildings in Budapest and London, and even the ones more locally in New Haven and London and Waterbury. And what are they? They're masonry, there's glass, there's steel, in this case other metals, there's aluminum. But we've created a place where natural light can come in. It defines its purpose. It tells the public that this is the center of this development, and this is how one accesses the trains. We've taken some of the architectural elements, the arches. Oh, yes, sir.
No, I was just curious, I'm with you up to that point, but, sorry, thank you. But you put brick in here, not masonry in that sense. Is there?
Masonry, brick is masonry. Masonry is the,
Technically, you're right, but if you look at the other buildings,
yeah.
there's more limestone in there, and more, and particularly accenting the archways.
Yeah.
You haven't done that. I don't know, is that by design, or that's your rendering?
That's an opportunity.
By the way, I'm not criticizing.
No,
I'm just asking.
it's a valid, we have, this is a place to start. I mean, we did this, quite honestly, in a few weeks, just to, or even less, just to kind of explore the opportunities and to get something before and keep the application alive and to prove that we could do it, because we were excited about doing it. We're designers, that's what we do. Yes, limestone, I think, is a great idea and an opportunity. We have expressed arches. This is kind of the structural vaulted arch. In this case, it's not a structural element here, it would be decorative. Could it be limestone instead, or some other opportunity to express that arch? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a design development we will discuss with ARC by all means. The important thing is, though, it's not proportion, maybe say, of stone to brick. It's that it's a significant amount of masonry that is opened up and relieved, if you will, by fenestration, by glazing, and by metals. The metal roof could still be the zinc that we proposed earlier. It could be a standing seam metal panel. That's to be explored. But to us, the most important element is this idea that there is a masonry, a solid enclosure with large openings that allow natural light to come through, so that you still have a sense of transparency and this visibility to the platforms beyond. Very much like King's Cross. There's also, we've set it back a little bit. We talked about this pickup and drop-off. It's set back slightly from the street. We do have the canopy coming out for that sense of enclosure. It's defined by two pieces on either side, kind of giving it a sense of place, as well as so that one knows exactly where one enters through this large opening in the middle. And then the cinema on the right, again, we opened that. This is one of the last pieces that we did in the last was to open that up as well, to give that a sense of transparency and lightness before you get to the higher part of the cinema beyond.
Mr. Prowl?
Yes.
When you did that on the cinema, did you move the corridor to the front?
Corridor,
So there's a
the
corridor
internal
that
corridor?
goes down, yeah, the.
That stays in the same. We haven't, the plan of the auditoria, if you will, and the corridors.
Yeah, that we're doing that, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Harvey, for the
That's right.
lesson.
No, he's absolutely right. That has not changed. We're still working, I mean, the internal plan is still developed by.
Now that it has windows, it would be kind of cool if that corridor was.
Oh, yeah, that's in the same place, and we'll stay, that has not
No,
changed.
but the corridor was in the back before, wasn't it?
There's two.
Oh,
Yeah.
the other one, okay.
That's the way
I
they
didn't remember
arranged
that.
it.
I'm only
There's-
remembering the back one, okay.
Their auditoria actually have, you can enter from behind and from the front and from the back. So there's
Okay.
two corridors on either
So
side.
that's cool.
With
Okay.
the theaters in the center.
I gotta ask this question, this is a stupid question. but
No, that's all
There
right.
is
Isn't this
no-
where you need a clock? I mean,
Well, we've talked about that too, the possibility. We showed that on an earlier scheme.
but you got it down the block, you can't, if you're running for a train, you can't see that clock. down
It's
there.
all, yeah, it's on the corridor. No, we could
By
put
the way,
one.
this is the
We
architecture.
had one, we had a tower
We'll
here
tell the
originally, one of the
ARC.
earlier plans had a clock on it. It just didn't make it into this iteration, but it could, it certainly could.
It's the ARC, it's not us.
That's-
We don't regulate.
We're writing all these suggestions down, though. All of this, I mean, really, we focused on architecture at this point. We debated internally a little about the size of these things, the height of these things. That's all still to be resolved, assuming we get some approval to go forward. Proportion and massing is still to be finessed a bit, but the intent here is really to give a sense of vocabulary and to change, a little bit of the feeling and the direction of it from the concerns that were
By the way,
expressed before.
The Apple Store is the same thing, they just painted it. Go look at the Apple Store, it's the
Okay.
same arch.
Does
And
a
it's,
movie
it
theater.
was a movie theater.
Oh, it was a movie theater also?
It was a movie theater.
And they were gonna demolish it, and when they started to demolish it, they discovered the beauty of the underlying historic structure. It had been covered up. And so they restored those arches, and that's why the Apple Store looks like it does, because it's an old movie theater.
Okay.
So those arches are a recurring presence, because you also have them on the Lexus dealership,
Yes, that's true.
and,
Not that I would ever use that as a,
but it's a
Architectural
recurring
precedent, but-
theme. There's a period in
That's
time,
okay.
but it's actually a pretty cool building. Just step back from the fact that it's Lexus, that it's a car dealer. Those arches are a recurring theme
Yep.
throughout town,
Yep.
which I think is why Mr.
Yep.
Levy had picked up on it. Okay, go ahead,
Yep,
sorry.
Yep. No, not at all. I won't dwell too much unless there are specific questions, but I'll go on to kind of show the larger composition. This is the view that we think will be perceived most often as one comes up, with the station in the center, the cinema volume, of course, to the west. We think that we've relieved it, quite a bit, broken it up a bit, given it a better sense of scale. I know there are still concerns about the volume. Again, I'll only make this plea that aside from the concerns that the tenant has, from an architectural point of view, my real concern, my fear, is that we will somehow compromise the station. As far as I'm concerned, this project, once again, and I'll say it from the very beginning, all the way through consistently, it's a train station project with other programmatic functions that it supports. But the station has to have an identity, and it has to have
I like that.
an integrity, really. And for me, that could be a cinema, it could be it could be any number of different, it could be a performing arts center, as has been discussed, although it's not functioning. It could be retail, it could be an office space. To me, the station is the single most important part of this project from a designer's point of view. And that's the one that I will really stand the hardest on to defend.
Okay, commissioners, anybody got questions? Oh, you wanted to keep going? or-
Well, I'll just go through quickly.
Go ahead.
Just to go for the record, in case there are any comments. We're really excited about the interior. I personally am, because I think it's much more interesting architecturally. I think it will be much more of an animated space to go into. I think that the way that the light plays and comes through these large skylights, monitors we call them as well, will be really interesting, and will create a place that people will be, feel very good to be in.
There is one thing I'd like you to touch on about the interior and the access. We got a question, I think it was an email question about access, disability-enabled access through the station and up into the platform. And we're fortunate tonight that the chair of the advisory committee on disabilities is with us. So he's actually here for something else, but if you could touch on that.
Sure.
I think it would be helpful for us.
Okay. We will, it's to be developed, but I've done very similar projects elsewhere. We will likely have an activated door. One of the opening swing doors will be push activated. That's
Okay.
what we generally do in other similar projects. Under all circumstances, there's a certain amount of pull, a maximum pull that
Right.
has to be met. The access to the
Platform level.
platform level is through.
That's what we were
there's-
asked in an email.
There are two elevators.
Okay.
Through this, under the stair. We have a sign here, it can be bigger, it should really be a little bit bigger. But there's then two elevators next to one another that go directly up. They have two doors on either side of the cab. On the front side, it opens up onto this alcove, which goes to the platforms. Then it goes up another 3.5 feet, and the doors open into the lobby of the theater on the opposite side.
Okay, and what about on the south side?
The south side has there's access directly from drop-off, and then there is the Metro North overpass that has elevator.
That has that elevator
Yes.
into the, okay.
Elevator on either side, stairs
So
and
that
elevator on either
your
side.
access to the platform on both sides,
Is by elevator.
okay.
Over the platform is by Metro North, by the overpass that they provide and maintain. To the platforms on this side and to the theater on this side are through these two elevators. And again, redundancy for the elevators was also insisted by Metro North. In case one breaks down, you have
Sure.
one working at all times.
God
And they're
knows.
also sized to accommodate first responders. Should there be an emergency of some sort, they do accommodate the
The cot.
size of a,
The cot has to fit,
yes, exactly.
okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Gunsberg, yes, he's asking if it's 24/7. That's Mr. Gunsberg speaking from the audience.
I don't believe, no. I
The
don't-
chair of the Advisory Committee on Disability.
Yeah. No, it's an operational question, but I don't believe they are. I believe that there's a certain amount of time that the station will be closed for maintenance, for security, for other reasons. That's correct.
He's asking whether or not the elevators will be running whenever the trains are, and Mr. Prial is answering.
I'm
Prial.
saying yes, I think that's true. No, yes, no, I don't know. I can't answer the
Yes.
operational issues. Yeah.
Okay.
The station will be closed for a number of hours. It'll be open more than it is now because the movie theaters would be open until pretty late. But in terms of getting onto a train at any time, if you come on the south side, those elevators are 24.
As long as they're working.
As long as they're working, and then the
Right.
new ones,
No redundancy.
and the new ones, they're doing redundancy, but they don't have
Right,
redundancy
but they
here.
won't-
Can the court reporter, okay, hold on a second. Mr. Gunsberg, hold on, because every time you say something, I have to relay it to the court reporter. So no, it's okay, I'm happy to relay it, I don't want to make you get up, but mostly because your assistant would have to rise. But the question is, as long as the elevators are operating, now what about on the north side? As long as the station is running, as long as the trains are running, there's elevator access to the
I'm just saying,
platforms?
if the trains are coming at odd hours and that changes, to get to that north side platform during certain hours of the night, you might have to go to the south side,
All right.
be dropped off, take the 24/7 elevators over and down. And he was just making the point that those are not
Always
not
functional.
redundant, but-
So we'd be, okay,
But that would be a very small chunk of time. It would be only
Okay.
if between whatever it is, 1 in the morning and 5 in the morning,
Okay.
they started running trains. through-
okay, all right.
There's a curb cut on the south side, of course. From the street, and there'll be the sidewalk, but there'll be a curb cut at the
Ramp.
Oh,
side.
absolutely.
A handicap ramp?
Yes, yes.
Well-
Okay,
The project will be fully ADA reviewed, so that from either south or north sides during those hours, it'll be fully ADA compliant.
okay. Go ahead.
Okay.
Are there other things you're looking at in terms of the interior space there that's typical in a train station?
Signage, we did add
Like a train, is signage that looks like a train station or what?
well, train stations don't, I mean, that's a question.
The arrivals.
Click, 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 click.
Everybody loves those.
Yeah, right, I do.
I could talk for that about an hour.
But I see the
The
cinema
Solari
has
boards.
one.
Where,
The
sorry?
cinema has one.
The cinema has yeah, well, it's digital, again, it's not the Solari clicking
Yeah.
style, but I know what you mean.
But you got a little
We
TV
have an
screen
opportunity.
down here.
Sorry?
But you have a little TV screen down here.
That's the direction that they're going, actually. It's a minimal amount, but that can be expanded.
Okay.
I mean, it's
No,
it's
no,
whatever,
I think-
you know, the.
Everybody loves those, it's true, but olden days.
It's true. It's really, it's an interesting case. We installed them very recently, my firm, at the TWA, the restored TWA that's now a hotel at JFK.
Oh, yeah.
And they had custom-made new Solari boards so that they're period appropriate, and they have different information on them.
I've seen it, I've been there.
Oh, yeah.
It's fantastic.
It's a pretty cool
But,
place.
you know, we're not suggesting all that, we just.
No, I understand.
We're breaking up the limit here. It's
Okay.
a little serious.
I've also seen digital versions of those that are recreations of it, that
I'm
look like it.
interested.
Yeah.
I'm interested.
Okay,
Because
we'll work on that one. We'll work on that one for sure.
And I thought you guys were
But,
the architects.
again, the idea that here is there's a train function, but it's also a civic space. So we've also thought to those kinds of functions. We've created a place where people can gather. We've created a place where local civic information can be distributed, or, you know, people can come if they're visitors, you know, where do I go, how do I get there? All of that can be provided here. And then, of course, the way people access trains is differently now. People do it on phones. Commuters don't buy tickets in train stations any longer. And Metro North has, in fact, told us that they don't want and will not support a ticket seller any longer. So, which is a good thing because it gives us more space to bring into the public.
Wait till the great power outage.
And it also opens up the view better as well. Right.
Wait till we turn into California. See, that's not bad.
Sore subject, but it's not bad. We think we've done a great job in breaking down the mass. We think that we've set it back. We think that it's not as intimidating on that corner. We think that we can soften it with landscaping. We think that there are many ways we can either continue, to further articulate, as we say in architecture speak, the surface of that volume, so that it doesn't read as one large, big, overbearing kind of volume or mass. So, and as the way that we treat it again with another material, which sets back the upper mansard area, the roof area. The reason we need that, of course, is for the height of the theaters, the auditoria within, but more critically, their projection equipment has to be located up there for the way that they project their things. I won't get too lost in the weeds here, but these we thought we would include because they show the relationship of the massing of the theater relative to the other buildings around it. They do kind of fit in, and the intent that that Mr. Harvey mentioned a brief moment ago is that they are more, that the larger, more volume, heavy building is located more appropriately on the west side here with the auto dealerships and with the office buildings to the south. Keeping then again, of course, the retail on the opposite side, much more in keeping with the scale of Greenwich Avenue, where the whole design intent was to bring that energy around, encourage people to continue all the way down Greenwich and cross the street, and then continue that retail experience. With
these green roofs, is that?
Yeah, this is a partial green roof, and the reason for that is that we're collecting water in that location, and then we are sending it to a tank, a retention tank, and a recirculating pump for the water feature that's within the park.
Great.
It's too great. You marking these down?
Yeah, Toby's writing them down. And
We'll
here
pick
again,
on
we
Mr.
like this view again because it really places it in context, and it speaks to exactly these kinds of placemaking, the sorts of decisions that we made very early on about where volume should go, how all of these parts and pieces should be arranged. But first and foremost, the station in the center, again, defining this central location and this civic space with the park that Eric Rains will speak about, I think, in just a moment or two. Totally agree that we need another clock to match that one over there, because that only addresses the people coming from that direction. And then there's also this opportunity for continuity to the Bruce, with a little corner piece there for some kind of art that could be rotated or could be semi-permanent. We also we've broken up and articulated at different materials, the different areas of retail. There's still some discussion, we hope, of having a food court or some other kind of food retail opportunity closest to the park so that there's some shared opportunity for inside, outside, and then a little bit more traditional retail closer to the station building itself with exterior canopies as well. We did also change the material. I remember that was a request or a suggestion from Mr. Macri, so that there's continuity and the building feels like one piece rather than having masonry, brick masonry above and then concrete below, cast stone. So the park in a little bit more detail. I think if Eric talks about this, I'll let him speak to that in more detail. Spoke about the green roof, access to the station through the stair that's a part of the park. This is a view of the new station. We've also, as I've always said, consider this the younger sibling of the station. Very important for us that there be not only a relationship visually, since they're both on the center line, addressing one another. There's also a continuity and a similarity of materials as well. So we've changed these to match a bit. Here you see the south facade, treated very similarly to its predecessor, since we expect a significant amount of southern sunlight. So we've broken that up with louvers.
Yeah, no arches on the south side.
No, not on this side. No, we thought that this was an opportunity to bring in as much light as possible. You want some transparency, you want to see the trains going by. That's a possibility. We'll consider that.
All right.
We'll make a note, for sure.
Okay.
For sure.
But that space, can you go back?
Yes, of course.
14? One more. The south side, that's just a big open area in there that people can wait for the trains?
Yeah, it's a waiting area because there's been extensive discussion spearheaded by Mr. Harvey and his research and our discussions with ConnDOT about reverse commutation, people going in the opposite direction, people leaving a place for,
New Yorkers coming here?
New Yorkers coming here, larger numbers of people actually going in opposite directions, leaving at different times.
But there's nothing in there, just a big empty open space, right?
Yeah, it's a waiting area. Yeah, it's climate controlled, so it will be warm, and it will be light, and there will be seats.
I kind of feel we should consider it an amenity.
That's kind of, yeah.
What Mr. Yeski is, and this is just something we'll mention as we give you our thoughts, is that since we're open to the TOD, that if somebody's commuting out of the city and arriving in Greenwich, would they like a cup of coffee and well, maybe not a newspaper anymore, but would they like a cup of coffee? Would they like something there? So just a question for you to consider. Again, not as the bow tie puts deal breaker, but I think that's where Mr. Yeski's headed.
Sure.
And since you have the FAR,
Yes.
or could have, then does an amenity make sense? Because our goal is make this as friendly as possible to somebody who's arriving in Greenwich.
Okay. After Mr. Canning finishes enforcing the parking and drop-off, he's going to come around over and be in the station.
He's gonna serve coffee.
Personally welcome people that offer them
Yeah,
coffee.
I think the deputy chief really liked the idea of Mr.
Good.
Canning doing the parking enforcement. He was excited about that, I
Good,
heard.
good, good. All right. That can go written, that's in the minutes, I hope, okay.
And I
Yeah.
thought I read somewhere that people might be commuting from here up the line more, too.
Yes, exactly, that's right. No, when I say that, yes. Both directions at different times. And people, not just commuting necessarily to work, but going in for functions or for events. So the numbers of people who are actually using the opposite direction, coming in the other direction is
It
much
was,
higher.
they gave us the research.
Yeah, there's a lot of
In
research.
the meeting you missed, but what's interesting about it was that there's more discretionary travel.
Right.
That people are traveling at off-peak much more. And so again, you come back to making Greenwich friendly on both sides.
It's also, it's an age thing, it's a millennial thing as well. Car ownership has dropped, car usage. The kids are, if they do take cars, they're Ubering or Lyfting, but there's also a stronger reliance on trains for transit to go to events, to concerts, to sporting events, that sort of thing. And that happens obviously at off-rush hours at different times.
Okay.
Okay.
You
All
ready
right,
for
very quickly
comment?
wrapping up. I think I have one more view, which is our money shot again, just this emphasis on place, that this is an identity, this anchors this project, and this is the recognizable iconic image of the project. And this is what we want to reinforce, and I would hate to have to compromise that somehow architecturally.
Well,
Okay.
thank you very much for that, Mr. Pearl. I think that, as I mentioned before, the breadth and depth of the vocabulary is very nice, very impressive, and it really speaks to creating, a nice pedestrian experience, no question. And I think that on all sides, I think it's just very thoughtful that way. The bulk is a little troubling. I mean, I would even like to see a second story on the east side, use it for something else, something to, hold that side in a little bit better and I just think that there's programmatically, you could figure out something there. That could be the arts complex.
Yes, something, sure.
or whatever. But I think that I would like to understand better how these theaters operate in plan.
Okay.
So I can understand the limitations. There are things that could further break up. Not that I say it's necessarily a good idea, given the way you've articulated the facade. I'm not saying that you can just keep on adding things to it, but there are things that you could do to break up that mass that's 2 and 3 stories by bringing some of the entrances out onto the sidewalk more and creating a kind of more of a setting back some kinds of setbacks, some kinds of things which help break up the mass and give you a sense that although there's some kind of overall language that makes this whole one scheme,
Yeah.
but there's a lot of different things that are going on,
Agreed.
you have as rich an experience as possible.
Mhm.
I just don't want it to read like a factory that was renovated.
I agree.
And but I think that,
Completely. Yeah.
but I think that the articulation that you're doing goes a long way to break that up, because there are some, you can make a factory look quite beautiful. I'm just
Yeah.
trying to, I'm using the expression in a negative way, but I applaud the effort and look forward to learning more about the drop-off area. And
Yeah.
I know that we have a little information, but I'm looking forward to that,
Good.
because that's also the big picture.
I also like Mr.
Understanding
Yeski's
how-
suggestion that I think there's an opportunity perhaps to express the horizontality a little bit more, maybe with some band coursing. That could be a complementary limestone, or giving it some sense, sort of the base. There are ways to break up this volume a little bit more and give it a sense of scale.
Yeah,
By
and,
expressing
and
those arches, perhaps.
this is, well, first of all, the way that this is articulated, I think this is gonna, this is the station itself is not the problem. It's very nice. It looks like a very nice element, and it looks actually quite monumental. It's quite impressive and large, and in fact maybe is even more interesting than the last scheme, because the last scheme was just much more simple. This is much more, the complexity of the language just makes it look much more interesting and even more monumental, I think.
Good. I'm glad to.
Anybody else have comments? Dead silence. Be still my heart.
My first thought is, this is my opinion, nix all of the exterior clocks. It's
So,
2000, nix all the exterior clocks. It's
don't like it?
2020, everybody has a wristwatch, everybody has a smartphone. There's enough timekeeping things all over the place.
What
It's,
about for Dennis?
No,
Go ahead.
People love clocks, though. There's something about
Yeah.
a clock.
Yeah, people love them. Okay, go ahead.
Wait till they stop working, though.
They always work twice a day.
The clocks on the elevators. I'll get Mr. Canning on that, too, okay?
I
Okay,
think
Nick,
actually,
go ahead.
looking at what you've done, actually, appreciating the brick around the parking garage, that's fantastic, and the precast materials. Quick question, I guess, projection area or the mechanical, that standing seam above the theaters.
Yeah.
We need to kind of be careful about saying mansard, that's a kind of a bad word here.
I
but,
agree. It's no longer really a mansard. Mansard technically tilts back, right?
Yeah, we've
And we couldn't
had
do that,
issues.
yeah.
Okay, so it's basically kind of, to me, it's actually looking like a mechanical penthouse, but I guess it's projection rooms for
Yes.
the theaters, okay.
That's correct. The height required for the theater, and I'm happy to send you a section. We've been working with sections that.
Yes, please.
All right.
I think actually that gets to one of the things we were talking about, programming in the theaters,
Yeah.
and actually understanding which way the screening is, which way the seats.
They've been very
so on and
helpful
so
with
forth.
us, and in fact, our earliest schemes, we took what we thought was a standard theater, actually one very similar to that we're doing in Norwalk for the aquarium, and we dropped it here. It was not anything like the way what they really do. They come in, there's a half mezzanine, and then it splits. You can turn around and go back, or you go back down the other side, so that there's parallel circulation within. I'll send you the section.
Please, thank you.
It's actually very clever the way that they conserve space and cram a lot into a little volume.
Mhm. I agree with you about the station issue, that, it's the central focus. It's why we're doing this. Understanding central focus, I think, I'm seeing the station, the arches, it's set back, which I appreciated a lot. The roof line is very different. The iron and glass, alluding to the older stations. The one thing I actually thought would be successful is actually you have on one side, or the west side, that cinema tower adjacent to the station that goes up 2 stories. It'd be really nice to have that same on the other side to really reinforce that this is the station, really frame it.
Yes.
I'm looking at 8.
Yeah.
You have on the floor, on the street, you know, the two doors of the retail with the arch. Then up above, the cinema's got 3 windows and their sign. Other side's got 2 windows, those kind of things. And I think what I'm seeing here is that it may resolve an issue with the east elevation of the station. You're getting more light in there, but
Yeah.
it's kind of this unfinished corner, if you would.
I agree.
The shoulder of the roof, kind of,
We could pump this up a little bit over here.
yeah.
Yeah.
So now, looking at the station interior, I think this is probably where we can be best clear about what we were talking about before. And I have a quick question. The stair that's shown there is actually biased to the east side. Why wasn't it put in the center? So, in the doors, through the lobby, up through the center to this platform?
We did that originally, but from a circulation point of view, what happens is that it essentially splits the central space in half, and you get 2 sort of minor spaces on either side of the stair, rather than one large central space. And as you come into the doors, then the stair is literally like, it's right in front of you.
Right.
And it really minimized our opportunity to have this large central open area.
Okay.
So we had to put it to one side or the other.
Right. My understanding from reading the narrative, that large central open area can't be occupied by anything according to what Connecticut DOT has said. They don't want any interference with people going in and out. So, although it's in your rendering, it would seem that it would prohibit having seats and so on and so forth there. But I'm just pointing that fact out, but I think it's something to figure out in the future.
I think that the asterisk may be if they are not permanent, if they can move around, if it's not something that's permanently fixed in some way, then it's not considered an obstruction to egress, for example, and it's not it's not conflicting with the intended use.
And I guess I would assume that actually the articulation of the structure here would actually be getting back to like riveted plates or have that kind of look.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not more contemporary, but very traditional. Okay.
Yeah, to be perfectly honest, I'm going to be very transparent here, is that the interior is developing.
A work in progress.
It's a work in progress.
It's a
preliminary.
whip.
Yeah. Materials have not really, we have an idea of what the materials might be. To me, my eye, this is still very gray, but I consider it a palette, a blank slate.
By the time you get it built, the palette could be different.
Yes, exactly. And we'll probably warm that up, and we can articulate it better with connections and detailing
Yeah,
and
and
so
it's
forth.
changing. I think what people like is changing. Okay.
And I think actually, this particular rendering actually shows, I think what I was talking to Mr. Cohen about actually is that connection from one side of the lobby to the other, where you have that mezzanine level where the cinema is. And actually showing this, that actually, yes, its own floor on that second level, and that's the connection from one side of the lobby to the other. It's that upper mezzanine area.
That's correct.
And my thought was that connection, that mezzanine connection from one side of the lobby to the other, is where the lobby of the theater would be, up on this mezzanine or the second floor of that. Getting back to actually creating that wide open space, one thing I was thinking about that, and actually listening to you, is actually creating a series of entrances. So you actually come into the building, maybe you're actually underneath that lobby, and then as you pass through that, you instantly drawn up into the space out to the platform. Much akin, actually, you come out of the train station, out of the train at Grand Central, you walk up the ramp, and then there it is. It's the wide open space.
Right.
But you're starting in that very small tube.
Yep.
But I think this is a very good example, and I think your other drawing, your section drawing through the lobby, even reinforces it, because it actually shows that floor dotted in.
Yeah.
And I think actually you can see how that would work, where that's the lobby space that connects, the cinema lobby that connects both sides of the building, if it was split in half.
Yeah, right, but it would take up a significant amount of volume, right? I mean, if that's, so once.
Well, is it just buying tickets and then you go in either direction? But it's a programming issue, but I just wanted to kind of point that out. That's
I
where
understand
that-
completely. I understand.
I think on the taxi side, the south side real quickly, Ms. Albin was talking about arches and so on and so forth.
We can let ARC work that. I think it's not, they got the idea. We can remember, we can give them feedback when we,
We will, don't worry.
okay, good.
With that, maybe the brick ends actually extend up and encapsulate the roof itself.
Years and a half.
Yeah, not arches, but maybe, a bookend or something. Yeah, something
Yeah,
like that.
So it feels like this ceiling is being supported by this masonry wall, the roof structure.
Mhm.
Yep,
Um,
okay.
And again, actually, we talked, I think, last time about actually the platforms. I'm not too sure if there was any discussion with DOT about that, or if there's any work that can be done with that.
We hope that they will. I mean, that was something that's still to be negotiated with ConnDOT, since that's their property. And I think as Mr. Harvey said last time, the hope is that this will be the incentive, if you will, that they need. If we're improving the property around them, that they'll want to do the same, and they'll bump up this in priority. They say they have a list of others that they need to service first. This is not the top of their list, but we're hoping that if we get going on this, that they'll do the same.
Very good.
And then we'd be happy to work with them to help them assist with design and so on.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief.
Okey-doke. Do we have any, no, we haven't done that, so we'll just say that. Mr. Cohen?
Fancy meeting me here. We have Eric Rains here to talk about the park, but I don't think I think you know what you need to know about the park.
I agree.
With the understanding that it's not a final plan.
Yeah, and we've got 2 landscape architects on ARC, and
Right.
I think
And
it's
we
good for
also
them
have
now.
John Canning here that would talk about the revisions to the drop-off and pickup, and I assume you'd like to hear from him.
I'm pretty satisfied with them. Do you guys have questions for Mr. Canning?
I wouldn't mind him just going through it one
Sure.
more time. I just like, because
Sure.
it's important. And
Okay, all right. So, Mr. Canning, if you could start with your new volunteer position for the town of Greenwich?
Good evening. For the record, John Canning with Kimley Horn. I'd like to thank Mr. Harvey for letting me knock off early from my traffic direction position to appear before you. And I'd like to thank Mr. McRae for his kind words earlier. It takes a lot of effort on all of the consultants' parts to pull all the pieces together, and we do appreciate kind words when we get them. When we appeared before you last, you had a number of questions, just sort of quickly to remind you. One of them was, parallel versus angled spaces. And I did a lot of research online, and there's a time and a place for everything. And the time and the place for angled spaces is on a low-volume, low-speed street, which Railroad Avenue really isn't. So based on that,
Isn't that
it suggests that parallel spaces will be slightly safer and be slightly less congestion because you don't have to back blindly out of angled spaces into traffic. You also asked for some examples of where you had these shared use drop-off spaces. So this is sort of a note of optimism for us older folks in the room, which basically is everybody except my smart and young colleague. Where is she? Right over here. So I went on the internet and I Googled all over the country for where these smart use shared curb spaces were, and I found an example in Seattle, and I found an example in Washington, D.C., and I wasn't very happy with either of them. And I was driving home late one night down Main Street where I live, and I look at the elementary school, and it's a grand old brick building, and then I go, what? Wait a second, they have it right in front of the school. So I gave you an example of it. And that set me thinking, and I put a little Hogwarts and a little 830 section 830G together. You remember on Hogwarts, to get to the school, you had to go to the train station and take platform 9 3/4.
Yes, of course.
So I worked with Attorney Cohen on 175.5 Hamilton Avenue, which is 830G project, next to the school, and around the corner from the school, there's curbside where you can drop off in the morning and the afternoon. You're not allowed to park there, but you can park in the middle of the day. So it's actually done in Greenwich right now.
Great.
So that's kind of where we got to on this. This plan, if we had the PowerPoint, we'd give you the updated plan, but this is nearly it. Basically, it's got parallel spaces on both sides. It's got the bus and shuttle drop-off on the north side going westbound. It's got the shuttle and bus drop-off on the south side going eastbound.
Could you try to speak into the mic?
I beg your pardon, thank you. We met with the Deputy Chief of Police for Parking Services. with
Mr. Marino.
Mr. Marino, Chief Marino.
Yep.
We had a frank and good discussion with him. He basically said the one thing that he really wasn't comfortable talking about was the loss of revenue associated with the reduction of the angle to the parallel spaces, but he was generally in favor of the concept. He did offer the suggestion that the spaces, some of the spaces, and we kind of agreed the ones that are closer to Greenwich Avenue, be deferred to get the western spaces up and running, see how that runs, and if the demand is there, then to move it over to the other side. So in deference to the businesses in the area who have expressed concern about the potential loss of parking, we said that if the commission felt comfortable with that, we would be comfortable with it too. So basically what we've got is these spaces are shared. This is designated drop-off pickup, designated drop-off pickup. These are shared use spaces during the peak hours. The other improvements basically are textured crosswalks. We've got increased sidewalk space here. The parallel spaces also let you take stuff out of your trunk without, if you're in angled space and you're taking something out of the back of your trunk, you're basically in traffic. We've got the textured crosswalks at the other end. We did, when we're proposing a wider crosswalk, which was DPW said they would prefer the wider crosswalk. Basically, we'll shift the east side of it east about 5 feet to the driveway, and we'll shift the west side about 10 feet, so you'll increase the width.
Mr. Kenny, why was it a better idea to be wider?
It establishes a greater presence for the pedestrians, so, and it's, you know, it's a busy crossing,
Mm-hmm.
so it's a more established presence, basically.
Okay.
It's a visual impact.
Yeah.
What does
Visual
he
cue.
have the same kind of physical configuration,
Same-
slightly
same
raised, the lights in the
yes.
road, all that kind of stuff?
Exactly the same, only it's 10
Wider.
feet wider
Thank you.
And safer.
and safer.
Okay.
If you're headed toward, if you're on the train going from New York to Stamford,
Yeah,
and you get off at Greenwich, and you walk to Steamboat,
yes,
you go down that incline?
Yep.
Did they do something to make that incline a
Absol-
little safer?
yes, absolutely. So on the opposite side, basically, it's proposed to widen the sidewalks here. Right now, they're 5 feet wide. We went out and measured, but there is a wall next to them, a handrail, so they don't feel like 5 feet. So we have widened them out as much as we could. It's about a foot or a foot and a half, so there'll be there'll be at least 6 feet. We didn't want to go less than 20 feet here for emergency vehicle access. So that's all the way up here, all the way up here. We're providing the textured crosswalks. I think Ms. Goss, you had mentioned it particularly on this side, and the entire intersection here. I believe this is here right now, so it'll be 3 other sides. We're proposing to provide a shuttle drop-off and pickup. There's none there now. You've obviously got the station. There's a drop-off area here. We're taking the taxi clog out of there. There'll be drop-off spaces for the morning here, and then for the afternoon, vehicles will be able to queue around the outside of the parking area. Ashford company has said that they would provide the staff person that they have there who will direct traffic so that the FedEx guy can no longer just sort of park his truck in the middle of the thing there and go off and do whatever he does. So this combination is significantly going to improve, and there'll also be crosswalks where there are no crosswalks. So this will significantly improve the flow and the safety on the south side.
And that's again, just that sidewalk going down the hill?
This side as well,
Going
yes.
toward Steamboat?
Yes, this sidewalk here is proposed to be widened as well.
What
Just-
will it be, it will be made of something that's not, gives you traction when you walk on it, I guess?
I'll have to look into that, to be
Okay.
honest with you, yes.
It's just that if you're wearing any kind of heel, it's a pretty steep.
It is steep, and there's not really a lot we can do with the
Well, the
steepness of
handrail
it.
is
There is a
there, of course, but I
handrail, and
know.
we make it a little bit wider, and we can certainly see what the surface is made of.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Nobody has any other questions? Sorry, nobody has any other questions?
Thank you very much.
All right. I can't see Mr. Cohen, but I'm wondering if we could ask for public comment now.
Yes, that concludes our presentation.
Okay, do I have any comment from the public? Mr. Haslam?
Mr. Hasney, you can drop those if you want.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening again, Chip Haslam from Johnson, Haslam, and Hogaman. I represent the owner of 376 Greenwich Avenue, 376 Greenwich Avenue LLC. But I've also been in discussions with several other property owners in central Greenwich who've asked me to basically express some of their concerns with the project. First of all, everybody is very pro doing something with the train station.
Yeah, good.
And I wasn't here at your last meeting.
We were going to question your sanity
No,
otherwise.
it's today, what I've seen tonight, the presentation has been excellent, no question about it, and the attention to detail at this very, very early stage in preliminary, I think, is extraordinary. So I think everyone's very pro having a new train station, and I like the fact the architect emphasized that the station should be the central part of this project too. And I don't think that anyone would disagree that it's important to try to keep a cinema here in town if we possibly can, our last cinema. So just to make it clear that we're all on board with those concepts. And what I've seen tonight, again, I think I can report back to my group that it's impressive and they've done quite a bit at preliminary, although obviously they still have a ways to go. Our issue is, foremost though, parking and traffic in this area. And as you know, I'm very familiar with it, having represented Soul Cycle for over a year, trying to get a class or two extra, which we have ultimately had to withdraw because of the lack of parking, and that's only a block away. And so my client, 376, is actually the building right next to Steam, down at that end of the street too, as well as several other property owners that are in that area, and it is very, very congested.
Yep.
And it's great to get involved in the architecture of this, which is really the fun stuff, but I think we need to, when we're going into final, if that's where they're going, to address some of the fundamentals about parking and traffic in this area and how the theater is going to function. Right now, my understanding is the proposal has it that there'll be more auditoriums, if I got the expression right.
But less seats,
But less seats.
105 less seats, yeah.
Which is great if you're just looking at 6-158 of your regulations as your standard for that. But no doubt, Bowtie, in building these 6 auditoriums, are trying to attract more people to their theater. So I think it's important that the commission get some data from the applicants as to what has Bowtie's viewership been over the past 6 months or a year or so, and what are they proposing under this new scheme to have nicer seats, alcohol, dinner, et cetera, served to you so that we make sure there's enough parking. I've lived in this town for over 30 years now, and when I go down to the movies with my wife or out to dinner in the movies, we usually go to the end of Greenwich Avenue, and I'm looking for a spot behind Steam, that little parking spot back there. And when I get to the avenue, I go left or I go right, and I keep on looping around until I can find a spot. Usually I end up parking up by East Elm Street in that area. I've parked maybe in the level A lot, maybe 2 or 3 times, and in the 30 years that I've lived here or so, and it's a very uncomfortable experience.
I know that.
It's not inviting. I'm not even sure that I'm allowed to park there. The signage is abysmal.
Right, so just to answer quickly 2 of your questions while you're going, on one of the staff reports, they have the same letter. They did give us the answer. We asked the question about the volume for the theater, what they were going to get, and they gave us a split of when they expected people. The pre-6 p.m. shows would only get 10 to 20% of the day's business, and evening shows are the balance. The other thing is, and it's so it's in Mr. Cohen's letter, the other thing is, at the previous meeting, we nailed this issue of inadequate signage, which actually had been raised by Mr. Grayson as well. Of how poor the signage is to indicate to you that you can park underneath the plaza at night. And Ms. Goss has been has made a couple of times, has made the point that a lot of people don't want to park there because the approach coming through that tunnel area, it's all dark.
Right.
It's a little scary. So this idea of lighting it, we think, will be a positive. So we've tackled this question of the volume. Oddly, when the film festival has been sold out, and it's on weekends, but it's also on Friday, when the 2 film festivals have been very popular, the French one and the international one, oddly, we've had no complaints. I don't remember any complaints. And here, the Bowtie is chock-a-block, and it has 105 extra seats. So what we think may be at issue is more that question of the employees parking on the avenue during the day creates that tightness. We won't address your Soul Cycle issue because that's a tough use there. So we actually think that we need to try to tackle this employee problem on the avenue as part of the overall parking congestion, but we're trying to get to all these pieces because we do think they're essential. And that's why you heard Mr. Canning talking about the pickup and drop-off, because we've been hammering at him for 2 meetings on that topic. So that's just to give you some of that. They didn't give us, what they didn't give us when they answered us on the theater, they didn't tell us the percent occupancy that they actually expect for ongoing movies. But I guess, we could say when you get a hit performance or something like that. So we could ask them to give us some more information. You're asking, will there be parking? But the critical period isn't at night. If you can get to that parking under the plaza, and it's well-lit and it feels safe, but it feels creepy right now.
It does, and I think that...
That's a technical term.
And the lower part of Greenwich Avenue is actually doing very well right now with the restaurants and whatnot.
We got
and there's
it.
a lot of night traffic, which is a good thing.
And we don't want to kill the lower part of the avenue.
No, so there's that healthy balance
Yeah.
again, and which we appreciate. But I just want to make sure going forward,
That we're thinking.
very careful with the thinking about,
We're thinking.
okay, and the overlap on the 6 movie theaters, the timing, staggering,
Yes.
things like that. So
Yeah,
that you
did
don't
we
have a
learn that
problem.
lesson on Soul Cycle?
Well, that's one of them. Yep, exactly.
Yeah, a
So
lot
we-
of lessons in
Mhm.
that use.
So I think there's opportunity here. We actually met at Attorney Cohen's office today.
Good.
And had some discussions about this, and we talked about using things like, there's new innovations too. I think the new Delta Airlines parking garage, you get an app to find out where there's spaces available, and you could use that on level A. Or just, let people know that there are spaces in there. That's, even in Stamford, they have that municipal parking garage, letting you know where there are spaces. But I think we need to do a better job of directing people in that area and making sure that the traffic patterns work as well. So that's all I'm really asking on behalf of my clients, is that we pay attention to that going forward. It's fun getting involved in the architecture and looking at projects that might be great improvements
yeah.
in this town, but that's the concern.
Have you been given copies of all of the traffic reports we have from Kimley Horn?
I don't know if I have all of them, but I have quite a bit of information.
Okay, because at each meeting, we've tried to get to this issue of the parking, the traffic, the drop-off, the pickup, and on hanging on to that parking that supports the retail.
Well, I'll talk to Michelle and see if actually she can get me
She can
updated
give
to
you
everything she has.
all the stuff that
Make sure I
they've
have
done.
everything, but.
And because we really want to hear what the business owners are concerned
Mhm.
about. Mr. Cohen had something very good in his letter, that in some redevelopments, it's actually been symbiotic, and in the redevelopment has supported a downtown thriving. That's what we would like to see happen.
I think everybody would. So it's just,
So, but I hear the concern, and
Good.
if you've got any ideas on how we can address the employee parking on the avenue, if you can talk to your client, we would love to do something.
okay.
Maybe even when the Horse Neck lot frees up, could we make,
Well, that was another discussion that we had today. We're talking more about using Horse Neck to greater advantage if we possibly can. So I think there are possibilities down there, but I think it has to be a collective effort. to
yeah,
make it
and I
happen.
think
And no
how
one
do
should
we
be
use Horse
disadvantaged.
Neck?
Right. That's part of the discussion. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else, sir?
Good evening. My name is Ron Bryan, B-R-I-E-N, and I represent Westchester Tower Associates, 410 Greenwich LLC, and 396 Greenwich LLC, all of whom are Greenwich residents. We'd like to talk a little bit about the proposal vis-à-vis the plan of conservation and development. As we know, dozens of Greenwich residents, civil groups, nonprofits, local businesses, and of course staff put an enormous amount of time, of their personal time, into drafting the POCD. Within the plan, the community outlines in great detail their concerns and goals for Greenwich over the next 10 years and beyond. Unfortunately, the applicant's proposed redevelopment for the train station does not meet the goals of the community as expressed in the POCD. While we understand this is a preliminary application, we urge this commission to slow down the zoning approval process because the applicant disregards the goals of the community. After all, the Plan of Conservation states that it is the voice of the community, and therefore we must all pay attention to it. What does the community want? The community wants reduced traffic congestion. We know this because the Plan of Conservation uses the word traffic 42 times and the word congestion 8 times. The applicant will tell you that the project will have little, if any, effect upon traffic congestion. However, we all know that a project of this magnitude will certainly cause increased traffic congestion in downtown. It is inevitable. This commission should not move forward with this application unless and until we all know just how bad traffic will become. We must take the concerns of the community seriously and not dismiss them without evidence. We owe this to the community. The commission must know without speculation and without taking anyone's word for it how much more traffic the project will generate, and most importantly, where will the increased number of theater patrons park? Right now, the potential increase in traffic and parking is an unknown. Unknowns defeat the very purpose of the Plan of Conservation and Development. While the applicant was kind enough to meet with us and we believe a dialogue has been opened, the applicant has yet to demonstrate concrete ways in which the project will meet the inevitable parking demand and whether the project will alleviate the inevitable traffic congestion. If you look at Objective 5.7 of the Plan of Conservation and Development on page 105, it specifically states that the community wants decreased traffic congestion. 5.7 states that in order to alleviate traffic congestion, this commission should require developments, redevelopments to address traffic congestion, improve traffic flow, improve public safety, and accommodate pedestrians and bicycles. The applicant has yet to address and resolve any of these concerns, so why move forward? The applicant will tell you that they had a traffic study conducted. The applicant will tell you that the project will have little, if any, impact on traffic and parking. There is no evidence to back up those statements. The applicant wants this community and this commission to believe that a beautiful new luxurious movie theater, dine and drink at your seat, public food hall, and train station will not increase traffic congestion and parking problems. We find this belief unsatisfactory. In fact, on many occasions in front of the BET and other committees, the applicant has made it crystal clear that it wants to redevelop Greenwich Plaza to make the complex more profitable. They wish to improve the complex's bottom line, and we all know that in order for the applicant to make more money, the project must attract more and more people to patronize the theater, the stores, and the potential food hall. Moviegoers and store patrons means more cars and more traffic congestion. What else does the community want? The Plan of Conservation and Development tells us on page 106 that the town of Greenwich should maintain the Institute of Transportation Engineers level of service C. And level C should be the town standard, consistent with the scale and character of the area. However, in our opinion, this project will cause our Cs to become Ds, Es, and Fs. In fact, according to the applicant's own consultant, Kimley Horn, all intersections around Greenwich Plaza currently operate at an overall level of service of D or better during the peak hour. Some individual movements at Arch Street's intersection with Railroad Avenue and with Horseneck Lane, Greenwich Plaza currently operate with lengthy delays, operating at level of service E or even F during the peak hours. The applicant's own traffic consultant goes on to conclude that even if the project is not built, the Arch Street intersection with Railroad Avenue is projected to deteriorate from level of service D to E during the AM peak hour. And the Arch Street intersection with Horseneck Lane and Greenwich Plaza, the overall level service will deteriorate deteriorate one level during each peak hour from level of service D to E during the AM peak hour. If the site is redeveloped as proposed, the level of service for most of the intersections in downtown Greenwich will deteriorate to Fs. That's what my clients believe. Greenwich will never be able to maintain the C standard that it wants. What else does the community want? The community wants, as indicated in Objective 5, to create an easier shopping experience with respect to parking. It is incontrovertible that this project will create a much more difficult shopping experience with respect to parking. Moviegoers will park in the easiest spots to park. Those spaces will be on Greenwich Avenue and Railroad Avenue. Movie patrons will take up all the parking that the stores and restaurants rely upon for their survival. Shoppers and diners will have nowhere to park. Today, even without the redevelopment of the project, residents must circle the downtown several times to find a parking space. With the new theater, the circling will become intolerable and residents will just leave the area. Shops and restaurants will suffer a significant loss in patrons. It is common sense to know that a luxury movie theater dining experience showing the nation's top grossing films will certainly attract more people to downtown Greenwich. The theater will become a Greenwich destination, and it will also attract people from New Rochelle, Mamaroneck, Rye, and Stamford. What else does the community want? The community wants downtown to develop in a palpable manner and scale. Thus, we request this commission should not move forward, even preliminarily, with so many answered questions and with a project of this size, scale, and variance and/or text amendments in terms of building coverage, lot coverage, setbacks, and parking. We recommend that the Planning and Zoning Department and this commission select and hire their own consultant to conduct their own traffic and parking study. Hopefully, the applicant will pay for the town study. Before the commission moves forward with this project, we recommend that it confirm that the project will not increase traffic congestion in downtown Greenwich. We recommend that the commission confirm that the applicant can meet the increased parking demand. And we also recommend that this commission confirm that this project meets the goals and objectives of the community and the plan of conservation and development. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Bryan,
Yes.
you know there's less seats, right, in the theaters?
Yes, we know there's less seats. However, as we know, the movie theater is very unsuccessful because of its condition. It's not a luxury movie theater. It's not the nicer seats. So therefore, the theater can't attract the best movies that are playing nationwide. Once the theater is upgraded, the theater will get all the top movies from around the country, and those are the ones that are in the most demand.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bryan, I've seen a lot of the top movies nationwide at that theater. Also, it completely sells out for the film festivals. I'm sure of that because I tried to get tickets one time and there was nothing available for something I wanted to see. So there are occasions when it sells out and the top movies get there. Maybe you don't go to that theater much, but they do get there. So
Well, they don't get the top Disney movies, which attract mostly children. And secondly, no one really asked the storekeepers or the restaurants if they've suffered business during any of the full capacity times.
But we would have gotten complaints, which we have not.
Well, we have. And
But
we've
you are
gotten
not the Planning and Zoning Commission,
Oh,
sir.
I'm just relaying what our clients, our retailers on the street say. When we ask them, what's the biggest problem with your sales on Greenwich Avenue, aside from Amazon, and they say it's parking. And that's before the theater's rebuilt.
You just changed the subject. Okay.
Let's talk more about the parking issue on Greenwich Avenue, real quickly. You said that it's actually, it's going to attract more people to downtown. Isn't that a good thing for your clients who own properties?
Yes.
Great.
Yes, we are not.
Your client said that they feel there's going to be an increase in traffic. Do they have studies? Did they do that, or is just something they think is going to happen?
Well, we did conduct our own traffic study.
Do we have a copy of that?
I thought I gave it last meeting, but I can certainly, we hired off-duty White Plains
Patrick, do you
Police.
recall receiving a traffic study from them?
The materials Mr. Bryan provided should be in the staff reports.
Great, we'll look for it.
I don't
Everything from the
recall a traffic study.
One of the
from them
things that
in
we
here.
found in our traffic studies, and we've been doing that for the POCD and other things, is that the reason why people do a lot of circling on Greenwich Avenue is that they want to park right in front of the store they want to go into, but the person who's parked right in front of the store they want to go into is usually the employees working there. I think, as we have talked to Mr. Haslam before, maybe that's something to discuss with your clients, is seeing if they can get their employees off of Greenwich Avenue so their clients can come to their stores.
Well, that will certainly help.
A lot.
But I've circled many times, and you see the same cars going around and around and around, and we believe the residents like to park right in front of where they're going, and we doubt very much they will use commuter lot A.
Okay. All right.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Yeski was going to
I
add
think you've
something?
got some really good points in general. So what I'm a little bit confused about is why you're recommending not to go ahead, because all the issues you raise are very excellent issues. The applicant is in the room here, so they're going to have to address the traffic, the parking. We've talked a lot about this. What we have found in other kinds of applications is it's the devil's in the details. For example, this is not an office, so the peak in the morning, the traffic isn't there for this project. So when you start mechanically going through the times of the day and what the traffic is, if it was an office that was going to suck in 100 more business people driving their car on that intersection, I would agree with you. I also think you're bringing up good points about that both of those intersections. I was going to say something. This chart actually, what do they plan to do? We've seen other cases where the applicant will come in and talk about what they would like to do at that intersection in terms of timing of the light, the expansion of the intersection, all kinds of traffic calming things. We don't have all those answers. We've got a little bit. So I think you're raising really good points, but I think it's up to the applicant to address those, particularly timing on traffic. And we were talking about I don't want to go back over all the parking we're talking about. What I would probably disagree with is we don't want to stop the application because you're raising those issues. We want to hear answers to those at this point in time. So, yeah. And if we did that, I think the unintended consequences would be severe. So we hear your points. I think they heard them. It's well said, well analyzed. I would like to look at the traffic study because it does come back to that. By the way, we do our own traffic studies. So at some point you're going to hear in a future hearing, assuming we go forward, what that means, how that flows. Is it going to flow? I would suspect there's going to be a bigger problem on like a Saturday, for example, when everyone's down shopping and the movie theater wants to operate on that Saturday at noon or whatever it is. It's unlikely they're going to be showing movies at 8 o'clock in the morning or even 5 o'clock, you don't know. But we need to go through the mechanics of looking at all that to see whether traffic can be done correctly and whether there's enough parking. And we've already mentioned at least 5 times that we're major concerns about parking at this point in time. And also, you mentioned you met with the applicant? Did you?
Yes, we did.
Yeah. And did you meet with?
We met with Mr. Cohen, Mr. Harvey, and a couple other people.
Did you meet with the business owners group that Mr.
Yeah, Mr. Harvey.
Mr. No, I meant Chip's group that he's representing.
Yes, we met in the same meeting.
Okay.
We are representing different
Because
property.
you're raising some similar issues, so I think you might get similar answers down the line.
Well, that's what we're hoping for, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Cohen, does anybody else from the public want to speak? Going once, going twice. Okay, Mr. Cohen?
I'm sorry, Mr. McRae, to answer your question earlier, it's on page 364 of the staff. Yeah.
Yeah, somehow, thought I read everything.
Mr. Cohen.
Just, I'm sorry.
I just have a real quick question. The theater's intending to run first run films, show first run films? That's
Yes.
the intention? Okay.
But more on the
Yes,
arts.
as they do now.
As they do now.
As they do now, yeah. I go to the movies there a lot, and I see the latest movies.
Okay.
So I'm not quite sure how much better it can be. Maybe he's right about Disney. 2 points I'd like to make. First of all, on the POCD, the current as we pointed out in our narratives, we believe that this project does address and conform to the goals of the POCD. And one of the leading goals in the POCD has to do with the fact that the existing train stations in central Greenwich is underutilized as a method of addressing traffic congestion. And that's by focusing on the train station and the improved accessibility and the attractiveness of the new train station, we think that we try to meet that goal. The second issue has to do with parking, and as Chip Haslam mentioned, and as Ms. Albin agreed, the existing commuter parking lot is kind of creepy to use for a number of reasons. And it is an underutilized facility because after 6 o'clock, it's empty. The problem in terms of its attractiveness, its creepiness, its availability is that it is completely controlled and run by the town of Greenwich, which doesn't mean to say that they don't do a good job in running facilities, but they don't have the same goals necessarily that the commercial owner would have or that you folks would have. One of the things that we think would be a real plus is if we could work with the town parking services, which controls this level, to make it available on a greater time basis. And that's one of the things we spoke to Ron Bryan and Chip Haslam about this morning, and we're going to go to bat to see if that's possible by making it more accessible, more attractive, better to use, and perhaps even more spaces by the use of assisted parking by way of valets, for example, on a more controlled basis. But that is a huge parking asset that is being underutilized and could be, and should be the source of where you park. Now, when I go to the movies, I like to park right in front of the movie, as most people do. But if I can't, I go to the commuter parking lot. It is creepy, but I go there because I know there are hundreds, literally hundreds of vacant spaces. Anyway, I appreciate your time and consideration, and I hope that you agree to give us the guidance we want and allow us to proceed to final. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If anybody has, we actually have to close these applications. I believe that the text amendment is also, it's a must close, but
We could ask Mr. Cohen.
Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen? What would you like us to do with the text amendment? Because it's a must close, but we're not. Yeah, it seems like it makes the most sense. I mean, if you want, we'll labor a decision. Okay, so just for the court reporter, what Mr. Cohen answered was that he would be amenable to withdrawing the amendments so that it would not be.
Well, I think I heard, did we hear you say that you're withdrawing it, just officially withdrawing it?
He's officially withdrawing. Yeah, come on up and talk to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, he's up here.
Yes, we would like to withdraw the text amendment at this time and resubmit it in a more finished form with our final application.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I just want to make sure I understand. With the text amendment withdrawn, we can still actually consider the other two applications?
Yes, we can, we're going to close those. We do not have to have the zoning in place in order to move them to final, because one of the things in moving to final that we can say is that the applicant needs to address how the zoning will be managed.
Zoning inconsistencies, okay.
Okay, so that's just a condition of, hey, when you come back with final, you got to have a text proposal that covers what it is you want to do.
Yeah, the whole thing is a recommendation, so it would just be one of your recommendations.
And before we close, I believe, Mr. Conway, do you want to say something?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I wouldn't question the staircase inside. I think it's the wrong way to get to the upper level. Is there rooftop parking allowed on that building?
No,
If they
we're not-
designed it that way?
They're not
to hold it?
proposing, they're not proposing rooftop
No, I know,
parking.
but I mean, would it be approved by planning and zoning? Would you be underneath the limit that you need? Because I'm just thinking, you got a heck of a big building.
Right.
And if the building is built strong enough, you got a lot of parking places. Okay, that's
I
all.
don't know. I'm looking at Mr. Cohen.
I'll
and
throw it out to them.
Mr. Harvey's making a funny face, so we'll see what.
Okay, thank you.
I'd rather discuss the AV system tonight and why that's not working.
Okay. I think-
We'll take a look at that.
We try to be nice to Mr. Conway just because he works with the broken, it's a little bit like the creepy parking.
If you weren't nice to him, who knows what might go next, right?
Okay, so you will look at that. We'll put it on the list, of things to look at. Okay, so with that, we're going to close applications 6 and 7, and number 5 has been withdrawn.
I'm going to take a break.
Yeah, could we take a, I'm sorry, I know you guys have been here for a really long time, but so have we, and we're in desperate need of the facility. So if anybody else wants to join us, we will reconvene at 10:45, folks.
You cold?
Yeah, I don't have a jacket. I keep forgetting if I don't have a jacket.
See if you put this on. See this?
Before we got here.
Okay, I'm going to ask for Victoria's sake.
Everybody wants to be. Thank you so much.
Did you see that great article?
I actually am involved in the project. I think it looks great. It's kind of what we thought. Yeah. And I think the main campus, and you know, I think. When I building an object building, it's just I haven't seen what the building looks like. I saw them digging up.
Conservation, do we meet the setbacks? You know, we're gonna get a variance. As long as we meet all the regulations, they'll approve it. The lines are not issued. Yeah, there's work on this, yeah. It took me an hour and a half to get to my house.
All right, 10:45, we're reconvening.
An hour and a half to get downstairs and restart.
Okay, let's rock and roll. All right. Okay, folks. Yes, Katie? No, you know the problem is you don't whisper.
I'm sorry.
What? Oh, no kidding, I hadn't opened it. I just saw that. I see that. Well, take it back to Apple. Give it. I hadn't even opened it. I just bought it. So I am an idiot. I never opened it. The Apple guy handed it to me, and there you go. Okay. Oh, it needs the other thing.
We'll figure it out in a second.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. O'Hanlon. We were trying to charge somebody's phone.
Thank you. Good evening. Ted O'Hanlon from Robinson and Cole for the applicant Stephen Friedheim. Mr. Friedheim was called away today and asked to apologize he couldn't be here. He will be here at the next meeting. This is a final coastal site plan and special permit. I'm sorry. Final coastal site plan and special permit application. The address is 1 Smith Road.
Timing you.
With me tonight is Jim McTighe from Rizzoli, the engineers. The architects are Brian Brown and David Veda. Elizabeth Hendrickson is a landscape architect. Mindful of the hour and all, and the fact that we need to go to the ZBA for certain variances, I'm prepared to move through this very quickly if that's the mind of the
We would love that.
of the commission.
I've just asked Mr. McRae if he's willing to fly through some of this stuff.
Okay, Mr. O'Hanlon. Like you said, actually, ZBA, I guess they were looking for variances, FAR and height. What are you scheduled for that?
We're scheduled for the 13th of November.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Engineering has a resubmit?
Yeah, we're prepared to respond to all the engineering questions.
Okay,
Yep.
great. Sewers looking good. Conservation was concerned, there was lots of encroachments into the buffer.
We'd like a 20-foot buffer.
A 20-foot buffer, is that?
Yeah.
Well, we were prepared, what we were going to propose
Well,
is
do as much as you can, but
meet
that
with
was what
Ms.
we
yeah.
were she was hoping.
to meet with Ms. Mock, and I think we've got some good
Mhm.
ideas. We had a long meeting this afternoon.
And we'd like you to consider not having the terrace have to have as much of a variance as it has since of its positioning, since where it is relative, if you could do something different with the terrace. Okay, go ahead, Nick.
She was talking about Conservation was talking about a phasing plan for the construction.
Right.
If you can get that to us as well, that'd be great. Deep,
Ask for that cross-section, you
Right.
want to see it.
if you can get us a copy of the same cross-section that went there. I think we're having trouble actually understanding the closeness of the RNG, or however you say it's, terrace to the water, that kind of thing. It's almost right on top of the bulkhead.
We anticipate moving it back to create a more significant buffer
Okay.
responsive to the Conservation Commission's
Okay.
concerns.
Quick-
If I could just interrupt 1 second.
Yeah.
I also believe, I think Jackie's pointed this out, I don't know if we have definitive comments from the state yet for the Coastal Area Management
Mhm.
Act, so we're gonna obviously work to get that between now and then, but I
Right.
just wanna make it known that I don't know what their final answer is, but we have interim comments from them.
Right, and we've received those as well and responded to them, and with those, we expect will be concluded satisfactorily on both sides.
Okay. Just a quick question. In the, excuse me, in the Orange Building, whatever.
Orangery.
Okay. My French is
It's
terrible. It's a full catering kitchen that's in there?
It's a,
Okay, so then
Yeah.
it's technically a separate residence?
You have to call it that because we don't allow two kitchens. You can't have a kitchen and an accessory unless it's a guest house. You have to figure out how to label it.
we will.
You could do it because you have enough land area,
Right,
but you have to label it differently.
we'll take a look at that, thank you.
We did receive comments from Ms. Campbell. I think our staff is actually going to look at that and incorporate that into the other.
So
And
you've got to get deep, and you've got to do DPW, and the thing with the DPW resub is that they're talking about the drainage not being satisfactory, they talk about the treatment level. The issue, the overall issue that we would like you to address is to see if you can be more environmentally respectful, friendlier. It is almost a project that turns its back on the natural environment and on sustainability and being supportive of the fragility of the coast. And that's what comes out in every single one of the staff comments. So we get that it's private property rights, but we would love to see greater sensitivity on the part of the applicant.
I think you'll like what we've been talking about.
Great.
Yeah.
That would be wonderful, because it's a clear message nowadays.
Yeah. Well, it's a very special site. It's oversized,
It's a
but in
very
this
special
language-
site, and it just, well, I made the point.
Yep.
Okay. Nick, anything else?
No, I think that's all I have on this one.
And we will also demonstrate that this would not constitute a substantial improvement, and we're collecting the data, and we'll be prepared to do that to ZBA and for here.
Okay, and we'll have that for the next meeting?
Yes.
Very good, thank you.
Great.
So I think that's-
Anybody else from the commission want to make comments?
Can I just, so why do you need a catering kitchen in a room of that size? Like, what is, in a single-family home, just
Curious.
what is?
Well, I'm not sure a catering kitchen is appropriate. There's a kitchen there because it's separate from the main house, and there will be, they do intend to entertain there.
We're really asking you
and-
if it's an event
Right.
space, and we were just a little,
And I think there had been a kitchen there before, and it's going to be there again.
But is it like a party space for the property owner?
It's a pavilion, right.
Like where they're planning to have parties, so it's,
To entertain there, absolutely.
right, okay.
Can we go?
It's what
And
it-
how do, I mean, we've had applications like this where it's clear that this is for entertainment, and because it's a single-family home, obviously people are permitted to entertain in their home, but can you just expand on what that means? I mean, is this like for frequent parties? I mean, is this where people show up in limos? Like, I mean, just the impact on the neighborhood is what I'm getting at here.
We will address it. I don't have that information.
Okay.
tonight,
All right,
but we
yeah.
will address
just
it.
a little bit of concern about the effect on the neighborhood. The same thing as the phasing plan.
Right.
How you're going to handle all the construction traffic, and also that it looks like an event space. It almost looks like a public event space. Just
It's
again, the
not to
sensitivity
be a
to the
public event
surroundings.
It's not to be a public
I mean,
event
that-
space, I
that's-
can assure you of that.
Okay, just a bit of a concern, because
Yeah.
we did have an application once that was.
No,
So,
that is not the purpose here, and we've actually been in very
Okay.
close contact with the neighbor there most,
All
and
right.
she's as excited about
Okay.
finishing and
Okay.
cleaning up.
all
as
right,
we
so
are.
we're going to leave this open. And we have no comments from the public on this application. I've got no comments from the public. And then we will leave,
It's one heck of a bridge party.
we'll leave,
I didn't hear that one.
I said
You don't-
that's
you
one
don't
heck of
wanna-
a bridge party.
so we'll leave this application open.
Thank you very much.
And we will go on to, Mr. Hegney, shall we open both at the same time, or do you want to handle them separately?
For the record, Tom Hegney, on behalf of the Second Congregational Church. I think we can do them together.
Okay.
They are integral.
It's just
I'm
easier.
thinking the
with-
last time we had something like this, we opened them together, and that seemed to work well, so.
And, yeah, so that's what we did at the, for example, with the synagogue. Okay, so Second Congregational.
I knew there was some successful project that was similar to that.
Second Congregational Church of Greenwich for a zoning map amendment at 48 Maple Avenue. And at the same time, we will be doing the same applicant for a final site plan and special permit for both additions and a change of use, also at 48 Maple Avenue. And so with that, Mr. Hegney, if you would like to begin?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. This is a property that I know you're all very familiar with. You may not know all of the history on it. This is at 48 Maple Avenue. It's the Solomon Mead House. was constructed in 1858. We provided to you and to the Historic District Commission a history on the property prepared by Niels Kirschus, a local historian, describing the original detail and construction of the building, its unique style. It's an Italianate with stone and with a 4-story bell tower. Truly one of the unique buildings in town. What Mr. Kirschus also points out is there was a substantial renovation done in 1926, and it turns out that with those changes, it actually enhanced the building rather than detracted from it, which he thought was a rather unique occurrence as well. We presented this to the Historic District Commission last week and received an advisory opinion to proceed to request from you a historic overlay for this property and a certificate of appropriateness, subject only to returning with paint color for the trim and the window samples that we had gone over. The plan is to mimic what is there now, to have a similar muted tone for the trim, and to construct a small rear addition, projects out approximately 3 feet into the existing pavement behind the building. One of the questions that came up at the Historic District Commission is, well, will you be able to see this addition while you drive by on the street? And the answer is no, given the topography of the site and the location of this addition. And the addition is intended to match the original stone and trim of the site.
But are you going to use stone?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is local quarried stone that is still actually available. I think Mr. Rydberg referred to it as Byram Black. It is a local quarried granite that you can still get. This is one of the photo boards we showed to the Historic District Commission. The entrance, another view of the entrance from the side. Where we're proposing the addition is in this single-story area in the rear. And one of the things that may have appeared to be unusual is we're adding on the back of the building, but we're ending up with 7 square feet less than we have now. And the reason for that is we're taking out a portion of the floor area to create the lift and the new staircase. All of this is intended to make the first floor handicap accessible and to enclose the staircase in the rear rather than putting a outdoor stair and putting the lift inside. When Mr. Rydberg did the analysis, it was one or the other without an addition, and having a lift outside didn't appear to be particularly historically appropriate, nor would the exterior staircase. And by bringing the facade of the first floor out, we can incorporate both the chairlift and the staircase within the facade. And it's really because the property does drop off from the peak here to the west, and you have a basement area here that can be utilized at grade to get in and then use the lift to the first floor.
Now, Mr. Hegney, you're the incentives from the HO designation to do this project?
Actually, for this particular project, we could proceed under 6-94A5 as a nonprofit educational institution for the Coffee for Good, which is the other part of our application. The reason that we're here is that over the years, the church has rented out space to nonprofits.
Right.
The junior league was on the second floor of this building for decades, before it got its own building on
Did you
East
know that?
Putnam Avenue.
Yes.
I didn't know that. I didn't realize. Okay, go ahead.
It currently has Breast Cancer Alliance
Yes, we
and
know.
Alliance for Education that are on the second floor and have been there for a number of years.
So the direct answer to my question is, you're not, you could do 694, you're not here, you're doing the HO, but you're not requesting any of the incentives granted by the HO.
The only one that applies here and that is part of the revised historic overlay zone is in section
6109.5?
5, which
Yeah,
provides
6109.5.
for office uses that are not nonprofit. We could have, the very uses that are here now could be permitted under 694. However, if the church were to seek some flexibility to allow for other office, like a architect's office or a lawyer's office, this would enable them to do that because they are less than 1,000 feet away from a commercial zone. That's what is driving us to bring the historic overlay to you. It's true, we could handle Coffee for Good just through a special permit application without the historic overlay. But as the church deals with renovating this building and maintaining this building and is committed to doing that, and so that's why the historic overlay designation is significant for everyone who's interested in maintaining these kinds of historic structures. The church also needs to have some flexibility
Yeah, we
to
were
have
not-
the funds to continue to maintain it properly.
At the briefing yesterday, we were quite unclear why you were doing the HO, and it was not apparent to us that you were doing it so that you could achieve a commercial office use on this site. I'm just making sure that everybody's registering that. Okay.
Well, the other question that one would have is, with the coffee shop, the other thought was that you were using the HO to use the, every other use that is permitted in the
But with
business
the
zones.
the
even though
coffee
this
shop,
isn't a
they're
business.
doing it under
Right.
6. What we figured yesterday was that the coffee shop, and what he just said, they can do the coffee shop as in because it's for disabilities,
Right,
you can do 694,
right.
which allows you to do a not-for-profit. I believe the coffee shop will operate under a 501c3.
Correct.
Under the
Under the
church or
auspices
under
of
Abilis,
Abilis, yes.
Abilis. So they wouldn't need it for the coffee shop because they could do 694 as a charitable use. The question of doing so that would not be necessary, but what you would like to do that wasn't clear to us is have the second use. You've got a vacant space now, and you've got the potential of converting that office to commercial, and we did not realize that.
Well, it is office now
But
on
it's
the second floor.
not-for-profit office.
Not-for-profit.
It's a charitable use, which, as we discussed it yesterday, and I'm just kind of going over what we said yesterday, in case your assistant didn't relay it completely.
I got the 2-page memo after your
Okay,
briefing.
so what we felt that this has traditionally operated as an extension of the church mission in the facilities, in what's been in this space, that it's been a not-for-profit.
And that is true, and that is the first hope of the church, to be able to continue in that vein. They've birthed a number of organizations from here, and that is their mission and part of their reason for doing outreach in the community. But they're looking for some flexibility in the event that they don't have a nonprofit and they need assistance in being able to maintain this building as it needs to be maintained. And that's what brings us here.
And that's the only one, because when I looked at this, there's the use, which is what you're talking about. But The HO would also give you a lot more space. It's a big lot, let's put it that way.
It's almost 3 acres.
Yeah, and that would give you a considerable amount of development opportunity too. You'd still have to deal with the same use issues and going back through the site plan and everything else, but that's not part of this discussion?
No, that is not, no.
But the problem is that if we granted the HO, just for you to consider, you just hit the nail on the head, you're leaving that door open.
Big time.
Would you?
With, of course, the restriction that not only do you have to come back, but this structure sits almost center of the lot.
That doesn't mean you can't.
And this structure would have to be maintained and retained, along with the cottage, which was constructed in 1920, which is in the rear of the
But
property.
that doesn't mean you can't do a lot on the property that we would be opening the door to with this HO that we had not understood was part of the situation. I mean, we hadn't gotten to
They hadn't
this.
focused on that.
Well, we kept trying to figure out why you were doing the HO, what your motivations were, and we weren't finding it yesterday in the briefing, as you heard, because it wasn't transparent, I'm sorry, it wasn't clear in your submission. Okay, so now everybody knows the issues, right? You got
Just a quick.
a 3-acre piece of property that currently has, I'm sorry, I said 3 acres.
It's
Yes,
about
3
3 acres. Yep.
3-acre piece of property that currently has 9,000 feet on it.
It's about 12,000 square feet with,
Okay, I'm looking
with
at
both
gross-
buildings.
Okay, for some reason, the staff report only has,
It refers to
The main building.
To the
and am I
meat house.
reading this correctly, that it could go, yes, with the HO, you could do 728,000 square feet?
That would be excessive. I
Well-
think that's a typo, and it's 28,819.
All right, so you could do
square feet.
28, I didn't even, okay, so with the HO, you could go to 28,000 square feet, 29,000 square feet, and you currently have, call it 12,000.
Approximately, yes. That's true.
And would you consider this, this property a religious use? Because it's a separate and apart from the church property, so,
It
I know
has-
it's owned by them, but what would you consider this?
It has uses that are done in conjunction with the church property that are a religious nature, and provides other nonprofits in town with space to meet, such as
Katie,
AA
where-
meets here.
Where we were coming out yesterday was in the discussions we've had on other church-owned properties, that we have looked at it in terms of not so much a church use, but extension of the church mission. Neighbor to neighbor, okay, it was on site, but that we saw it as an extension of the mission of the church to provide that, not a religious use per se, but of the mission. Same with one that's in litigation right now. But just, that's where we were, so we didn't use the word religious. I don't know if that
I'm
makes
just
a
curious if
difference
he-
to you.
I'm curious if he's using the word religious.
Right. Do you consider this part an extension of the religious?
Let me have Steve Scroggins, who's president of the Church Council, speak to this issue, because it's one that we've been discussing a lot as part of going through the whole planning process here. I think it would be helpful for you to hear from him.
You want to identify yourself?
Have you all been to the Mead House?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
actually, yeah,
And
'cause-
if I may say for the record, I'm quite upset that Act Two is no longer there.
yeah, I know, it's sad.
Well, it's an iconic building, probably,
Yes.
in all of
Mr.
Greenwich.
Scroggins, could you just say your name for the record?
Oh, my name is Stephen Scroggins, Scroggins, lifetime spelling that.
Now, Mr. Scroggins, do you have any idea, because Mr. Hegney didn't mention it in his application, when Act Two was doing well, do you have any idea how many people were going in there during the day? Would you be able to provide that information? What the sales, customers, they must know how many people went in and out?
Actually, they did not.
Okay.
The record keeping was rudimentary, I guess I would say.
Yes.
The building is in disrepair.
Right.
It is badly in need of renovation.
Okay.
The first floor got to the point where it could not function anymore. Act Two had to leave because there were leaks in the building. The first floor is not air conditioned. The bathroom facilities had not been updated in decades. It was not really habitable. The second floor isn't bad. There are window air conditioning units in Breast Cancer Alliance and Alliance for Education. The third floor is where our associate minister, his wife, and 2 kids live. So it is certainly an extension of our church
mission.
campus and,
Yeah.
and mission. The tenants in the building for decades have been mission-driven. Our church is mission-driven. We actually created Heart Care International. You may be familiar with it. We started Mothers for Others. We were early supporters of Greenwich at Home. We actually founded Greenwich Academy way back when. So in our DNA is being mission-driven. The potential affiliation with Ableist is part of that. Unemployment among the disabled community is over 80%. What we're talking about creating is a vocational training platform on that first floor that will train 40 to 50 disabled folks for full-time, not full-time, but for employment jobs. This is a mission-driven.
So one of the
All
go
we're
ahead.
asking for, by the way, it's public information within our church.
Okay.
We're allocating up to $800,000 to $850,000 from our endowment to fund the renovation of that iconic building. We have a $7 million endowment. This was a well-thought-out, highly discussed process within our council and our church as a whole. It's a massive commitment on the part of our church to that building, to that location, to our community, to maintain it for not just us, but for the community, but also to keep it mission-driven. All we're asking is for part of the first floor and an additional office on the second floor, that if we can't find mission-driven organizations to rent the space, that we have some flexibility at interim periods to look at nonprofit or for-profit organizations to do that. We have 4 tenants in the education wing on the second floor. They're all nonprofits. That's what we're about. So I don't know how else to say. This is all about mission.
So,
But we do need to maintain a 5-acre complex with 5 old buildings on it. The sanctuary was just designated by the Greenwich Historical Society last or 2 years ago as one of the historical landmark
Saw
buildings
that.
in Greenwich.
plus
So-
you got to do the crocuses.
What's that?
You have to do the crocuses.
Across the street?
Well, actually, our Women's Fellowship group replanted a bunch of that hillside 2 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, because
So-
it's a
so-
town, we love that. Sir, one question for you. In the submittal that we got, we didn't get any information on how it was going to work, the Coffee for Good. There was just that it was going to be vocational training, that there were 46 seats, but we didn't get any real information until we got to the traffic report that it was 138 additional trips per day, and there was no comparison because now I know that the consignment shop, we didn't know what the volume was, but we didn't know. So you're assuming that there will be 40 or 50. It would be good if we could get an explanation of how it's going to work, that there are going to be 40 or 50 people training there every day, or on some days. I didn't mean to make you back, but these were things that we need to know.
I may not be the best person to answer
Okay.
that question, and you might want to.
We need to know just for the, oh, somebody's coming to answer the question. Great.
This is, so
That's okay.
this is Amy Montemuro, who is CEO of Ableist, and can
Congratulations.
describe the program to you. because although there are quite a few people being served, they're served in small time increments.
Okay, so actually, after you describe it to us, what we'd really love to have is a piece of paper
Sure.
that tells us how many people are going to come during the day, how they're going to arrive, how they're going to leave, what the times are, what the hours of operation are, all of the information on what your impact is on the neighborhood, on circulation. One question, for example, that we had is if your population is going to be using public transportation at all, we would need to make sure that the town, that there's infrastructure from, say, the bus stop up to 48 Maple, because we have to make it work if that's what's going to happen. So those are the questions. If we could have all of that in writing, we would be really appreciative, because we were at a loss because we didn't know. Now,
Sure.
having told you all that,
Okay.
please tell us how it's going to work.
Okay. You asked a lot of questions.
I know I did, but
That's okay.
we'll tell you again at the end.
The majority, well, you're all familiar with ableist, so I don't have to go
Yes.
into that. The majority of people will be transported by our staff. Where
Vans?
Vans, yeah. both
How many
accessible.
passenger vans?
They're Toyota Siennas.
Okay, got it.
And if we have
Doesn't
a
matter.
couple, okay,
Just-
fine. Each session per day will have 3 people in 3 different sessions, so it might be, right?
They're going to be
4
three.
I'm sorry, 4 different
They're
sessions.
going to be 3 sessions a day, 4 sessions
4
a day.
sessions a day, 3 individuals supported with job coaches.
Okay,
per
so your
session.
hours of operation are something like 9 to 5?
Monday through Friday, 8 to 6. I'm sorry, and Saturday. Through Saturday, 8 to 6.
Okay. All right. And there will be these 4 sessions with 3 people being vocationally trained.
Correct. The 3
Okay.
trainees will probably have 2 job coaches with them, and a manager always there.
So that's 3 staff people on site with the 3 trainees. Okay?
That's what our staffing pattern looked the last time we
Okay.
reviewed it. So
And what, will you be open to the public?
I hope so.
9 to 6.
8
8
to
to
6.
6.
Yes. We will be open to the public.
You'll
We
be-
really want Monday through Saturday.
You'll be open to the public. Will you have food?
We will have prepackaged food.
Okay, I think that clears them of having to have a kitchen and the health department. However, you probably still have to get it through the sewer department for grease trap and, okay, but let me just go on. So, okay,
Sure.
you're gonna have those 4 sessions. Someone will drive the 3 people at the same time?
Yep.
And someone will pick them up at the end of that session. That's, what you say, so you're operating for 6 y 4. You're operating 10 hours a day? Did I do that right?
It's
10
12, it
hours?
is 12, and then there's 3-hour shifts. It might vary between 3
Okay,
and 4.
just getting
but
a
yeah,
sense.
Yeah.
So on site, the letter says that currently it's, the consignment store is 7, has 7 parking spaces, but on site you're only going to need for the 3 staff people that are there, but then you're going to need to accommodate the parking for the clients, for the customers that come. And Mr. Hegney didn't really address that in the application. And that's one of the things that we think you might be able to get some walk-up traffic, given the location.
Right.
But it's, what would you be able to accommodate in terms of, are people going to drive there? And you have 46 seats. How are you going to have 3 people serving 46 as they're training? And can you realistically have enough parking to accommodate those 46 seats, or should you scale it back when you start? Just a bunch of questions. I know I'm asking you a lot of questions. These are all the questions we raised yesterday.
Okay.
I'm Deb Rogan, and I've been
Hi,
working
Deb.
with Amy on Coffee for Good. The property, the entire property of the church has 140 spots. I believe 135 or 34 are non-handicapped. So of the 100 of those 134 spots are on the Mead property. It was probably one of the reasons why the church bought the property in 1952, right after World War II, when everyone was driving. So we have about 100 spots, parking spots on the Mead
Okay.
campus. It will be known as the coffee shop with parking. So I'm not worried about.
Okay, now you've got 10 of those spots rented out to Greenwich Academy, right there?
Down in the lower lot near the cottage.
Okay.
And there's other uses in the church building as well, on the second floor.
You've got the daycare? Does the daycare use that parking?
They use some of that parking.
Okay, so,
2 or 3 spots.
so even though there's a lot of parking, there's a couple of things that came up yesterday. One is the daycare. Another one is, classic question for us, what happens when there's a funeral? And does that lot fill up? You've got the Greenwich Academy, you've got the daycare, you've got the other uses at the church during the day, and just will you be able to accommodate that? And again, really, if it's an issue, 46 seats, 3 people who are in training may be too much till you really get the program going, and that could be a way of approaching it. You know, you could cut back on the seats, but you've designed this, and maybe this is what you think works the best. I'm just throwing out everything we talked about for an hour yesterday. And you're getting it in big flow.
Coffee for Good has been in the planning for about 1.5 years now, and we've already been asked the funeral and large wedding question.
Well, weddings are always, are going to be on a Saturday.
Afternoon, right.
And you're open Saturday, so
Right.
that's.
So the reality is, asking the minister, is that the church experiences 2 to 3 large weddings and funerals every year. So it's not it will be an issue that when we will know when they're happening well in advance. We can ribbon for that.
Okay.
So it's not a big occurrence, the large weddings and funerals.
Okay. We need that kind of, go ahead.
Ribbon for that mean, like.
Cut it
you'll
off.
You'll shut the.
You're going to shut the coffee shop,
that day?
or?
No, I think
just blocking off spots, correct?
Blocking off spots to say that no parking here for the funeral, or no parking here if there's a wedding.
Oh, okay.
Ribboning off to give 2 or 3 times a year to give for that. It's only going to be a short period of time
Right.
on 2 or 3 times a year.
Okay.
Okay. What else do you want to know about this? We had a lot of questions yesterday. I think I just barreled through them all, but does anybody remember having anything else?
I wasn't there yesterday, but I guess the thing that bothers me is the HO. Isn't there an easier way to do this, to get, and maybe if to do it, split it between, your plan is to do not-for-profits, right? And if that doesn't work somewhere down the line, you're gonna have to come back anyhow. But isn't there an easier way as opposed to an HO? Because the HO raises all those questions of development, which we're trying not to let happen at this point in time. There must be I'm looking for some help.
I'm agreeing
from the
with you.
staff and
Yeah, well, Mr. Hegney said it before, 694, but then
But-
that doesn't get you.
But
the-
that
the
doesn't give
parking
us
space.
the flexibility to have
But you-
commercial office
Even
space.
if you, yeah, but I guess it's incremental. If you do need to go to for-profit, you'd have to come back anyhow. Why not just go to the point that your mission-driven is for not-for-profits? The issue is, if you go special exception, special permit, you can rent to not-for-profits, but if you try to go to the profits, you gotta come back to us anyhow. We're just suggesting, rather than do an HO over the whole property, you get special exception or special permit now, and then come back to us if you have to do something for profit. Does that make any sense? Am I
It makes
missing-
absolute sense. Another way of looking at it, Mr. Hegney, is we could restrict the HO. My biggest fear is the development potential on this property.
And I think that that's something realistic for you to have a concern about.
So
It's a large
we-
piece of property in the center of
If
town.
we could restrict your HO and say, you know, if you want to revise the terms of it and have more development on this property, that you would come back?
Well, that would be, that's existing already. right?
That- yeah,
Come back.
that-
I mean, the thing, the.
For any special permit
But very
use, we would have to come
specifically,
back.
you don't, I mean,
But the other issue is if this is considered a religious use, under the HO, they would get a 1 FAR.
Right.
I mean, so it's not even, it's beyond the .9 even, if this is considered a religious use. And I'm still not clear. Can you just answer that specifically? Do you see this as, you know, this site, do you see this as a religious quote-unquote site that would, that would be applicable to that section of the HO?
I think it actually would be, Katie, because you have the associate minister living on the third floor, and
It's owned by the
Church.
and it's owned by the church,
historically been used as
and
well.
it's part of their mission and with the nonprofits that are there now and have been there over the years.
The church bought the property originally, and that's where the Sunday school was, and Women's Fellowship. Before we had the education wing off the back, your predecessors some years ago enabled us to put an education wing on the back of our sanctuary. I mean, it's really interesting to me because it's inconceivable to me that any of us could possibly talk the congregation into doing any further development on the property.
You'd be amazed.
Yeah, it
Well,
would be.
no, so I think we would probably be happy to put some restriction, no
Okay.
further development.
All right.
Mr. Scoggins,
All we're
it's-
asking is just the flexibility to maybe possibly rent to a commercial enterprise for like 1/4 of the space in the meat house.
It's that situation now, if we do HO today, in 25 years, when we're not here, right, at a .1 or a 1, did you say? Mr. One? That's a big building. That's
So-
a huge building. And it's interesting, it's all predicated on saving the meat house. But if you went to that development, the meat house would be enveloped by the rest of the building. And there's a significant potential there. And it would actually, you'd have the church itself, which is a significant building, and another one, so.
I'm thinking of a recent example of a building that we had the potential for being enveloped,
Exactly.
like it's
I know
a
that
drill
building, yes.
shed.
Yes.
And the commission was very clear as to how it wanted to handle that, and stood their ground and significantly limited the potential development on that site. That was 230 Mason Street.
Oh, right.
So I thought that, you have flexed your muscles recently. You have limited development on a property that has an historic designation and required that building
Yeah.
to be preserved.
It seems to
I think
We got it.
this
Okay.
is as worthy, if not more
So-
worthy than
It
that.
seems to me
Topic-
that 109 is the cleaner way to go.
Yeah, I know.
And I think if we go if he goes to 694, we get into the issue of, is it a mission of the church?
Right.
And I don't think he
Well,
would
you kinda do-
necessarily want that argument. If he
Right,
goes
and
to-
then, so if you want to do 109, what Mr. Hegney and Mr. Scroggins have just said is they would be willing to restrict the FAR, and that means that they can always come in and ask that the restriction be lifted, but in any event, for the time being, there's an FAR restriction. Okay, so.
Or that it's understood that their application there's no intention of doing it.
But-
of doing that.
And
So-
if they come in
Use.
25 years from now and want to change the FAR, then it'll be seen in our approval that there's an FAR restriction, which would be an indication of what the intent was.
Oh,
Plus-
and
plus if
that-
this is religious, and you try to restrict it, that's exactly how you end up on the wrong side of the argument, because the church comes in and says, you're restricting us, and you aren't restricting other people at this point in time, and that's discrimination. That's religious discrimination. Isn't that the basis of?
Right, well, I mean, the problem, the issue is if they come in under the HO, you can't really restrict it. I mean, there's.
That's
it
another way
just-
of saying it.
Yeah, it just is. And then just, they could, if you don't do it under the HO, they can come back 25 years from now and say, I want an HO now. If you do it under
Okay.
the HO, they can come back in 25 years and say, ask the same thing.
So-
So it's really, you're not really gaining.
So what
anything
Mr.
one way or another.
Yeski
You
just.
only have to open this.
Right, so what Mr. Yeski just muttered to me is just that we've got a bunch of questions that we wanted answered. in terms of the traffic and the drop-off. Also, Mr. Hegney, I meant to walk this from Putnam up to 48 Maple today. I wanted to look at the handicap accessibility because DPW just did not answer anytime we asked. Is the town sufficiently accommodating of what this facility would need? And if you would take the burden of answering that, I would be very grateful. So,
I just happen to have a
yes,
GIS
I've been
blown up
GISing
for
it all day, but I just didn't have a chance in the afternoon to get there. So if you're down on the post road and you get off the bus, which I know it sounds like they're not going to be using bus
No,
transport.
well, almost all
They're gonna do the vans.
participants in the training program
Okay.
will be coming by van. There are two sidewalks, one which comes up the driveway adjacent to the church and then comes through to the back of the building here.
Mhm.
It's about 750 feet.
Okay.
You have a little bit longer distance along this sidewalk coming into the property this way,
Okay.
maybe in 800 feet. But there are two ways to get to this building from that bus stop.
And they're
on
all
East Putnam
handicap
Avenue.
accessible should that arise. That's what I'm asking you.
Not exactly. So I did talk to DPW today about it. So the bus stop, is just basically at Morrow Avenue. And DPW has just redone that whole area. So
I know
at
that.
those two, access points onto the road, they have the appropriate ramp down. So those two are good. But then when you when you walk along the sidewalk and you get to the church property,
Mhm.
that's where you have a problem because there's curbs on either side of your driveway. So you couldn't get a wheelchair as an example off of that off of
Mhm.
that sidewalk. So what they talked about in their comments was creating the depressed curb so you could
Like
get
a
out
drop-
into the-
drop
it's a-
curb
The drop curb, thank you,
in
yeah.
that area.
But the problem is then you've got the slope of your driveway there, and it looks like, what would it be ideal is if you come up the driveway, then you flatten out so that where a wheelchair could get over to get to the other side where the sidewalk continues, and then kind of go up. So you'd have to look at it and see if that makes sense to do that to the driveway. Or alternatively, as Mr. Hegney's just pointed out, you could move the sidewalk up a little bit so that you wouldn't have to do that because it kind of flattens out a bit higher. Or you could then, move along to.
Go along the public sidewalk on Maple Avenue.
Well, or you could just do the drop curb. It might be okay to just do the drop curb. You'd have to just study it and see whether or not you'd have to flatten it out or not.
Okay.
I
so-
haven't run
either
across
way.
a requirement to have handicap accessibility to a building that's 750 feet
No.
away from the bus stop.
No,
We are
but-
making this building handicap accessible as part of the vocational training program.
Right, but we've just talked about how the properties, although they are separate properties, there's no doubt about that, but how they are intrinsically tied together. And so you want to have a campus that is accessible to all. So that's our point there.
The wheelchair accessibility has no connection to Coffee for Good. We're renovating the Mead House. We want it to be wheelchair accessible for
Right.
anybody. It's just like our church is wheelchair accessibility.
But,
I'm not, so
but actually,
the connection to the bus, I guess I don't understand.
because what we were thinking is if you were successful, somebody who is handicapped might be very interested in coming to see it and might take public transportation. And I was thinking it was the town that had to do the investment. So I was pursuing it from the side of the town. Is the town providing the facilities that you would need? Not so much do you need to spend the money. My question was, is the town providing what the town is required by law to do it? That's what I kept trying to ask.
The town's done that. The town's done the
Okay.
improvements at Morrow Avenue. The only place where I think you'd run into a problem is on your driveway.
Which is actually what Beta comments. Beta says
Beta makes those comments, we have a traffic consultant.
Yeah, and we've reviewed those
Okay.
with Mr. Adler, and he's preparing a response to
Okay,
those
so you're
comments.
gonna do all that, you're gonna tell us, and you don't have to, I mean, I realize that Mr. Adler's an expensive proposition for a not-for-profit. If you can give us the information that we need,
Well, we've already retained him. He's provided
Okay.
a traffic study to show that
right.
there's no impact to the road network.
Okay.
He's even provided a suggestion to the engineering department to re-signal the lights so that the intersections work better than they do now. At no cost to the town.
Maple and Post Road intersection?
No, actually at Mar Avenue. Because that was part of the intersection analysis, because Millbank, Mar, and Maple, and East Putnam all operate as sort of one large intersection.
Okay.
And so that was the scope of his analysis, based on discussions and direction from our former traffic coordinator.
okay, two other comments. You saw, you saw the comments from Conservation
Yeah,
regarding the invasive species. There's some sort of statute against the bamboo, the running bamboo.
That's in the back here.
Mhm.
The
All
neighbor
that.
also brought that up, and the church
Okay.
will take steps
So
to
all the invasive.
control that.
Hopefully you can get,
It's been there for a long time.
Yeah,
The-
I know.
The burning bushes that are back here, we weren't looking to do landscaping with the
I
3-foot
get-
addition to the building.
yeah, I think the bamboo would be good to do because it's been identified broadly by the state. The other, so they asked that you remove as many of the invasives as possible.
Well, I think limiting it to the bamboo, the burning bushes, a lot of people really like them, particularly
Yes.
this time of year
Okay,
in
one more.
their yards. We weren't planning on ripping them out and replacing them.
One more thing, we received this indirectly, but we were copied on a distribution, and I believe you have all that information, but there was a neighbor complaint about lights that were recently installed at the
Yes.
house, and that they are very bright and intrusive.
Actually, we've spoken to 2 neighbors about
Okay.
those lights, and that is being addressed,
So the lights.
or has been addressed.
What are the hours of operation of Act Two right now?
It's not operating.
But when it was? Sorry, Mr. Scroggins, I know we keep making you stand up.
Wednesday and Friday and Saturday.
Mr. Scroggins, yeah. You have to be good and stay.
It
but
was
even
3 days a week for about 4 or 5 hours a day.
Okay, so this is more intensive in terms of hours, but again, you're covering. So, but again, if you lay out for us how many people are gonna come, how it's gonna work.
We'll provide
We're doing-
you
yeah,
a
I'm
full business plan on the coffee for good list.
Hmm? Okay, but we went through all the list. The employee parking doesn't change.
No.
They're gonna give us the traffic flow, how it's all gonna work, how the training's gonna work.
Indicate all the employee parking.
Yeah,
Indicate all the tenant parking for the whole site. I think we're looking for all the uses on the site, including the church building. Document the procedure for the weddings and the funerals. I think we're looking for complete details on the coffee shop operations, the food, health department, sewers, that kind of stuff. That was a little thin in our briefing. Address the accessibility route according to DPW. That was actually more of the driveway to the church itself off of East Putnam Avenue. We're going to look at the invasive species, the bamboo, and a procedure for eradicating that. I'm not too sure if you addressed any kind of site lighting or signage with HDC. That's something that we should put together, because if we're going from 8 o'clock to 6 p.m., you're going to have something on the site for patron lighting.
Yeah, we hadn't planned on adding additional lighting, but
Yeah.
we'll take a look at that.
Yeah,
and
definitely low-key it, as would, my suggestion would be,
course.
given that you're in a mixed neighborhood.
And you're gonna, just, I guess, a one-pager of the number of employees, the operations, the sessions, and just reiterate that you're gonna be dropping off by van, pick up and drop off. The 4 sessions, you said. Define what a session is. I'm
Right.
just kind of confused at what that is.
There's 4 sessions every day, 3 hours per session.
Got it.
Each,
4 por 3, yeah,
each client
12.
is-
It's like a shift?
Doesn't work.
One or two shifts only.
4 sessions, 3 hours,
Okay.
12,
And
and
they
you're only
usually
open
1 or 2 days a week. so
4 and
that's why
6
you-
is 12, yeah.
I should clarify. The staff will show up not at 8 o'clock when the coffee shop is opening. They'll show up at 7:30 for prep, so
But-
that the
There
coffee
you go.
will be ready.
Yeah, add that into that list, too.
And then they will have a cleaning crew there after. So that's
But-
how you end up with the 4 sessions.
Okay.
As part of.
So it's 12 hours really that it's running a day, if you will, that there's people in and out.
10 hours open.
Because you don't get 4 times
with
3,
customers,
12,
and
yeah,
then 12
okay.
hours where they're actually
Okay.
training.
Do I have any other comments from other commission members?
I'm not done yet.
Oh, okay.
Actually, one more thing. I just, any intention on using the porch for outdoor seating?
I forgot about that.
Let us know.
Yes.
We've got issues
Yeah,
with that.
I thought we had mentioned that as part
No,
of the.
we didn't see it, but it's a
show that
cool
on the plan.
idea.
It's there, and why would you not
It's
use it?
there, it seems like a good idea, but just let us know.
The
You done?
answer is yes, we want to use that as
Okay.
part of the vocational
How many
program.
seats would you put there? It doesn't show on your floor plan.
All right,
You only have the
we'll provide
interior.
that to you.
Anybody else from the commission? You're done, right?
I want to mention to Mr. Scroggins, that here's the good news. We love your use and your concept. We really, thank you. We really do. We're kind of getting stuck on some technicalities. So don't go away thinking we're trying to kill your idea. We love your use idea.
I try to talk clients off the edge after the meeting so that they don't just think it's a complete
And you've got a
disaster.
lawyer that's going to help you understand the ways of the commission, so to speak, but,
Well, I've lived in Greenwich since 1981, so been here a long, long time. And it's a great place, and I'm assuming that you all are great to do what you do. I mean, thank you for it. This is a great idea. This has never been done anyplace else in the United States.
I bet you're a deacon in the church or something.
He's the
Yeah.
president of the council.
No, but
didn't
really,
hear
no,
that.
this has never been done where you've created a vocational training program where you can
awesome.
process 40 to 50 disabled folks and train them for jobs. There's 35 to 40 coffee shops right now that are staffed by IDD folks. What we're doing is unique. And it's a big idea, and it will work, and it will have been done here in Greenwich. It's what Greenwich is about. Our community, serving people, that's what we're about, and it's what our church is about. So I apologize, and my colleagues right now are very frustrated with me that I might appear frustrated.
No,
'Cause
not at all. Passionate.
This is a big idea. And,
You seem
and-
passionate, not frustrated.
and it's going to help people who need to be served.
So the reason we're getting into so many
Totally
weeds is we have to be responsive to the fact that there's people who live in the neighborhood and who have concerns and who feel that their neighborhood is becoming increasingly commercial.
I think we have
So
a
we're trying
good
to-
understanding of all
We're
the
trying to make
information we
sure
need to provide.
that
to
we
you.
mitigate the impact on residents, and that's what we're focused on. And that we didn't say, this sounds like a very interesting use and that it's exciting. In fact, you had volunteers who were excited about getting coffee there. Mr. McBride was threatening to go every day? Or was that me?
That was you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, shall we let the public speak? I see people are here. Do I have any comments from the public? Mr. Gonsberg? I love her. She's my cutie pie.
My name is Alan Gunsberg. I'm the chairman of the First Selectmen's Advisory Committee for People with Disabilities. I'm also on the steering committee of Project Search that runs at Ableist. I also am the State Rehab Council chairman for the blind. Work is so important for people who are disabled. Direction, having the ability every day to have something to do, somewhere to go, to have a purpose. And for the blind, it's 70% unemployment. For disabled people in total, it's probably in the high 60s, depending on whose numbers you use. But that's not important. There aren't enough places where people can be trained, can be helped, can be taught how to do jobs. And I also didn't say that I'm a board member of the Department of Human Services, but we have a lot of people that could use work and work to make their lives better, to make their lives have more purpose. And this program, to me, seems like the perfect sweet spot, using the idea of training people to work in coffee shops because of the need and because it is a very adaptable kind of job that anybody and everybody can be taught how to do. I think that this program is outstanding. I think that the idea of making the building accessible, especially bringing the accessibility indoors instead of outdoors, which we all know could be problematic depending on the weather. So I really think that we really should be looking at this as Mrs. Scroggins said, as a way to put Greenwich on the map as a progressive place that it is, in the community that we live in, which is inviting to all, to our brothers, our mothers, our cousins, so that everybody can have a place here and feel invited and included. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gunsberg. Any other members of the public wish to speak?
Good evening. My name is Lindy Urso. I'm a member of the public, but I'm also a newly minted board member of Ableist. Just
Okay.
wanted to speak very briefly about Ableist and what they do.
Do you need him to spell the name? You're good.
Lindy, L-I-N-D-Y, Urso, U-R-S-O. I thankfully, fortunately, don't have a special needs connection, but many members of the board do. And I became connected with Ableist through a lifelong friend who's actually married to the CEO. But I can tell you, they do unbelievable work. They started out as a group called ARC, I guess, ARC or GARC, and then ARC. Growing up, I didn't hear much about them. I see Ableist a lot more now with the magnets they've got on their minivans, and it's really a town treasure. It's the work that they do. I can't even describe. I mean, what they do for these people, and independence for these people with special needs is everything. And you see these people, a lot of these board members, a lot of affluent people on the board who have children, family members, and they tell their stories at these meetings about, you know, the progress and how life-changing it is when these kids can get out there and actually work, and then they get their own apartment. I mean, you see them every day in different locations. Amy has a list of, I just looked at it tonight, dozens of places where these people are working. It's just amazing, amazing work, and I understand, obviously, there are issues that need to be ironed out, but I think certainly they seem manageable, and something like this, I think they should get the benefit of the doubt.
How long is the training period itself?
You know, we're actually looking at, similar to how Project Search, we're working with Greenwich Hospital. We partnered with them, an internship program. We're looking between 40 and 60 people per year, depending on how much supports each individual.
So each person will have a different need. So some
Correct.
people might be done in 2 months.
2 months, 5 months, 8 months, right?
Okay.
And the plan is to identify an employer, well, and have a graduation ceremony for them. And, hopefully people in the community will come. This will be a partnership. employers will come over to Coffee for Good and say, you know what, I'd love to hire someone. I mean, we do have about 94 in the community, we need more employers.
And
so
you will place the people,
we
you
will
will help place them?
Yeah.
One more question.
Sure.
You mentioned that it was young people, but it's all ages, right?
We're a lifespan birth
So
through.
if somebody
yeah.
was not a young person, but was ready to start, wanted to go back to work, you would still train that
Absolutely.
person?
There's a lot of people that need more intense supports and services, and this really gives us an opportunity to do it in a safe environment where you can make mistakes on our watch and the community can participate.
Okay. All right, great.
And one of those things that that makes Ableist the Cadillac in this industry is they have these individualized plans for each person, each of their clients. So to answer your question, I mean, yes, if someone needs more intense training, they'll get it. If they need less, they'll get it. Everybody gets individualized treatment. It really is a gem in this town. And I think any support you can provide to Ableist would be a real boon to the town.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wish to speak? Mrs. Pearson.
Good evening. My name is Doreen Pearson. I'm a direct abutter at 64 Maple Avenue to the Mead Parish House. I think Ableist is a great organization, and I think it's a great idea. I think there's a bit of overreaching here. I think the location's terrific. I'm really happy to see attention given to the Mead Parish House. I loved the Act Two Boutique. It was a regular stop. It's a regular stop for the guests from the inn, which we operate next door. People are very disappointed it's not there now. My issue with this is there was a total lack of transparency. We met with the parish council president, Steve Coggins, and he was less than transparent with us. And I think he realizes he was less than transparent with us. He told us that there were no signed leases and that there was no plan for any particular tenant. Now, that was just a month ago. We told him that of late, the church has not been a good neighbor at all. Our driveway is directly adjacent to this property. We have a disintegrating playground right there, which they no longer use. It's dangerous, it's a pen, and it's a pit. We've addressed this before. We've addressed the lighting before. We've reported it to zoning. There's never been any enforcement. I see additional spaces painted over on that lot constantly. Our understanding is that if you increase your parking, that you have to go before planning and zoning and have approvals for that. That's what we were told for our inn. I don't understand how they can just keep restriping and adding spaces wherever they feel they can fit them in. I also question how many nonprofits can be operated out of one campus. They call it a campus. There's the cottage in back. It used to be the Boy Scouts met there. That's what we were aware of on Monday nights. And then there were a lot of improvements made back there. Now it's a residence. It's attached to a large playground for the preschool, and it's totally blacktopped in front of it. There are drainage problems here. We're all the High Point. The Mead House is a high point. The inn is a high point, and it slopes way down from there. Every time you blacktop and you more impervious surfaces, you're creating more drainage problems. I have a new neighbor down in back. He purchased his home about 2 years ago. He has done nothing but deal with drainage problems. He's also adjacent to the Mead Cottage in the rear. Any screening that's ever been done between the church and its numerous businesses and parking lots has been done by the neighbors. The church has never done what zoning requires. Now they're going to create commercial space, whether you call it non-profit or not. I was told that the church has a declining congregation and that they needed to rent out more spaces in order to support all that property. Now I hear tonight they have a $7 million endowment. I wish that we were tax exempt. We have an historic property. We don't get any assistance at the expense of the taxpayers. I'm not quite sure I understand. The building, yes, I've been in it many times. I know it had mold. I know it was in terrible disrepair for years while they operated the boutique. It had limited traffic because of its operating hours. Only Saturday was really ever very busy. I'd like to just read, I'm not sure if you received this note. I received it today from Larry and Michelle Allen.
Yes, and somebody sent it in.
Did you get the same one?
Somebody sent it in to us. That's why we, somebody from your distribution forwarded those emails into the office.
Okay.
So staff shared those with us.
Okay.
That's why we raised the question of the lighting. Let me ask you, Mrs. Pearson, what would you want to see us do? What corrective action would you like to see the applicant take? I don't know that it's all within our authority, but you've raised a lot of issues. What are you
I really
looking for?
believe the town should take more consideration for the residential neighborhoods, regardless of whether these businesses are for-profit or nonprofit.
Mm-hmm.
We're the taxpayers. We support the town.
Mm-hmm.
I know the burden is being shifted to us.
But what's the result that you want? What are the actual tangible?
I want a better buffer. I want a better buffer
Okay.
from all of these businesses. I think anyone sitting here, if you live next door and someone was proposing a project like this, you would want to protect your privacy and the peaceful enjoyment of your property.
Okay, so you're looking for landscaping on adjacent to your property?
Also from the road, if you look at the old description of the Mead house, when it was put on the historic register, they knew there was parking in front of the building, and they required that it be screened. That was all torn down a number of years ago. It's stripped. Those cars sit up there above the road like they're on display.
Okay.
And the number of parking places there has increased dramatically.
Back to Katie.
I mean, I think someone should go back and examine how many were approved for that property and how many are there now.
Well, in actuality, the Mead House hasn't had any approvals, and with this application, we would approve the current uses that are in it. But your key
I'm not
issues-
talking about just the inside use. I'm talking about the parking places.
Right, and we've asked for the information on the parking, how many parking spaces are available, and what the uses are that are for it. But what you're looking for is the lighting is intrusive right now, and you would like more landscaping.
A buffer. You can't be right on someone's border
Okay,
and not, you're living their existence.
okay.
That playground is used around the clock, yet Mr. Scroggins told me it's no longer used by the preschool or the church.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it still there? Now it's become a public playground.
Okay.
In the back, I'd like to know, were there approvals for the improvements that were made at the back cottage that's now residential and meeting space? They call it the Mead
Well,
Counseling Center.
We'll look into that. It does seem that there haven't been, from what the staff report has, there were not approvals for the uses, so it may not have, but we'll look into it. So those are the 2 points, 3 points?
Well, we have decided at our own great expense to shield ourselves again from the church. We've had invasions from their property. We cannot exist with the size of the leaf blowers that they're using right now. They're huge commercial leaf blowers. They're using them 3 at a time on the property.
Sorry, the leaf blowers are governed by town ordinance?
Yes.
And they would have nothing to do with either us or this application. So if you don't mind, that's why I said to you in
Okay.
the beginning, what we can do,
Okay.
what your requests are.
I'll deal with the health department then.
What your requests are relative to this application, what your concerns as an abutting neighbor would be, that's what we can help with. But the leaf blowers, nothing.
Now, you're aware that the church leases 24, at least 24 spots to Greenwich Academy.
I believe that in the write-up, it either said 10 or 20. I said 10, but we were aware.
It's more than 20.
Well, we were aware that there was that, and we asked Mr. Hegney, I don't know if you heard us ask it, but we asked Mr. Hegney to provide the information on how that pertains to what the church uses. There are several churches in town that do the same thing.
I recognize that.
And
That-
there's no-
Do they have, I've heard other applications from other churches. The traffic patterns are really dangerous over there. You've got the kids coming from Greenwich Academy, coming and going. They're all coming out the same driveway alongside of my property. You've got all of the other organizations and offices that are working out of there.
So,
You've got the
again-
preschool children being dropped off and picked up.
Okay, so again, this application, if they have sufficient parking to accommodate it with what they're giving to Greenwich Academy, we would not have an objection to it. So in terms of what you're looking for from us, it's still the screening, the lighting?
Yes.
Okay. And that we would look into the permitting. Okay, and I think Mr. Hegney heard that question, that he will investigate to what extent permits were obtained for the improvements that have been made on the property.
Yeah.
Okay.
The
Anything else that-
driveway, the exit driveway, which it parallels mine, is dangerous. People have driven off over the wall. It scrapes every car that goes down. It's a steep entryway.
Now, this is people using the Mead House or people?
Yes. Well,
Okay.
they all use that drive.
Okay.
They come around from the back of the Mead House.
All right. Okay, so we'll need to look at that egress, Mr. Hegney. Okay?
And if it is their project, the sidewalks are dangerous. They're not wide enough. You're talking about just bus access, but they have to get from the bus around there, too.
They're going to address that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else from the public wish to speak? Mr. Pearson? It's all right. Your car's a pumpkin now, so you can go ahead.
Thank you very much. Quentin Pearson, 64 Maple Avenue. We're abutters. That was my wife. My one, I guess, concern at this point is traffic. We already went through the other issue at the end of the north end of Maple
Right.
Avenue with Greenwich Academy. The traffic is horrendous, I have to say. And, with an increasing use of the Mead House, there's going to be more traffic. I mean, that's a given. Traffic studies, they don't live there. They don't know they just don't, whatever. You pay somebody to do something and you're going to get what you want. So, with that said, hopefully they can do something to change the flow, maybe enter from the post road and then have exits. They have 2 exits now, or make them 2 exits, and one southern exit go to the right and northern exit go to the left. That would maybe help things a bit. 'Cause
Okay.
it does queue now.
All right.
Going north for the preschool. So I would hope that that would be looked into.
Okay,
Safety
great. We will ask Mr. Hegney they've got a firm that does that work, so they can take a look at how that egress is going to work.
Very good.
And the ingress and the egress.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Good night.
Anybody else from the public? Any comments from the commission, staff? No? So, Mr. Hegney, you got a couple more to-do items on that to
I have
consider additional
been
buffer?
taking notes, and we will have
And
all that information for
To
you.
look at the safety of the ingress egress,
Yes.
the vans,
The
seems like
the screening
reasonable.
between our property and the hotel next door, yes.
Okay, so we're gonna leave this open.
That would be great.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Hegney.
If we have one more, right? Okay.
I will be brief. So regular, it's back to the regular meeting.
So, hold on a second, I need to get a little order in here. So, Mr. Court Reporter, we just closed the public meeting? Yes, and we now go back to the regular meeting.
Give me a second, I've got that though.
And the puppy stays. God, I love that puppy.
He is very well behaved. She.
It says, please don't distract, and I always distract her.
I saw that earlier. Totally ignoring the sign.
Mhm.
Not a good example.
Little tail wag. Little tail, she gives me.
might-
Okay, so Mr.
I'm happy
Hegney.
to speak over the din.
Okay, so we now go to application 12, regular meeting, and we have Lexus of Greenwich and 40 Old Field Point Road for a 3-year extension and a final site plan and special permit. Mr. Hegney, I'm not really sure you need to say anything, I think.
I was just
that-
going to say thank you.
Okay, I think Mr. McRae's ready to go.
Yes. So just pull the trigger on this?
Yeah, go.
Okay. Lexus of Greenwich, 40 Old Field Point Road.
I think we decided yes.
Request for 3-year extension of time.
You were seated on the last one.
For PLPZ 2016-617 and 618, final site plan and special permit, demolish existing buildings, construct new.
Excuse me, everybody, could we have the room quiet, please?
Mr. Scroggins?
Mr. Scroggins.
Mr. Scroggins, I'm sorry, if we could have the conversation out of the room, we were just trying to conduct business, thank you.
You don't have to stay, we've moved on. Yeah, you can go, we've moved on. Because we're leaving that open. Okay, go ahead.
34,000 square foot property located at 40 Old Field Point Road in the GB and CGI zones. Motion to approve it, request for 3-year extension of time for the site. The extension will be to May 25th, 2025. That's all we have.
Do I have a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Mr. McRae, just to reiterate, that also would include reiterating any conditions of this.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Yes.
I do anticipate that's what the decision letter will say.
Very astute.
Okey dokey.
We had waited.
All right.
Thank you. I know I'm supposed to.
No, we'll do them next time. No, because we're gonna, and I haven't seen, the minutes were in the folders and all that.
We don't have anything else, do we? No.
Yeah, Katie,
Oh, the moratorium.
Oh,
we're gonna do the moratorium, so we wanna have, no, nothing on the train station.
we have to close it?
We have to
already did.
close it, we've closed it. I
No.
don't know, are you guys ready to do the vote on the train station?
No, I have all kinds of things I'd like to, thoughts I'd like to get my arms wrapped around first.
You two, you wanna wait? Okay, just, I hate waiting because we forget stuff, and then, here's the problem. The same people gotta show up. And we had to scramble, we had to haul Andy Fox in tonight, because he wasn't gonna come, so that, because we had postponed a vote. So I'm just saying again, it's,
When's our next meeting? The 14th?
yeah,
14.
we're gonna do it then?
I'm not gonna be there.
Will you be here on the 12th, Nick? For the POCD meeting?
Yes.
So we'll do it at the POCD?
Wait. No.
Okay, so that means, I mean, that's the problem. We postpone a vote, and then we don't have the people. I can do the resolution on the train station, but I'd like to have everybody that was here tonight there to do the vote. I don't want to have people reading in. I think it's wrong. Sorry, I sound sort of cranky about that, but,
We'll be here.
but Nick isn't.
Yeah, but we'll have his notes.
Okay.
I'll put it all together.
Okay.
I have a lot of things I want to put down.
Now, here's the thing. That brings us to 4 people who,
Oh, no, I mean.
it's a very,
No, you can't do that, Nick. I mean, you either take the vote or you don't. Can you call in for the vote?
yeah, I can make the resolution, but see, I don't want to have 4 people for any vote, because if we don't have all 4 people voting in favor,
But I'm saying if Nick wants to, I mean, it's a recommendation, so it wouldn't really matter in that sense.
I have to make a phone call. Let me see what I can do about
Okay.
straightening that out. If I can actually straighten it out tomorrow, I'll let you know right away.
To call in, you mean?
No, I won't be able to call in. I'd have to be here.
It would be on, you could do it on the 12th or the 14th.
and you don't have to be here for the meeting, you can just come in late.
Come in late. What do you mean?
Well, we can decide it when we're finished,
At
so,
the end of the night?
yeah.
Okay.
So, see what happens, but,
Let me figure that out, and
okay.
we'll go from there, okay?
all right. Okay, all right, so in that case, we're not gonna do.
Text. Make the text
We're
amendment.
going to do the text amendment. Let's have a quick discussion about it. Who ended up seated on the text amendment?
Me.
No, we know you're seated. It's of the alternates. Is it Goss or Yeski on the text?
It'd be Yeski because it's a new item.
Okay, Yeski seated on the text amendment. Does anybody want to talk about the text amendment? I think the only open issue is, do you want to keep it at the 12 months?
Yes.
Yes.
12 months.
Whatever anybody likes.
You're still seated because you're seated for Fox.
I am,
Yeah.
yes.
Is he seated for Fox?
No, Victoria, you can't.
Victoria's seated for Fox. You can't talk, she can. Sorry, we got mixed up. Yeah, sorry.
Wait, who?
No, I'm sorry, Marguerite's absolutely right. Victoria is seated for Andy, who.
Am I seated for Hardman?
Because Andy left. Thank you.
Yes, but it was a new item, and when we opened the new item, Goss and Yeski
was
came
the
on.
first alternate, and then
Okay.
took that, and then Dennis gets.
Then
the
Dennis,
next
1, 2, 3, 4,
So it's Peter
5.
who cannot talk.
It's Peter Lowe who,
I can talk, but it doesn't really.
well, we
matter.
won't listen. Okay, so Plo, no, actually, legally, you can't even talk. So now, Ms. Goss, what would you like to say? Yes, ma'am.
I was just wondering if it might be a good idea to say 6 to 12 months or something, so that, because the concern of the speakers was that the developers wouldn't know how long this moratorium was, wouldn't have any predictability. So if we indicated somehow that the moratorium may be less than 12 months, there's some way to indicate that. I guess the attorneys will know it, and the developers won't work without the attorneys,
No, I
so
think-
they'll find out, or either they'll find out. I'm just wanting somehow to.
The,
let
Katie's
developers-
sentence, the expiration date of the moratorium shall not exceed 12 months. It gives us 12 months. If we're done in 2 weeks, we're done in 2 weeks. If we're done in, or if we're done in, 11 and a half months, we're done in 11 and a half months, but not to exceed the 12.
No, but the
I think it's
person who's reading
consistent
it
from what
won't
we've
know
done
it.
before. What?
Oh, it's consistent probably with what we've done.
Yeah, what was it, the dispensaries we did a couple of years ago was 12 months, right?
Yes,
The pop
I
thing.
think it will be a moot point.
I think that one we split in two, actually, I think we extended it.
Yeah, oh, well, yeah, we
So-
did, but it was 12 months and 12 months kind of thing.
Or 6 and 6 and 6 or
Whatever.
whatever, but it ended up being about 12 months.
Okay.
Yeah, that
Right.
one, that did take a while.
Now, I understand where Mr. Polgasi was coming from, but to me, people aren't going to be losing money. They're not losing sleep on this. It's kind of thing, it's like, yeah, maybe somebody was waiting in wings, but we have 5 in the queue. We have to get this resolved because, to me, they need to know predictability, and we need time to figure out the predictability to tell him. So it doesn't really matter how long it takes. If they want predictability, we're going to give it to them, but we have to figure it out. So, to me, do it tonight, make it effective tonight. Let's get it done, so.
I agree with Nick 100%.
Is
Okay.
there any issue about this coming due before the next election? As an issue?
None.
Good.
But if you want to buy some signs, we know where you can get some used ones. Okay, anybody else? Victoria's done, everybody's done. Okay, so,
Effective data is the legal ad.
So without,
yeah.
without specifying it, it would be the legal ad plus 15 days, which is the appeal period. So that would be next Tuesday, and then
I'm just,
15 days.
it's effective data is 15 days plus, legal ad plus 15
We
days.
could do it, I mean, we have to publish the legal ad though, right?
Yeah, we have to publish the date.
Publishment
So
of,
if you want that published for tomorrow's paper, it's not gonna happen. It would have to be.
no, it's basically
we
procedure.
just, earliest effectiveness, whenever you can get it done.
It's publishment of the legal ad plus 15 days. So if it's tomorrow and whatever.
The 15-day appeal period is regardless, but the effective date, we could set earlier than that. Yeah.
We can.
Well, we have to, we could run the ad anytime between now and 7 days from the meeting.
Okay. Effective date of the publishment of the legal ad. That's okay. That's it.
Okay,
Great.
all right, go for it.
Okay, planning and zoning staff, application PLPZ 2019-433, zoning text amendment to amend section 6110, use regulations and special requirements for dwelling units permitted in the business zones. Text in bold to be added. Should I add it? Read the,
No,
No, it's okay.
okay.
nobody wants you to do that. No, Nick.
Motion to approve text amendment as stated, effective on publishment of the legal ad.
I second.
Oh, sorry, question? So what do you want us to do, though, within that moratorium? If you could specify. what
Okay.
you want us to do.
In moratorium, staff and commission will study aspects of section 6110 to research and development, possible revisions to address citizen concern, developer concern, as per use, bulk, and any other issues that commission deems necessary to address.
And hold a public workshop. I think you were recommending that once we have a straw man of the changes, that we do,
No, I was more thinking, not necessarily a public workshop, I was just more thinking that we get
Input.
in that research development, that we
Yeah.
ask, we ask why, we ask stakeholders, you know?
yeah, I just, you
yeah.
had at some
We
point,
can do
in your
that.
staff report, you said form a task force. And task forces get this life of their own and go on forever and ever.
I think it's.
So
I don't
we
know,
wanted,
Did I say, I meant to-
yes,
I
you
meant-
said task force, and so,
Okay.
or at
And
least
that's
I read.
Lower the panel, is that better?
Yeah, so I read task force, I think you said it, but I want to make it,
I called it a stakeholder working group.
yeah, no working group, because it'll take a life of its own.
Okay.
Let's keep it simple, you reach out to people one by one, get input.
I think it's.
We
it's-
have to figure out how to incorporate the economic information that we have.
So meaning like, obviously it needs to be viable for developers.
No, I mean, there's a model that's been developed that Dave hasn't shared with the rest of the commission, but he's been working on it quietly himself.
Well, the only
So-
reason that, as you pointed out, the only relationship there is that if you're providing an incentive, it has to be viable, but beyond that.
Exactly.
It's irrelevant how much money someone makes off of a project.
No, no,
That's not
what we
relevant.
just, the model addresses how the incentive, what you would need for incentive, as I understand it, I have
Right.
not seen it. So, so bottom line, reach out to all the individual people, don't make a working group, because they'll argue.
It'll take too long.
It'll take too long, and
And then once we have something formed, come back to the commission potentially, or.
tell us what you're gonna, tell us where we're going, and then we'll throw it out to the public and see, and
And so
try to
with
get
it-
it to do it.
And then within that 12-month period, if staff needs to, we can come back to the commission presumably at a formal meeting like this and
Yes.
discuss ideas.
Yes.
Without closing down the moratorium.
Right.
But to have a public
Mhm.
back and
Right.
forth.
I think, when you do the reach out, it's reach out to a few people at the same time. I think actually, as an example, group of developers, group of concerned citizens that we know have expressed concern, that kind of thing.
But just don't let them get bogged down, because.
No, it's actually reaching out, what are your thoughts on how this works and doesn't work?
I want to
And so
do,
what
like, less than 3 months would be my goal.
So I understand.
January is my real goal.
I understand the transparency part of it and the predictability part of it, and then in terms of the bulk part of it, just so we're clear on what we're studying here, I heard you say within the villages where you have a .3, going to .9 that's uncomfortable.
Uncomfortable.
But the addition of a story and/or the addition of going up to .9 that's too the story thing is questionable. Up to .9, that feels like we should have more control in there. Am I on the right
Yes.
track
Yes,
here?
I think
Okay.
we've taken a look at a couple of different ideas in terms of the FAR issues from the underlying zone and the height issues in comparison to actually what we've given as opposed what's the existing underlying zone provide.
And one of the things that came up today that I asked you in an email over the weekend was, how does 80% of moderate income, of state moderate income, compare with I'm sorry, I said it
State
wrong.
median income.
State median income compare with what we are doing under the moderate, because there's a chance that the economics would allow a developer to build an equal unit. All we have to do is give them enough incentive, and we could get 830G, a little tap on 830G as well. That would really be good. I'd feel a lot more comfortable about giving FAR if I'm also getting 830G out of this.
But are we allowed to do the priority list with that? Doesn't that priority list go out the window?
No. You just administer that unit that's 830G, you administer it differently than you do the 6110 units.
Oh, you're not,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I thought you were saying make the 6110 units the same 80%.
No. So you have a
Right,
unit,
Yeah.
I got you.
you have a unit, and it may not work, but a developer would say,
So a
this
blend,
is,
like an affordability type plan with the 6110.
then you get into that crazy legal snag, which nobody wants to hear about right now, but it's when the tenant begins to make too much money, you have to ask them to leave, which is what you do in small buildings, but what the housing authority has not been doing. And they've been moving them around, and they've always said
Well,
that.
Yeah, and
And they
do
say that.
Yeah, and because they follow a different set of rules, so they're
Right.
within their.
Yeah, no,
rights to do
and
that,
they've
yeah.
always said they do that, but
And
we
they
would.
do have to leave after a certain point, so they've
Right.
explained that they have a set of rules that
So,
they follow on.
but we would do, if we could say you got a .9 FAR, if you had an 830G unit, but you only got 0.7 FAR if you were all moderate income units.
As an example. I
As an
gotcha.
example.
Okay, yeah.
That's what I'm trying to get to, because it's this theory of every unit we get at this point helps. It's one less. We can whittle away that 1,000. We should be.
unit at a time.
One unit at a time. I mean, do I have a second? I think it was Yeski. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okey dokey, folks, thank you.